honor being this.
Yeah, Joe Brazil, everybody. It's Joe Brazil. Hey. Friday vibes on a Thursday. Cabo vibes from James.
Oh, yeah.
I've got Casey Tucker is winning the belt today.
The Casey Tucker band won the belt?
That's the first chat I see, but it is at 9:42, so I'm imagining that somebody else probably won the belt.
Oh, and I have Caleb Silva at 9:38. Somebody had to win early.
Right now, unofficially, Casey Tucker has the belt today. It's not officially awarded just yet, but congratulations to Casey Tucker on his theoretical win.
Oh boy.
Hey, just know, I know we always say if we mute the mics. Here, I'll do this.
Yeah. Oof. It's early.
All right, good morning, everybody. Friday vibes on a Thursday. This is great. You have your Cabo shirt on.
I do.
You're ready to rock and roll.
I'm ready
your
to
hat,
leave
your
now.
shirt.
I'm ready to leave now.
I'm amazed you didn't walk in with a pina colada or whatever your drink of choice on vacation.
Yeah, I should just go in the other room and try to find something to drink.
The Sacramento Kings have driven James to get the hell out of the country.
Ain't that the truth?
That's James and Kyle. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Last show of the week. We're off tomorrow for the 4th of July, but I will be back. Joe will be back on Monday. James, of course, going to be in Cabo next week. Want to remind everybody you can now listen to ESPN 1320. That's the Insiders and D'Lo and KC on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. Also want to remind you the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show and D'Lo and KC are now available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Good morning, Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Good morning, everybody at twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, and everybody on the radio, ESPN 1320 AM, 98.5 FM HD2. If you're a podcast listener, the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show, we appreciate you. And if you're on any one of those apps, iHeart, Odyssey, or TuneIn, good morning. We appreciate you so much. Okay, so we always say that, hey, typically when we mute the mics during breaks to talk privately, 999 times out of 1,000, it is going to be something work-related.
Of course.
Something that we just don't want broadcast to the world because we're talking about a coworker, we're talking about an email or a meeting or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we just don't want other people's business out there. I promise you today, when we're muting mics, there's no basketball talk happening because we don't know what's going on either. We have an idea, like a kind of idea.
It's out of control, man. It's out of control. Like
the reporting last night, it's all kind of surrounding the same thing, and that's where I don't think anything here has been implicitly like wrong. I think the Kings very much are trying to lure Jonathan Kuminga away from the Warriors by way of, or lure the Warriors to trade them Jonathan Kuminga with a starting offer of like Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a couple of seconds. Like, can we get that out there, or protected first, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Like, is that gonna? I have no doubt that that's been discussed on some level. But I also, then you see like from Anthony Slater, like there's nothing close with Kuminga, and there's no deal happening. It's just, there's definitely conversations happening. There's definitely this Kings, Pistons, Warriors, maybe other teams, sign and trade being bandied about and discussed and kicked around. But the parameters of that, the teams involved, the players involved, I don't know. I got nothing.
Okay, so look, everybody in Sacramento had it last night, had the exact same information.
Yep.
That the Kings are, it's part of a big 3-team deal. The Kings are trading Malik Monk to the Detroit Pistons. Dennis Schroeder's coming to Sacramento. It's part of that deal. Dario Saric and Devin Carter, and it kept changing. It's either 2 second-round picks or a protected first-round pick going to the Warriors for Jonathan Kuminga. We don't know the dollar total that Kuminga is going to sign for. It just kept playing out. Like, I've never seen a story that everyone in Sacramento has and people in Detroit have. But no one in the Bay Area has at all. It is circulating everywhere. I'm getting hit by every single reporter I know going, oh my gosh, are you hearing this? And it's like, yeah, we're all hearing the same exact thing.
Right. Which is kind of a problem.
Okay, so yeah, it's a problem because we always worry about leaks, right?
Yeah.
This is not a leak. This is like a full-blown pipe burst and the entire Golden One Center is flooding. Like, it's out of control. What is happening?
I don't know.
And so it's just like extremely difficult. That's why I'm not out there putting the trade out there, because it's like, there's a rule that when I worked retail, there's a rule that I always live by, and I taught my cashiers.
The customer's always right.
Never.
Oh, okay. Got it.
If they tell you a story, it's a story. Straight up. And they would look at me like, what do you mean? Like, if some customer walks up and starts giving you some big giant story, there's probably a reason why they're telling you a story, and they're probably lying, and there's probably something nefarious about what's happening.
Yeah.
So like when you have someone come in and try to return 2 $400 tents from the other Copelands in San Francisco, and you take back that and you give them the money, and they sit there and they tell you this elaborate story about how they work for a nonprofit and how their camping trip got canceled the last second, this big dramatic story. And then they walk out the door and you go open up the tents, and all that's left is the poles in the bag and the rain cover, and they just stole a $400 and something tent from you.
Right.
It's always a story.
Right.
And so like in this situation, like, man, I got my spidey senses are tingling, man. Anytime that it is this obvious, this blatant, this all over the place, I step back and say, no. I'm going to vet this thing fully. And if I can't get it vetted, then I'm not running with it. Like I put it out last night. The rumor mill was churning, and it's crazy. And I have like Tristy Rodriguez from NBC Sports Bay Area. She wrote it. She put it out there, what everybody else is hearing.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because she might have somebody that she feels really comfortable telling her that. But this is pretty crazy.
And I have the thing is I'm not trying to say anybody's wrong here. It's just that I think this deal was more, hey, this is what's been discussed. Not, hey, we're on the and I don't think anybody reported this, but this wasn't a, hey, this is happening. The Kings and Pistons and Warriors are going to do this trade. It's at the finish line. They're just working out minor details. Like, that's not what it was. Just, hey, here's a thing that's being discussed. And it's interesting because the Dennis Schroeder deal, when it came in at 3 years and $45 million, the antenna went up for 3 years is the required length of a deal for a sign and trade.
Yes.
And then there was the Malik Monk sign and trade aspect of it. And then we didn't hear anything really more than that. And now all of a sudden it's back to a sign and trade, which is an interesting aspect of this, whether it involves Jonathan Kuminga or not. And I want to go there for a moment if we can. I want to remove the Jonathan Kuminga piece of this, because it seems like whether Kuminga is involved or not, this is going to be a sign and trade, at least between the Pistons and the Kings.
Well, the Kings are they're hoping that it will be a sign and trade, like, because it just helps you in a bunch of different ways.
Sure.
Right. So if you do a sign and trade, number one, it drops your payroll way back down to like 163, 165 million.
Okay.
Right. And the luxury tax is at 188, but it also costs you Malik Monk to do that. Right. So that's where the sign and trade comes in. You would actually save money by shipping Malik Monk out for Dennis Schroeder.
Okay. So that would be, if there was, just to pause you real quick. So if there was a straight across Monk for Schroeder sign and trade.
Yep.
The Kings are saving money. That would be their motivation to do that.
Well, I mean, their motivation is to get a starting point guard.
Well, no. I know. But
at this point, yes.
Versus sign him outright.
Yep.
Or send Malik Monk out in the sign and trade.
Yeah.
Because I think there are people out there who are going to go, why wouldn't you just sign him and then also keep Malik Monk? You have a glut of players at that position, and B, you're saving money.
Yes.
And what's intriguing there is you said it gets them down to about 164.
Yeah, it gets them down to like 164, 165 million,
which gives them 24 million under the luxury tax
to go out and do some more damage.
To go, perhaps sign Jonathan Kuminga, restricted free agent, to a 16, 18, $20 million offer.
Well, no, because they don't have, there's a difference between money before the luxury tax and being under the salary cap.
Oh God. Okay.
They're over the salary cap, which is 155 million. So they can't go out and sign an offer sheet to Kuminga.
Okay.
They can't sign an offer sheet to Kuminga at all.
So there's no route to acquiring Jonathan Kuminga no realistic route beyond
a sign and trade,
looping the Warriors in via sign and trade.
Exactly. There's no way to get Kuminga without a sign and trade.
I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I let me rewind to the Monk aspect of this.
Yes.
This is where I was trying to go with it. You trade Malik Monk.
Yep.
And now that opens the door for Jonathan Kuminga signs that $18 million a year deal with the Warriors. You acquire him now via trade, and now you have the room to do so.
Yes.
There it is. Okay.
Exactly. So
I knew there was something there.
If not, we start adding things up. If they just sign Schroeder, and again, that will push them up to, I think I had it at 183, but then we have to add in a couple of $2.5 million bonus, potential bonuses. I think, at least it's Sabonis potential bonus, right? The Sabonis bonus. Interesting.
The potential Sabonis bonus.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So that $2.5 million counts against your luxury tax. So now we're at like 185. And you got to remember, the luxury tax is they're not going over the luxury tax. At least they haven't yet. So it's at 188 million. Then they go out and they sign Drew Eubanks. You're there. You're done. You're completely finished. Like without waiving somebody, without going out and clearing, you're not. If the Kings aren't going above the luxury tax, then they're capped right there. And even if they do, the first apron's at like 96 million. You would only have like an additional 8 million to go above before you hit the apron, and then you start getting all kinds of penalties.
Right.
So now, if you trade Monk, you all of a sudden have this gigantic swath of movement between where you're at in salary and where the luxury tax is, right? So, but you're over the cap, but you're under the luxury tax.
Yeah.
And this is that area we kept talking about. The Kings are going to have to play in this area, which it's a lot of money. It's basically $33 million between the salary cap at 150 and the luxury tax at 188. So there's a lot of wiggle room that you can do.
Sure.
But inside of that, that's where you use your mid-level exception.
Yeah.
It's where you use your biannual exception. It's where you use a $16.8 million trade exception from Kevin Huerter. And so you can start stacking up salaries inside of that little area that you're in, right? You can even sign league minimum deals. So I think what the Kings plan as of right now, they hope that they are able to move Monk in a sign and trade to bring in Schroeder. And then I think they're going to go right back and revisit the Russell Westbrook signing and try to bring Russell Westbrook in. Now it's possible they can't get Westbrook. It might be too late that, he might go sign back with Denver because Denver is building a monster, like whatever. But there's ways in which they can start to bring in players like that.
Right.
But now we have this Kuminga deal. And again, listen to the Kuminga deal that's out there. It's Dario Saric at $5 million. It's Devin Carter at $6 million. So that's $11 million bucks. Now, in that deal, they're going to have to do something like, first of all, Kuminga's going to want like 25 to 30 million. That's what he wants.
And the Warriors are only going to be able to take back half of whatever he signs.
Half of that. So you could see right now where it could be like a $25 million deal. You basically have $12 million worth of player, but there's that other 12 million bucks that you're accepting in salary that you're not sending out. And that again is where this whole little area the Kings are playing in, where they can start fitting that Kuminga salary in without going over the luxury tax. So, and they also they're going to have trade exceptions, or there'll be other ways for them to finagle the deal where it works for them. But it's not simple. And that's why like going out and trying to get a Jonathan Kuminga is like, it's one of the more difficult things. But lastly, I'll say, like, I agree with Brian Windhorst. Brian Windhorst said this is the absolute worst restricted free agent moment in the history of the NBA. There is no money for any restricted free agent to go out and sign an offer sheet, because in order to sign an offer sheet, you have to have plain everyday cap space. You have got to be
you have to be the Nets.
You have to be $150 million, the $155 million luxury tax. In order to sign a $20 million like offer sheet, you've got to be all the way back at $135 million, and no one is at
no one has cap space.
Yeah,
it's not a real thing,
and it's a way different situation than the Keon Ellis situation, because Keon Ellis, that's a $14 million. He's probably going to get the full mid-level, right? So a bunch of teams have the mid-level where they can offer that $14 million, but when you're talking about $25 million, there you can't connect, you can't aggregate your exceptions. You can't aggregate your exception with a player in order to move them. Like, so it gets really complicated.
If yes or no, and if it's more complicated than this, tell me. What I understand is that if they execute this sign and trade for Dennis Schroeder, where Malik Monk goes out, I saw that they would have used the Kevin Huerter trade exception.
Yep.
To absorb Dennis Schroeder, which would leave their full mid-level open. Would they be able to sign Keon Ellis to an extension using that mid-level?
No, they can't. But also, if they do a sign and trade for Schroeder, that would be a straight player swap. If they absorb Schroeder into their contracts without sending out Malik Monk, that's where they would use the traded player exception.
I see. Okay, got it. Okay.
You remember, it's a coupon that says Kevin Huerter's name on it, and you're given the coupon for a player.
Right. Got it. Okay, great.
And no, they can't use any of that money to sign Keon Ellis. It's too late to sign Keon Ellis.
Right.
He's
to a deal this year. That's
yeah.
Beyond. Got it. Okay. Here we go. It's a lot, guys. I'm trying to get my arms around it too. Let's talk more about Jonathan Kuminga, though. I'm going to try and talk myself into this a little.
Okay.
A little bit. Not all the way.
I think I'm going to do something even crazier. So go ahead.
Oh, boy. Can't wait to find out. I don't know what it is. So stick around. We'll all find out together. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil there. James Ham over there. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Bro, this is what Brandon, yes, I'm saying the same thing.
Yeah.
That's why I know the NFL's got weird salary cap rules with the way you can manipulate contracts and void years and kick money into the future, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like the salary cap is $190 million.
Yep.
That's your cap space. That's what you got.
When I was in school, like obviously the line was, oh, what am I going to use this for when I get older? Math, whatever, this complex math. Well, if they would have told me it's for reporting off-season kings,
it's a great point.
I would have understood a little more.
Yeah. I might have taken pre-calc a third time.
Exactly.
Okay, from the press conference right now, our friend Jason Anderson said Kings GM Scott Perry says both Nick Clifford and Maxime Randall will both play in Las Vegas Summer League. Also,
that's good, I guess.
I don't really want to deal with this on the air because I don't have all the information in front of me, and I haven't been following the court case. But it does appear that Ben McLemore was found guilty on 3 different counts, including rape. Former Sacramento, 2-time Sacramento King, former 2013 draft pick, Ben McLemore. Everything I had heard before is that he had he even flew back to the country he was in China playing to show up for court appearances and stuff, and has maintained his innocence the entire time. But the jury found him guilty on charges of first-degree rape, first-degree unlawful sexual penetration, and 2 counts of second-degree sexual abuse.
Man.
Yeah, so not good. He has claimed the entire time that it was a consensual relationship, but that is not what a jury has found. Also, sending love to Liverpool fans this morning who lost one of their strikers this morning in a horrific car accident that killed both him and his brother. Diogo. Oh man, why am I drawing a blank on his name?
Ota?
Oh, yeah, Yota.
Yota?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Diego Ota. Yeah, 28 years old.
Man.
Sounds like they were driving a Lamborghini way too fast and blew a tire, and bad things happened. He just got married 10 days ago.
Jota? Is that how it's pronounced?
Shota? Is that what? Okay. Yeah, we'll get the depressing news out of the way during the break. And then we'll talk about all kinds of positive things, like the Kings trading for Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. It's Jota. That's what I thought. My son was very bummed out this morning.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is that guy there in the Cabo hat. Joe is that guy there in the Giants hat. And I'm Kyle. I'm in a Disneyland hat. What up, everybody? All right. So the Jonathan Kuminga stuff is, we've been saying this for the last couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
The smoke around Jonathan Kuminga and the Kings has just been there. It's just lingered enough that we continued talking about it. It wasn't some weird, like, oh yeah, some random person threw out a fake trade online. It's like, no, like a reporter here and a reporter there. And then you see this story where the Kings are monitoring the Kuminga situation. It's stuck around enough. And now I think very much the Kings are in pursuit of Kuminga in a sign and trade that involves some number of teams.
Yes.
I don't think there's really a question about that. That is not in question. What Golden State is willing to accept for him is, to me, the biggest question here.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're in a weird spot where Kuminga has been with their team for 4 years. He has not developed the way that they've hoped. And they're, I think, in a position where obviously they're not going to pay him. And whatever they were going to offer last year when he was extension eligible was not good enough. And then he didn't clearly do enough this season to make Golden State want to retain him on the salary that he's looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So they're in a weird spot where, okay, you have this immensely talented player, but because of his restricted free agency and the salary cap, or the lack of salary cap space that you mentioned, there's not really a market for him.
Mm-hmm.
Acquiring him is going to be difficult for any team, just on the surface, not to mention that base year compensation we keep hearing about.
Yep.
Where any team has to create the space to absorb Jonathan Kuminga's $20 to $25 million a year salary that he's likely going to command, while also only sending out about half the money to Golden State that they're bringing in.
Yeah.
So it's just a really complicated thing. But Golden State, I think they're done with the Jonathan Kuminga experiment, but also they know, man, we could probably do better than Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a protected first. So I think this is I don't think this is a solution or a problem that's going to have a very quick solution. Everything you read about coming out of Golden State is that this is going to linger for a while because both sides, it's kind of at a stalemate, and the Warriors hold all the cards here. Because with Kuminga, I mean, because they signed into the qualifying offer, they extended the qualifying offer, $7.9 million. So his options are work out a contract with the Warriors, or assuming he doesn't get traded, work out a contract with Golden State, or play this year for $7.9 million and hit unrestricted free agency with Keon Ellis next year.
Yeah, those are his options That's right now. Yeah, and even like Brooklyn walked into free agency with money. I think they spent all of that money with the Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson swap.
Yeah.
I mean, they took
Porter's
on
making way more
money. An additional like $17 million in that deal. So like, look, there isn't a team who has natural cap space that can go out and sign him to an offer sheet. Right. And that's a problem. It's a big time problem for him and his agent. I don't think the Warriors want him back. Everything that I've heard is that they do not, that they don't want to mess with him, that they're ready to move on, and they want to get something of value for him. Something of value, but here's the problem. You can't sit here as a team who has, playoff and even championship aspirations like the Warriors always do, trying to finish out the Steph Curry era with Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green. You can't have a player that is so incredibly talented that everyone sees how talented he is, and you just keep trying to stomp on him and force him into a position that doesn't fit him and that he doesn't want to play. And so there is this I haven't been a fan of watching him play. I have not. I watch Kuminga play and I look at the way that their offense is moving. And it's like that old thing when you're watching Sesame Street when you're a kid and four of these kids are doing the same thing and one of these kids is doing something else. And so you're watching it, you're like, okay, this isn't working. Why is he not learning? And I've said this a million times that one of the biggest things that happens for a player is the moment where the light bulb goes on and he realizes that he's not Michael Jordan and he's not going to be the next NBA superstar. He might not be an all-star. And he just accepts a role that fits him, and he becomes great in that role. Start in your role. Aaron Gordon is a perfect example.
Prime example.
He came out. He was unbelievably gifted. He was a slam dunk champion multiple times. And this guy who jumps out of the gym and does all these crazy things. When Aaron Gordon decided to become a real ball player, he went and won a championship with the Denver Nuggets. And became one of the most valuable pieces on that Nuggets team and in the NBA.
When Aaron Gordon hurt his hamstring in Game 6 of the conference semifinals, the consensus was, they're screwed.
Done.
He's that vital. He's that important. Yeah, man. I don't. Like I said, I struggle with the Jonathan Kuminga discussion because I've watched him for 4 years in Golden State, and I saw somebody in the chatty house. I lost the chat, so apologies for missing your name here, but they said that the Warriors don't develop players; they tell them to just play around Steph. And to me, it's like, yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they won 4 titles that way.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga is a player that they went, hey, this guy is super duper talented. If he can do the defense, rebounding, lead the break, hit a corner 3, if he can do all those things, it elevates Golden State an immense amount. And he just never quite did those things. And so I recognize that he's not at his ceiling. This is not, I think Tobias Harris was the player I brought up earlier. If they were doing all this for Tobias Harris, it would be like, really? You kind of know what you're going to get there. He's a perfectly fine 3-and-D type of wing who can create a little, right? With Kuminga, you don't know what you're getting, because I think on the pro side here, again, we're going to live in some gray area. On the pro Kuminga side here for the Kings, this is the most talented player you're going to be able to trade for.
Yeah, I agree. Like right now, as you sit,
Yes.
and like when all of these other options we've talked about, the point guard options, all that stuff,
Mhm.
have never materialized,
Mhm.
this might be the most talented player you can trade for.
And if you're just looking to get talent in your building, this is the way to do it.
Yep.
I honestly, just separate from Kuminga specifically, we were talking about Scott Perry earlier. I love that they are involved in this. I love that they have looked at Jonathan Kuminga. They draft Nick Clifford, who is kind of the archetype that we've been saying the Kings need. And then they look at Jonathan Kuminga and they go, size? Oh, he's 6'7", 6'8". Athleticism? He's got that as much as anybody in the league. Man, creates for himself off the dribble, gets to the free throw line, really good at drawing fouls. You see where the vision is. And if they go, all right, Zach LaVine's going to be on the team, DeMar DeRozan's going to be on the team, let's just lean into the ISO ball thing and hope that an expanded role motivates him to play more defense, to grab more rebounds. And maybe in that way, the Kings can land on closer to the ceiling than Golden State was ever going to land.
Yeah, so okay, first and foremost, the biggest mistake, I know a lot of people in the chat are saying how, hey, the Warriors, they've never developed anybody. I think the biggest mistake they made is that at number 7, they took Jonathan Kuminga. At number 8, Franz Wagner was sitting there.
Ooh.
Franz Wagner has always been a player that you thought you could mold into something different. He looked like a power forward to me at the college level, but he's worked on his body. He's made himself into a really, really good small forward, right? If they would have drafted Franz Wagner, they probably would still be, they would still be a team that we considered like title contention. But they didn't, right? And so when you're looking at Kuminga, the problem is you're getting a kid who's super raw coming into the league, right? He just finished his 4th year and he's 22 years old.
Crazy.
Yeah, he turns 23 like he's like
October?
Like a month and a half, 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, let's see. October 6th, he turns 23. Like this kid is so young. And we've talked about this. He's younger than any of the Kings draft picks in the last 3 years. Right now, today, he's younger than them.
So crazy.
I mean, seriously, he's younger than Devin Carter. He's younger than Keegan Murray. He's younger than Nick Clifford.
Yeah.
Or Renault.
Yeah.
He's younger than all of them.
That's so wild.
So here's the one like avenue. I have been like very clear. I'm not a fan of watching him play. But here's where I'm going to kind of diverge and say I hate watching him play for the Golden State Warriors because he keeps trying to do things that don't make any sense for the Warriors. It's very basic. Yeah. You need to follow some basic rules, and one of those rules is give the ball to Steph. He'll give it back to you, but give the ball to Steph and let him do his thing. I think there is a way in which he comes to Sacramento and they take off of those constraints because they don't have Steph, and they say, okay, kid, what do you got? Sure. If you think you're a star, you got a season. Go show us you're a star.
That's it.
And not only show us that you're a star, but show us a star that can win.
Yep.
And if that's what happens, that I believe it's a way in which if you're trying to make him into Aaron Gordon and you can't get that done, and he ends up being Blake Griffin, and you're sitting here wasting all your time trying to make him into Aaron Gordon, and he's really Blake Griffin.
That's it.
You might have made the mistake as a team yourself.
Yep.
And if he can be that player, then maybe.
So this is what
it's
I've
worth
been,
a gamble.
This is what I've been saying. If you're going to do that, if you're going to say we've identified Jonathan Kuminga as a player we need, then you have to let him try to be the player he thinks he is. Because he might be. We don't know yet. I don't say he thinks he is as a slight. The player he wants to be. He told Anthony Slater, like, I want to be that guy for a team. And frankly, I don't know this for sure, but I'm guessing when he was drafted number 7 overall in 2022, he was kind of told, hey, this Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson thing is winding down. You're next. And then they won a title in 2022, and Steph Curry carried them to that title. And then he continued to be good, Steph, in 2023. And then he continued to be good in 2024. And so all of a sudden, this teardown that Golden State thought they had coming and this transition to the Jonathan Kuminga era didn't happen. because, oh, shoot, the Steph Curry thing is still happening and you can't get rid of him. So let's try and fit Jonathan Kuminga with him. And he never did. So I don't think that I agree with you. If you're going to take this gamble, then you have to say you're the guy. You're not acquiring Jonathan Kuminga to be your third or fourth option and wing depth. You're acquiring Jonathan Kuminga to be your starting 3 or 4.
Oh, yeah.
And you're acquiring Jonathan Kuminga to, in crunch time, have the ball in his hands. And you're acquiring Jonathan Kuminga to try and score 25 to 30 points a night.
Yep.
And hopefully, in the process, you get, because we've seen flashes where he's guarding Jason Tatum credibly one-on-one. We've seen him have incredible moments as a rebounder where he's leading the break and he's making a great pass and you're like, oh my God. But it's the consistency of that. So if you're going to make this gamble, if you're going to make this acquisition, then it cannot be, oh, well, he wouldn't fit into that role in Golden State. He'll do it in Sacramento, though.
Nope.
It's not.
Yeah.
Maybe eventually. But you got to give him the runway to be that dude first.
Yeah, I don't think I need him to be my 1A.
Mm-hmm.
He is a starter. He is playing 35 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to get better defensively and rotations and everything else. But what I am saying is that you're going to be like my second, third option right away. And there's potential for you to be the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you keep developing, you can be the guy. But I mean, there's a runway in Sacramento where in the right situation, he could be a 20-point per game scorer in year one. And you'd almost expect it.
I would be, if you're acquiring Jonathan Kuminga, he's scoring 20 points a night.
Yep.
Unless you're going to try and pigeonhole him into a role he doesn't want to play, in which case you're making the exact same mistake Golden State did. I thought Tim Legler, who I respect very much, an NBA analyst on ESPN, he talked about this on ESPN. On NBA Today. I could not think of the freaking name of the show. He talked about this on NBA Today. And I thought he made some really compelling points here about why Kuminga going to another team could benefit him and the team that he's going to.
Okay, play this out for me, Lex.
Yeah, listen, I think personally at this point, I think that the Warriors need Jonathan Kuminga more than he needs them. And here's what I mean by that. Where are the athletes on this team? He does represent an athletic wing. The guy does have something from a skill standpoint and just a physical standpoint they don't have on their roster. I understand he's got warts. I know that. They wish he was a little bit more locked in, like defensively with his concentration. They wish that he was more consistent with his rebounding effort. I get all of that. The guy has played almost 6,000 minutes for the Golden State Warriors, and he's still auditioning. I think at some point you've got to come to the realization it's not going to happen for him in Golden State, where he's going to break through. And guess what? It might not happen somewhere else either, but I think Jonathan Kuminga, to find out, I think he needs to go somewhere where he doesn't have such cynicism looking at him all the time,
right,
waiting for the bad habits to crop themselves so he can go back to the bench. That's what I mean by that. They need him. They need the physical specimen that he is. He needs a fresh start somewhere else to see what this guy can actually become in this league.
And
that's spot on to me.
Yep.
Tim Legler, if you don't agree with me or James, it's hard to argue with freaking legs.
Well, look, I think that there's a possibility that it doesn't happen for him. Like, I think that's the biggest point that Legler has there. That like, hey, just because he does go somewhere else, it doesn't, he might not figure it out. Soren in the chat brought up Aaron Gordon and compared him to Derek Williams. That's exactly what we're talking about. Derek Williams, like AKA the Coke Machine, never, ever, ever figured out how to be anything other than what he thought he should have been, which was a superstar. He walked around thinking he was a superstar, and I've seen a bunch of them. Jabari Parker thought he was a superstar.
Yeah, this is not unique to Jonathan Kuminga.
No, averaging 8 points a game or 4 points a game for the Kings off the bench, he still thought he was a superstar. And you're just looking around like, hey, man, are you going to figure it out? And the answer is no. A lot of them don't, but Kuminga might. He might have just been in the absolute worst place for him ever to start his career. And I do stand corrected. Maxime Moreno is younger than Jonathan Kuminga by like 3 months.
Oh, well then let's re-rack the show from the top and redo this.
6 months.
We always appreciate a correction though, for sure. Thank you to whoever did that. I think the gamble is worth it if you're ready to give him that runway.
Yep.
And if you can make that gamble for the price of Devin Carter and Dario Saric and a protected first.
Yep. Or a pair of seconds.
Or a couple of second round picks. Like, yeah, man, if that deal's out there, I can't sit here. Regardless of what I think about Jonathan Kuminga in his fit with Golden State, he is immensely talented, size, athleticism, all the things we talk about. I can't sit here and go, you need size, you need athleticism, you need to take a risk, you need to make a massive move, you need to take a swing. And then when a swing is there that checks all of those boxes, I can't then say, well, hang on, not that one.
Yeah.
So I love that Scott Perry identified a player with the size and athleticism and skill set that we have been talking about the Kings needing, and he is trying to make that deal happen. Whether he does or not, TBD, but the fact that they're involved and not just going, no, that's not our type of guy. Anyways, like, no, he might be.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to take a risk. You got to take a gamble. I love that that's what Scott Perry's doing. We got to step aside. We'll have more Kings offseason coming up here in a moment. I'm interested in something that Brett Siegel reported. Because in his reporting on the Kings and Jonathan Kuminga, he had a really, really, really weird reason why the Warriors might not want to do the deal. And we'll talk about it. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. That's Sacramento Sports Center.
Okay. You guys are kind of convincing. You guys just kind of got me fired up right now.
You hyped for the
I think I'm
JK
bought
era?
in.
Come on.
Dude. That's what we need.
Let's
I mean,
go.
come on.
That's funny.
That's funny, man.
See? Like, look, there's a way in which it works. There's also a way in which it doesn't. What is his wingspan? Like, he didn't go to the combine.
It's facts.
Or
You guys are the real MVPs. How about that?
Also facts.
Cliche today.
6'11", 6'11" wingspan for a 6'7" guy? Okay. He's a super athlete, though.
Shout out
That's-
Zabo, though.
He
That's
just
faux show.
it's oh my god. Hey, Derek Williams is only 34.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's so wild.
Yeah. Like, look, Derek Williams was one of the nicest guys ever. Like, there's just some guys that don't get it. Everyone's been telling them since they were like 5 years old that they're going to be an NBA superstar.
Yep.
And that,
Well, and
they're the one.
And then you go second overall to the freaking Timberwolves in 2011.
Yep.
Like, I'm about to be that dude.
I remember he got traded to the Kings for Luke Bahamute. And then in his first game, second game, put up 30 and was just incredible on the break, throwing down hammer dunks, going over the top. And then the reality set in that he just didn't do the work and just didn't. He's still playing in overseas, from what I know.
It was his 6th game with the Kings.
Where he went
12 of 16 from the field, 3 of 5 from 3, 4 of 6 from the free throw line, 5 boards, 5 steals.
Yeah. Dynamic athlete.
And then after he scored, he went with the Kings. He went 12, 4, 13, 9, 8, 31, 13, 14, 11, 5, 12, 7, 1, 7, 2, 3, 0, 11, 5.
In a nutshell. Yeah.
It's the ability to take that 7, 1, 7, 2, 3, 0, 11, 5 stretch and go, hey, I should try to impact games in a different way because putting the ball in the hoop is not it. Being able to do that instead of going, hang on, I had 31 that one night. I just got to get back to that.
Yeah. It's tough.
That's the difference. It is. This is not, like I said, this is not a Derek Williams shot. This is not a Jonathan Kuminga shot. It's just the reality of the NBA. being awesome and being the best player on your team for your entire life, getting to the league that has been your dream. You've been battling for this. You've been fighting for this. You've been going to tournaments and practices and coaches and playing for school and doing all this stuff to get to the league finally and then go, I'm going to take a backseat now. Like,
man,
that's a really, really difficult mental hurdle to clear.
Jabari Parker is only 30. Jabari Parker's 30, and he's been out of the league since the 2021-22 season.
If you'd told me, hey, off the rip, how old's Jabari Parker? 35 would have been the first number that came out of it.
Yeah. What's crazy too, so in SAC, he averaged 8.5 points, and then 2.7 in his second year. Then he went to Boston and played 10 games. He played in Boston again for another 10 games the next year. He still, for his career, averages 14.1 points per game, even though in his last handful of years, it's 8'5", 5'5", 2'7", 6'4".
So freaking talented.
4'4". Yeah, the knee injuries robbed him, but even still, he wasn't able to convert himself into something other than what he thought he should be. And that's the tough thing.
Yep.
He also, at the very beginning of the pandemic, while the players were waiting to go back in the bubble, first of all, he tested positive, so he couldn't come out for when the Kings were getting ready to go in the bubble. And then everyone knew he had COVID, and then he went out to dinner in Chicago and was seen at a restaurant one night, 2 days after testing positive in the beginning of COVID. And then he was out in a park playing tennis the next day, and everyone was like, come on, man.
Didn't get it.
Come on, man. And that's what, some guys, they just don't get it, overall.
I'm going to mute the mics to talk to James about a show production thing.
Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James. Joe Brazil's over there turning the music down. I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The voice guy just said that, but I felt the need to repeat it. You can now listen to the Insiders and D'Lo and KC on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps. If you are listening via one of those apps, salute. Hello. We appreciate you. The James Ham and Kyle Madson Show and D'Lo and KC are also available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. We've been talking a lot about the wheelings and dealings of the Kings front office, and are they going to be able to swing this trade, this sign and trade that includes Dennis Schroeder and Jonathan Kuminga landing with the Kings. We'll continue discussing that, but elsewhere in Kings land today, Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and first round pick Nick Clifford had a press conference this morning.
And Maxime Reno,
the two draft picks, along with Doug Christie and Scott Perry, had a press conference today. Anything else jump out to you? I know we had something from Jason Anderson earlier.
No, I mean, we're not really seeing a lot from it. To be honest, we made the decision before the show today to run with all of the crazy rumors of last night.
Yeah.
Instead of going to the press conference, which I think was the right decision. And, look, I don't want to take anything away from these guys, but this is there's a lot happening in Sacramento. Presser. It is. So, and there's nothing that Scott Perry can say or Doug Christie can say about what may or may not happen. They can't even talk about the possibility of Dennis Schroeder.
Yep.
He's not signed. The moratorium it doesn't end for another 3 days.
Yep.
There's nothing they can talk about other than, hey, this is Neek. What's up, Neek? Again, we already had the Zoom call with him. We already had Scott Perry for a press conference on it. I would like to hear what Doug has to say about him, but
this isn't a scenario where you're going to go, hey, Scott, what's going on with the Kuminga stuff? And he's going to give you an answer because he can't.
Yeah.
Or even if he can on the trade stuff, he's not going to. But let me tell you, James, that press conference got at least one person fired up.
Oh.
And that's our guy, TC. He's on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC, tell us what we missed in the Nick Clifford Maxime Reynaud press conference.
Hey, so first and foremost, before we get started, Hammer, Kyle, what's up, man?
Chilling, bro.
What's happening?
Friday vibes on a Thursday.
Ready for a vacation.
Hey, for sure. Happy early 4th to everybody. Y'all be safe, man, especially with all that going on, man, with that explosion, man. But y'all be safe, bro.
Facts.
So check it out. Listen, I'm fired up. Why I'm fired up is because not only were my guys matching, right? They came up to the press conference dip. Not only was Maxime and Nick with the gray suits, but also Doug and Scott Perry looking alike, bro. I like the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the togetherness, that the identity that Perry's from top to bottom, right? I love that. Also, those two dudes are mature. I know you don't win people on press conferences, but the answer that guy Nick gave when they asked him about number 5, wearing number 5, was a mature answer. Not only was Maxime mature, James, we got 2 mature cats, bro. We don't got 2 kids. We got 2 young men that's ready to fit in right now. I'm not going to get too hyped and I'm not going to get too low, but I think we got the best 2 people in the draft. We got 2 steals, y'all. That's all I got. Have a good weekend.
I love this for you, TC. Thanks, bro.
I love TC's energy, and he like.
If you love it, I love it.
I get it's like they're mature. You're right. They're also Nick Clifford. He should be mature. He's almost 24.
Yeah.
Again, these
Maxime Reynaud is younger than Jonathan Kuminga.
He is,
so
but he's 22.
I do think that stuff matters.
No, it does. It does. It like the maturity of him, and that's why you draft older players. I mean, it's typically the gamble.
Mm-hmm.
And like, look, let's just compare it to the potential of going out and getting Kuminga.
Mm-hmm.
Kuminga came into the league as an 18-year-old kid,
mm-hmm.
and you're still waiting for that full maturity thing to kick in.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of this.
Yeah.
And hey, it doesn't help that while these kids are, again, there's some NIL money while they're in college and all that stuff, right? But while they're going to classes and doing all that stuff, Jonathan Kuminga has been making millions and millions of dollars every year as, the number 6 pick in the NBA draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's 4 years into his career, which is one of the craziest things about this. But we talk about maturity. Like, a lot of kids grow up in college.
Mm-hmm.
They grow up, they learn how to pay bills, they learn how to eat on their own, they learn how to
make $20 last a week. We out here.
Yeah, go to class, go get 99-cent Whoppers and all that stuff. Like, you learn how to survive in college. Well, Jonathan Kuminga skipped that step. He didn't learn how to survive. He got done with the G League Ignite, where he got paid,
mm-hmm.
and then as like a 17-year-old, and then got to the league and has been making,
mm-hmm.
he's made tens of millions of dollars already in his life. And
yeah.
so sometimes you grow up doing that, and other times you can kind of lose your focus, or you don't value things as much as when you're struggling to get through it all.
No doubt.
And again, his life story, I'm sure it has a ton of struggle and everything else as far as
mm-hmm.
Kuminga. But yeah, that's why I'm kind of here to see like what happens on the second time around. If he goes
mm-hmm.
to a different team, and like, do you grow up? Does like learning that a team really doesn't want you, does that change your perspective on who you might be?
Sure.
And maybe it doesn't, and maybe you become who you should have been, and they just did help hold him back the whole time. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'd be really, really interested to know if the Kings have gotten to know him, and if he has that kind of hard-nosed mentality that they're looking for. Because I think if he does,
mm-hmm.
because he already works his tail off, like that's part of the reason that I think he does. This isn't a guy who goes and slacks off and is surviving on talent. Like, no, he works on his game. He just didn't work on the things that were going to ingratiate him with the Warriors. I thought Brett Siegel does some NBA reporting for Clutch Points.
Mm-hmm.
Had this to say, and I got to tell you, I think there's a lot of reasons that Golden State would probably not want to trade Jonathan Kuminga for Devin Carter, Dario Saric in a couple of seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But he said that, quote from Brett Siegel, the Kings have made it very obvious that they want Jonathan Kuminga. However, emphasis mine here.
However, However,
the Warriors, I'm told, have zero interest in seeing their young forward go to their rival. There doesn't appear to be a plausible path at this time for a sign and trade resulting in Kuminga to Sacramento. I don't want to get into is Kings Warriors a rivalry debate.
okay.
To me, when you're in close proximity and you're location wise, division wise, and standings wise, you're going to get some form of rivalry. That's just going to exist, whether that's Dodgers Giants level or I don't have a good A's Angels level.
Yeah.
Like it's just, there's going to be something there, right? I don't think that this rivalry is such that the Warriors would be like, hey, we really want to get him out of here. We think this is a good deal, but we're not going to do it because we're not giving him to the Kings. I just think if the Kings said, yeah, hey, here's Keegan Murray and 2 first-round picks. Like, Jonathan Kuminga is on the Kings.
Oh, yeah.
It's not,
yesterday.
right.
Yeah.
So it's not, and I pick those things out because that's a wild deal that the Kings wouldn't do. The Warriors not giving him to Sacramento, to me, has everything to do with the compensation and nothing to do with, well, they're our rival. We can't let them have him.
No. Like, look, I know fans like to call it a rivalry. When they
Sure.
build up the TV thing,
Yep.
it's always like, oh, it's a rivalry. 90 miles down the street,
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors have never once considered the Sacramento Kings a rival. They have 4 NBA championships in the last decade.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings have made the playoffs 1 time in the last 19 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's no rivalry. And I'll tell you this, like during the early 2000s, the Los Angeles Lakers never considered the Kings a rival.
Mm-hmm.
They considered the Kings a very good team,
Mm-hmm.
but a rivalry like that means that they beat you, and they didn't. The Kings never won the series. They never got past the Lakers. They never became NBA champions. That's it.
Yeah.
There wasn't. They didn't believe the Kings certainly thought it was a rivalry. The Lakers were like, no, man, that's not a rivalry. They got to beat us for it to be a rivalry.
Sure.
Can't just be one-sided the whole time.
Sure.
So, like, the wording here is very strange and sort of detached from the reality here in Northern California.
If he had said they don't want a potential star to be in Northern California,
yeah,
they want to make sure he's well clear of this region.
Yeah.
Like, all right, I guess. But I don't think this run. I could see if the Giants didn't want to make a trade with the Dodgers because, like, nope, not doing it. Yankees,
Yep.
Red Sox. You know what? We don't want to deal this guy to the Yankees. Okay, like I'd get it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
That's not this.
I think that's way down the list of reasons.
Yeah.
That the Golden State didn't execute that trade. All right. I have 3 things coming up in the second hour.
Uh-oh.
I have a take on how drafts need to change.
Oh.
And it sparks from the hubbub around Deandre Ayton joining the Lakers. The other thing, the Sacramento A's have set an MLB record.
Oh.
Not set an MLB record, but they have an MLB first
Yes.
that we have to talk about. And we didn't get to it yesterday. Where do the Kings now sit in the West? Been a lot of movement in the Western Conference. A lot of good teams getting better. A lot of bad teams getting a little better. Where do the Kings land? We'll do that in the second hour as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's with us. We're hanging out till noon. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I'm trying so hard to that I have is idiosyncrasy right? I might be using that word wrong. Let me idiosyncrasy. Oh, that is not spelled how I thought it was. C-R-A-S-Y.
Huh.
I thought it was C-R-A-C-Y. A mode of behavior or way of thought peculiar to an individual. Okay, a mode of behavior. Okay, great. Where I touch the mic too much. I don't like it.
You keep touching.
I keep like,
Oh.
It's like a tick.
Okay, so I have, I've been wearing trays
Yes.
to straighten my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
Okay, Russ Dog, I won't.
I get like when I'm wearing my uppers, which is why I don't wear them on the air.
Uh-huh.
Like I get obsessed with like sucking the air out of them, but I can't stop, and I'll do it again and again and again. And my tongue is raw. I'm like, it's horribly, horribly frustrating. So when I take a break to feels good. Careful, Kyle.
I was with my wording.
Touch the mic. Oh no, Michael Madson died.
Hey, that's crazy because that's my dad's name.
Oh, really?
Yeah. With an O, obviously, but yeah, I saw that come up on my Apple News thing, and it was like, oh, hard double take.
Cardiac arrest. Dang. Wow, and the great George Takei is 88. Keep going, George. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that was just horrible this morning, Brandon. I keep asking this question, Zach. I think we know the answer, but who's gonna tell? Who's gonna tell DeMar? I nominate Zach Bennett. You get to tell him.
I'll do it. I'm ready. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil's over there. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Been talking a lot about Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes, we have.
And whether the deal materializes or not, he's the most significant player the Kings have been involved with this offseason for me.
No, I would agree.
More so than Drew Holiday, more so than Russell Westbrook.
Or Dennis Schroeder.
Maybe Trae Young, I think you could put in that discussion.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about combination of age, talent, just player need, just archetype, I think he checks a ton of boxes for Sacramento. And I've seen this discussion too in the Chatty House, and I think it's a very good one. Salute to the Chatty House at youtube.com/ESPN1320. The question is, okay, let's just put Kuminga on the Kings for a moment. What now? You have to start him.
Oh, yeah.
Because bringing him off the bench, you're just doing the Warriors thing.
You're just perpetuating this cycle that led to inefficiency and ineffective play.
So, barring Jonathan Kuminga getting to Sacramento and being like, you know what, I think it'd be a killer 6-man. I'll do that. I think that's best for the team. Like, okay. But you're going to start him. That's what's going to happen. So, we've got Dennis Schroeder at the 1. We've presumably got Zach LaVine at the 2. Let's move Keegan Murray back to the 3 for this exercise.
Okay.
We're going to put Jonathan Kuminga at the 4.
Okay.
And we've got Domas at the 5. What are we doing with DeMar DeRozan? If you say, oh, he'll start at the 2, great. What are we doing with Zach LaVine? Was that the 2?
One of those guys is starting. One of them's not.
This is the 2. Yeah.
Like, look, it's going to be a tough moment. Like, that's the way it goes, though. And like, look, I've said it from the beginning. I don't think anyone walking into this offseason expected DeMar DeRozan to be back.
Mm-hmm.
If you make a Kuminga move, and I know that we hear, oh, Scott Perry really, really likes DeMar DeRozan. They've had good conversations and stuff. Like, that's fine. But if a move actually happens where you do land a guy like Kuminga, you probably look to move him again. You look into, like, is there a team out there that has a backup small forward / power forward that would make sense? It would help the Sacramento Kings get better. And that's what you do. Like, do you go back to a team like Miami and say, hey, you just missed out on Kevin Durant, then you missed out on Jonathan Kuminga. Are you intrigued by the idea of bringing in a guy like DeMar DeRozan? But I think we're getting way ahead of ourselves, just because the deal, like as it currently sits, we have no idea if this is going to happen or not. Like even last night I heard, it's moving along. Their agents are involved. Like, and then other people are saying, oh, nothing's happening. This is like, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
But I do think that there's a moment here where if you do land a starting level forward like Kuminga, and I think, look, all of us want to see what Kuminga and Keegan Murray look like together, because I do think there's a balancing out there. I think there's a way in which
size on the perimeter.
Yeah, well, where they're switchable. Number one, defensively, they're switchable.
Theoretically.
Theoretically. And to be honest with, like, Kuminga gets a bad rap. Well, I don't want to say a bad rap. Kuminga gets a rap as a questionable defender.
He's up and down on that end of the floor.
Physically, he's completely gifted and can play the position and can defend just about anybody.
Yes.
The problem is, like, the focus isn't always there, and he gets lost in rotations, and bad things happen, right? And when you're a team like the Warriors that rely on precision because you're not basing what you're doing off of elite athleticism, it's a problem. It's a problem when somebody continuously is out of position. And then when you start stacking up players who have that same issue, i.e. Buddy Hield.
What was that?
Game
7 savior Buddy Hield?
Yeah, Buddy Hield. Exactly. But when you have multiple players who get caught napping on the defensive end, then it becomes a really big deal.
Totally.
Right? You can't play this guy with this guy, and all of a sudden you're changing your lineups because I can't have these two guys on the floor at one time. So, like, you want to see continuity. You want to see him develop as a defensive player and get better as a defensive player. But also sometimes with someone like this, maybe you need to strip down your defense to real basics and build up from there. And that's not something the Warriors would consider. They're always pushing ahead, and they know exactly how to, hide Steph Curry as much as possible. Who he's gotten better as a defender, or he got better as a defender during
he gets
his time.
targeted defensively.
But he's always been targeted defensively. So you can't hide everybody, and the scheme is to sort of take care of Steph and to take the pressure off of Steph. And sometimes there are players that don't get it and can't figure out where they're supposed to be at all times, or get lost in a rotation. And
I don't want to dive deep into the Warriors rotational stuff, but there's also the problem of just lack of shooting and spacing. And that's where you see Buddy Hield play a lot. Is everybody here knew? I tried to talk myself out of it, but everybody here knew what that is, what the Buddy Hield experience is. But the fact of the matter is he was Golden State's second best shooter, and it was Steph, a gap, Buddy Hield, and then a chasm, and then like Brandon Pajemski. So you see, when you have Jonathan Kuminga, okay, well, he can't play with Kevon Looney, and he can't really play with Draymond Green. Okay, now here's Jimmy Butler. Well, he can't play with Jimmy Butler. It gets really difficult. And when you're going to make those little mistakes, if you're going to do those one or two things wrong, like you said, the margin for error is very, very slim.
Yeah, and I'm going to point out that when the Golden State Warriors went out and, basically took on Jimmy Butler and then gave him a massive contract, that told everybody, like, you already had a young player that you should have been able to develop into, at a minimum, that type of player, the Jimmy Butler type of player.
Yeah.
And you didn't foster that. You didn't grow that. And you let that kind of get pushed off to the side. You brought in like a 35, 36-year-old Jimmy Butler, and they gave him a whole bunch of money. Like, you had an opportunity here. So that shows you that realistically, everything I've heard is that, he won't be back with the Warriors. And the only reason he will be back with the Warriors is if they sign him to a super, super low money deal. So then they can go and trade him later, and they'll use him as a chip. And even the rumored deal that we hear, whether it's, Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and potential for either 2 seconds or a protected first, right? that like a lot of people still consider Devin Carter like a first round pick.
Sure.
I mean, he was a 12th pick in the draft or 13th pick in the draft last year. And, you know,
Didn't get to play a lot.
He didn't get to play a lot because of injury. And if you're going to project who he is, like, it's really difficult. You know, he's long, he's athletic, he's undersized, like at 6'2", but he can rebound. You know, he showed the ability to hit the three. Like, there's another team out there that could look at him and go, oh, you know what? I liked him on draft day.
A team that played Gary Payton II a lot.
Yeah.
And is probably going to lose Gary Payton in free agency. You go, oh, okay. Like I see I see the vision there.
Yeah.
The other aspect of this with Golden State and Kuminga, it reminds me a little bit of what we talk about with Zach LaVine or Domantas Sabonis to a different extent. Like, the difficulty in moving that player is not, hey, no team wants Domantas Sabonis. No team wants Zach LaVine. No, teams don't want to do what they would have to do to take those contracts on.
Yeah.
LeBron James right now. You saw a report that there was little trade interest in LeBron. It's like, yeah, it's $56 million for a 41-year-old or a guy soon to be 41-year-old. That's where the Kuminga thing, I think, is there's a lot of teams that are like, yeah, we'll take. The Kings are going, hey, he wants 18 million, 20 million is going to be kind of his market, and we can get him in the door for Devin Carter and salary filler in a couple seconds. Like, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that flyer.
Yeah.
But if it's, hey, outright $30 million or he's not going to play for you, like, all right,
okay,
go somewhere else then.
Yeah. I
want to talk real quick about this Deandre Ayton to the Lakers thing while we bring up LeBron James. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Joe Brazil's here as well. I think that sports drafts should be private.
Oh?
They should happen in secrecy, like the NBA lottery. And that's not because the immediate reaction I know from somebody is like, well, they're never going to take the draft off TV. You don't have to. The draft happens in private, much like the lottery. Then you come out and you announce every team's draft class. You can do this over multiple nights. You can do Eastern Conference, Western Conference, AFC, NFC, whatever you want to do. But the way we're going to do this is the teams are going to have their picks announced alphabetically. So in the NBA, was that Atlanta?
Probably.
Are they at the top of we're just going to pretend it's Atlanta. If I'm wrong, to heck with it. Place the right team in there. The Atlanta Hawks, Adam Silver comes out and says, we've concluded the 2025-2026 NBA draft, or the 2025 NBA draft. First up, the Atlanta Hawks selections will be read. And then we're going to read the Atlanta Hawks selections in alphabetical order.
Okay.
I don't want to know where guys got picked anymore.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't want to read that the Lakers signed former number 1 pick DeAndre Ayton. Nah, man, they signed a mid-ass center
to play with the legitimate number 1 player in that draft, Luka Doncic. He's already on that team.
Right. And you see this all the time. This is not a DeAndre Ayton Los Angeles Lakers problem. How many times in every sport I do this? I write NinersWire.com. I do this. 49ers sign former first round pick. It's like, actually, it's Andre Dillard and he stinks. Like, that's so because he was former. This isn't Dillard, but hey, signed former top 10 pick when they signed Deion Jordan, not an effective NFL player, but he was the number 3 overall pick. 49ers had number 3 overall pick at defensive end. It's like, no, they just added a bad defensive end who wound up having 0 impact.
Yeah.
The who's stopping this lineup? And it's a front court of Rui Hachimura and DeAndre Ayton. It's like, all right, I guess.
Who's scoring on that lineup? Like everyone.
Because if DeAndre Ayton was the 28th overall pick, that doesn't move the needle at all. It's okay. Well, the Lakers got a center, which is what it is. They got a center. They got a little better today. He's better than Jackson Hayes.
Oh, yeah.
But I wouldn't call DeAndre Ayton this awesome player that, like, holy crap, the Lakers' fortunes just turned.
Yep.
He's the Dennis Schroeder of centers.
Well, I think, again, like this is absolutely spot on here. AR Halden in the chat. Kings signed former number 1 pick Markelle Fultz.
Great point. Bring him back. You need a point guard. Former number 1 overall picks out there. Go
That's
get him.
right. He is. You know what you can do then? You need to fill up that backup power forward spot. There's a number 2 overall pick just waiting in free agency.
Who?
Marvin Bagley.
Oh, hey, let's go.
There you go. Like, why don't you bring them all in? Like, we got a number 1 pick, a number 2 pick.
Trade for Kuminga, that's a number 7 pick.
Yeah, there you go. You can build it pretty quick.
So, again, I'm kind of doing a bit here, but I do think there's something to that.
Mm-hmm.
Where if you didn't know where Deandre Ayton was drafted, you didn't know if he was 1st or 60th or somewhere in between. There wouldn't be. It would be like, oh,
but you would kill the mock draft industry.
Totally. And I know that this is not a thing where I'm like, this needs that. I know it would. There are a million reasons this would never happen.
Yep.
But the real move is abolishing the drafts entirely. But we can save that for a different show. I do think it's really, because we talk about this with Brock Purdy all the time, right? What would the analysis of Brock Purdy be if he was a 1st round pick? It'd be very different.
Oh, I think it would be totally different. I'm kind of intrigued by that question, and I don't know what people would think of him.
I don't
at all.
I don't either. But it's what we talk. I think my guy Mark Willard at 95.7 The Game, and I'm sure other people called it like draftism. Like you get stuck on where that person was drafted, and that just colors your analysis of them forever. And I think that happens both ways.
Yeah.
For every Brock Purdy who you're like, yeah, he was a 7th round pick though. Like, is he? Mm-hmm. There's a 1st round pick who gets a 2nd and a 3rd and a 4th contract because his former number 1 overall pick maybe will be the team that taps in. No, probably not. You have a lot of evidence. You have a lot of minutes and a lot of games that guy, you know what? He's just okay.
I'll tell you, top 10 picks in the NBA, they get way more chances than anybody else.
Yes.
Like, just straight up, they do. Like, you're like, hey, why is that guy still in the league? Well, he's a former number 7 overall pick. It's like, yeah, but he's bad. He's not good at basketball.
Yeah, but at one point, he was viewed as good.
He was viewed, yeah.
And so maybe that. So I would love to know how the discussions went if we had no idea where guys got drafted.
Yeah.
All we know is what they do in the NBA. But like I said, I know that's never going to happen. I just got so annoyed today. Laker fan just gets under my skin a little. and granted, I did see from Laker fans largely,
meh.
Yeah, we got other moves to make, but cool, we got a center.
I mean, he's better than having Jackson Hayes.
Totally.
Yeah.
But man, number 1 pick.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Casey Tucker, Alex Len, he made it 12 years in the league, 13 years in the league, at least. Former number 4 overall pick, a number 5 overall pick. Yeah.
Was he that early?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God, I thought it was like 7.
Oh, no.
Kevin Knox, he was top 10, right?
Number 9
overall pick by Scott Perry.
I believe so.
Played in the conference semifinals for the Warriors this year. Conference semifinals participant and former top 10 pick Kevin Knox.
There we go. See?
We have to go. Joe's going to yell at us.
All right. Alex Len, 5th pick in the 2013 NBA draft.
YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We're going to keep doing this bit while we're at a break. On the radio side, we're going to pay some bills, and then we're going to talk about where the Kings rank in the West. What does all of this actually mean? We'll talk about that. That's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Sorry, what were you going to
say? Roy Hibbert killed the Kings. I think it's 2008, 2007 NBA draft. He was supposed to come out, and it was like a 9-man draft, and the Kings had the 10th pick. And then he decided to go back to college, and the Kings got stuck with, why am I drawing a blank? Spencer Hawes, because of that. And he removed his name from the draft way late. You know, I was wondering while we were sitting here earlier. I'm like, there's this weird thing that I hadn't heard Buddy Hield's name mentioned in free agency. I was thinking Buddy Hield had signed a 1-year deal with the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
He signed a 4-year, $38 million deal with the Warriors.
Yeah, brother. They need him.
The Buddy Hield experience.
I'm going to break a TV this year. Whether it's at home, whether it's
at a bar somewhere.
At a bar.
Sorry, I punched your TV. Like, why? Well, I was watching Buddy. It's like, oh, okay.
Like, because I just watched Buddy Hield
we have insurance
jump
for
in
that.
the lane and throw a pass to nobody, and then take a bad three, and then dribble the ball off his foot. Oh man. Hey, this is an exclusive for the folks watching on YouTube through the breaks. The other aspect of the Kuminga thing from Golden State's side is do not underestimate Joe Lacob's inability to be like, yeah, I missed.
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, we messed that up. We didn't handle this correctly. We're just gonna kind of lick our wounds. We'll get rid of him for whatever we can get and move on. I do not think that's how he wants to operate here.
No.
If it was Steve Kerr's call, I think the Carter and Saric and picks would be done. But I think don't underestimate Joe Lacob's either involvement and his unwillingness to admit defeat.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Just to catch everybody up, Mr. Beam King in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 said, is the Kuminga trade still in the air? I missed a lot the past hour or so. You missed a lot by missing nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Everything that was reported last night is all up in the air. Maybe there's a Kuminga deal happening. The Kings are definitely interested. We know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They've definitely had some kind of discussion about acquiring him.
Of course.
Whether those discussions are ongoing, it doesn't sound like anything's close. Whether those discussions are ongoing, oh, you made a face.
Well, it sounded like it was close last night, but again,
But then we've got Anthony Slater coming out later last night and going like, yeah, there's no Kuminga deal close.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you saw Sam Amick this morning came out and said, yeah, hearing from the Warrior side, not a lot going on yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, that can be like posturing.
Totally.
But also everything we saw last night could also be posturing. So that's why it's just it's a weird situation. And I'm excited to see what exactly happens here, because I told everybody, like, there's so many, once you get somebody to commit to your team in free agency on, June 30th or July 1st, July 2nd, like, you don't get to actually sign those contracts until the 6th. So in that time, there's all of these different things that can happen where you can manipulate the salary cap to get them to your team in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it could still be that Dennis Schroeder is just signed by the Sacramento Kings for a 3-year, $45 million deal.
Yeah.
It's also possible that they trade Dennis Schroeder. They trade for Dennis Schroeder using the Kevin Huerter trade exception. And so the Kings get to keep their mid-level exception, even though they don't have any room under the cap, under the luxury tax, but they at least have this exception because that's good all the way through the trade deadline. And so you might end up making a trade some other point that clears up space that allows you to go make another move, right? So there's all of these things that can happen.
The vaunted flexibility.
Well, yeah, but I get it. I think what we got was so much inactivity based off of the idea of flexibility, and you had the flexibility, but it's one thing to be flexible, but if you still can't touch your toes, you're not flexible enough. Like there's something to be said about having flexibility, because I can tell you, like 2 days ago, I'm like, oh, this is bleak, man. If you're just trading for Schroeder straight up, and if you're just signing him straight up, and then Drew Eubanks is your free agent acquisition, and Dario Saric is and all of a sudden your front court depth looks like it looks right now. That's not good. You still haven't addressed the 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" forward that you have to have, the athleticism that you don't have, all of these things, and you're out of space between the salary cap and luxury tax. So that's why I always caution people at this time of year, you got to wait until we get way closer to the actual 6th when things start to, sort of sift out.
Yeah.
Because like even small deals, sometimes they work better as like a 3-team trade that lands somebody somewhere else just because of the salary cap and the complexities of it.
Brooklyn getting involved in the Kristaps Porzingis trade, for example.
Yeah.
Them getting they get a first-round pick and Terrence Mann.
Yep.
Whatever it was. Anyways, you also hear about this 7-team deal that Phoenix and Houston are trying to turn the Durant trade into. That's the kind of thing that goes on this type of year. All right. Kings in the Western Conference, where things stand right now. We'll have this conversation again if the Kuminga trade happens, if a different move happens. We'll kind of rehash this throughout the offseason, but I want to do this right now today. Let's get a few out of the way off top, because remember the Kings finished 9th in the Western Conference last year.
Okay.
I understand that injuries could play a part. I understand that anything we say now on July 3rd could become irrelevant on July 6th. So many things can change between now and 3 months from now when the season begins. But where things stand today, I don't think the Kings are better than Oklahoma City. I'm ready to go out on that limb.
I am convinced that is the case.
I know we're not hot take guys, but
that seems like a boiling hot one there. Yeah.
Rockets, no.
The Rockets got so much better. It's crazy.
Rockets got better. Denver, the 4 seed, got better.
Again, a team that said, hey, we are going to be incredible this year.
Yes.
Yeah, we're in it.
I think Denver is going to be very, very good once again. What about the Lakers?
I mean, it's tough because, man,
the Lakers are better than the Kings right now.
Deandre Ayton,
50
yes.
games.
Yeah, Deandre Ayton is a better player than what they had at center last season. They definitely have some some defensive deficiencies. But yeah, they're a better team than the Kings, for sure.
I don't know that they'll win 50 again, but I think as of today, they're better than Sacramento. Clippers?
Yeah, they're better than Sac.
Yep.
I mean, they brought in Brook Lopez.
Yeah.
Like, they added depth.
They made I feel like they signed somebody else. I made another acquisition that
I don't think I've caught anything else other than the Brook Lopez.
It might have just been the
addition.
Brook Lopez thing. Minnesota, same deal. They went back to the conference finals. I don't think they're going to get worse.
Well, they did lose
Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
Yeah, but did they trade him? Did that end up being a
sign and trade? Yes, I think so.
Yeah. Either way, they have Rob Dillingham, who's coming up through their system that should be ready to play minutes this year. He's going to play in summer league. They were able to bring Naz Reid back. They were able to bring in Julius Randle back. So they didn't get considerably weaker, even if I do think that they're not as good as they were last year.
Yep, I'm right there with you. I want to put a pin in Golden State for a moment. Memphis, another team that I think has gotten a little better, even with losing Desmond Bane.
Okay, so they did some nice things, but losing Desmond Bane is a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because,
that's true.
Yeah, so I think that I'm going to say they're even, maybe a little bit lower than where they were. They lost Luke Kennard. They brought Santi Aldama back.
Yep. Got Jaren Jackson signed.
Yeah, and they brought in who's the guard from Cleveland.
Ty Jerome.
They brought in Ty Jerome. They had a solid, sort of draft.
Colin Cowherd.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're still better than Sacramento.
I agree.
As of right now.
Yep.
Dallas, I think they are better today.
Well, I think they're considerably better.
Yeah.
I mean, they got Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. And again, health permitting, chances are they're not going to lose 2/3 of their roster again.
No, that's true. Although they do have injury-plagued players. I do like, I even like them as a potential team that if you do get past this whole thing and Kuminga does become a Sacramento King, that maybe you could talk them into something with DeMar DeRozan.
Sure.
He just would make sense there. And PJ Washington would make sense in Sacramento. Get them more of a bona fide scorer and you more of like a versatile 3-4.
I'm so down.
Okay.
Golden State, still better than the Kings right now? I think it's close.
I think it's close too. I mean, sure.
They were 8 wins better. Are we getting thumbs down from Joe? Joe says thumbs down. Jonathan also thumbs down. I don't know what Jonathan's doing.
Jonathan, does Jonathan know ball?
I think Jonathan just saw such a thumbs down and decided to join him. I think it's close.
Yeah?
I think it's really close. I probably, as of right now, as of today, I probably give Golden State the edge.
I give Golden State the edge, but
very slightly.
I wonder, I know this sounds not to go full Brett Siegel here, but
do it.
But do the Kings become a better team if they acquire Kuminga? Do they become a better team than the Golden State Warriors? That would be
funny if they leapfrog them because of that. Like maybe. Yeah. Like I said, this is why I want to do this a couple of times throughout the offseason, but I'm going to give Golden State the slight edge right now.
Okay.
Phoenix?
No.
I think the Kings are better than Phoenix.
The Kings are better than
Kings
Phoenix.
Ahead of Phoenix.
Yeah.
Okay. These are the two that are most interesting for me because New Orleans and the Jazz are not there for me.
No. New Orleans and the Jazz are both bad.
Did you read that report, by the way, about how I think it was from who's our guy? Scotto?
Okay. Michael Scotto?
He's the guy who does real reporting, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Okay, so I think it was from Scotto. Don't quote me on this. But there was some reporting out of Atlanta that they asked for clarification like 3 times from the Pelicans on the unprotected first that they gave up in the trade.
Yeah.
And they were like, just to be clear, it's an unprotected 2026 first round draft pick. And they're like, And then their GM called Joe Dumars directly and was like, are you sure? Like, is this? And they're like, yep, that's the deal. And they were like, all right, you got it. The Pelicans are down there with the Jazz. Kings definitely better than them. What about Portland?
I think the Kings are better than Portland. I don't, again, Portland plays really hard, but what they went out and got Drew Holiday, but they lost Simon. They lost Anthony Simons.
Yeah.
But so your scoring took a bit of a hit. They're hoping for internal growth from some very key pieces. They lost Deandre Ayton, which
former number 1 pick,
former number 1 pick, but also a guy who can get 20 points on any given night.
Sure.
You can love him or hate him, but the fact is that he's a much better scorer than any of their other centers that they have.
I'm putting the Kings ahead of the Trailblazers right now because the Kings have more players I know can play in the NBA.
Yep.
And that's just kind of the fact for me. On the other hand, I'm leaving space for Portland to be pretty freaking good this year.
Interesting.
Just in the I'm not writing them off. I'm not going to pick them to make the playoffs or anything.
Okay.
But I think if you're looking at you bring in Drew Holiday to kind of run the show there, keep things organized. If you get growth from Scoot Henderson, maybe Donovan Clingan figures it out. Maybe Shaden Sharp with Anthony Simons out of there and a bigger runway to score starts to take a leap. Maybe Tumani Kamara, who was very good defensively, takes a jump next year. Portland's just going to be a pain in the ass to play against. I think defensively, they're going to be really, really good. And if you get a little bit of offensive growth, if they find out wherever their offense is going to come from, because our guy Danny Meringue from 1080 The Fan in Portland, that's what he keeps saying is like, I just don't know how they're going to score. And if it does wind up being Scoot, Shaden Sharp.
That's the problem. I mean, you got a bunch of 14 to 15 point game scorers. And the problem that you have is when your entire team is based around guys who are, again, like between 12 and 15 points. Nobody fears them, so everybody plays you straight up. You don't need to switch. You don't need to do anything.
No doubt.
So there is no one drawing attention. And to be honest with you, Ayton and Simons were their 2 best at that
probably
over the last couple of years. And not having those guys could come back to haunt them. Now, somebody's going to score for that team. So I don't know if Shaden Sharp's going to take a leap or Denny Avija, or if they're going to
Denny, of course.
Yeah, they're going to
I can't believe I forgot Denny.
take the bubble wrap off of Grant and put him back out there. And I think one thing we did see last year is even though they played really hard down the stretch, they also didn't diverge from the path of sort of like staying in the lottery. They were close, but
it didn't sound like they wanted to make the plan.
No,
organizationally.
No. Yeah, they were still like, we would love to get Cooper Flag.
I'm leaving space for the Blazers to be sneaky good this year. But if you told me they went 36 and 46 again, I'd be like, okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Actually, I could even see them regressing from that, but that's okay.
All right. What about the Spurs?
The Spurs are always going to be the wild card.
Yeah,
they are. If Wembanyama can stay healthy, they're going to be interesting. De'Aaron Fox full season there. Stephon Castle, they get the number 2 pick in the draft, and Dylan Harper, right? Like the talent is there, but they have not gone out and added anything that would make you go, oh wow. They feel like a team that wants to wait like 2 more years before they have that wow factor.
I think they might be in for their 2022-2023 Oklahoma City season. So OKC in the 2021 year went 22 and 50. The next year they went 24 and 58. Then 22-23 they went 40 and 42 and they lost in the play-in.
Okay.
But it was the arrival of like the Oklahoma City is on the way. And then the next year they lose in the conference semis, and then this year they win the finals. I think this year is going to be that 40 and 42 season for Oklahoma City with the Spurs.
Yeah.
Where they don't quite get over the hump. Maybe they make the play-in, but you really see the vision with the direction their roster is heading over the next 2 or 3 years. Where right now, in theory, like, yeah, they could be pretty scary. I think this year we're going to see in practice that, oh, wow, the Spurs are on the right path.
No, it's very possible. I want to see too. I think we have to wait until August 3rd to see what kind of contract extension that De'Aaron Fox gets. That's going to be, that's going to be a big time question.
Yeah. I hope they're all healthy, man. Like, I hope every player's healthy all the time, but the Spurs feel like this mythical creature to me.
Well, it's because they have a mythical creature on their team.
Yeah, they have an actual unicorn.
Yeah, they do.
But it's obviously there's the Wembanyama factor, right? Like, because we've been talking since he came into the league. Every time the Spurs play the Kings, we kind of talk about, hey, what's a peak Wemby season look like?
Oh yeah, it's like 30, 15, 7, 5 blocks, 3 steals.
Right, it's just insane. Like, it's just a silly numbers.
The greatest statistical player in the history of the game.
But also, like, it's not a given. You got to get there.
Yeah.
And so there's the like waiting to kind of see what that ceiling is. They're seeing how De'Aaron Fox fits in, if De'Aaron Fox fits into what they're doing long term, because now they have Dylan Harper, who is a number 2 pick and a point guard. They have Stephon Castle, who I think they kind of viewed prior to the Fox thing as, hey, he's gonna be a point guard. He's gonna do a lot of the ball handling duties. I want to see where it's going. I'm so interested. Kenny, you're here early, man.
I am too.
You good? You just vibing out? I thought maybe your mic's on, by the way. I thought maybe you came in because you had disagreements, or because that's typically like you got something to say. You're like, hey, I'm here today.
No, I mean, I do have disagreements.
Kind of
short. Not disagreements, just different.
Yeah, different perspectives.
Yeah, think about it this way.
All right, new perspectives with Kenny Caraway coming up with a handoff shortly. So I think all of this is to say that was a very, very long-winded discussion, or long-winded way to say, I think Sacramento, as of now,
they're the 10-11.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Even with Dennis Schroeder.
They still have talent. It's just a really odd collection of players. You know, like I call it the like land of misfit toys.
Yeah.
You know, like it's one of those groups of players that maybe can work and maybe can't.
They feel as to me because of the roster makeup and how good some of their individual players are. They feel to me like, I'm going to try a cross sport analogy. I always say that just to bring Brock Purdy back into the conversation. I always say that wherever you want to rank Brock Purdy, I think there are, when you're doing a quarterback ranking, I think once you get to like number 13, you could tell me any order of quarterback between like 13 and 22, and it'd be like, sure, man.
It's like the 2025 NBA draft. Any pick after number 8 was like, okay,
yeah, sure.
Whoever you take, you took.
You can talk me into it. That's kind of how the Kings won 40 games last year in this tumultuous year. If you said, yeah, hey, this collection of talent is actually able to win 44 games. They didn't trick off a game in Washington, and Kawhi Leonard's little left-handed push shot bounced out instead of in.
Yep.
And all these little things that kind of went wrong last year, you say, hey, that went right. They won 45 games. Yeah, sure. Like, all right.
Okay.
I'll buy that. But they're in that kind of zone for me as of right now. Does Jonathan Kuminga change that dramatically? I guess we'll see.
Probably the biggest wild card.
Yeah.
That like, even if they were, they might become they might become like the biggest wild card at the bottom end of the Western Conference.
Yeah. All right.
Interesting.
I can't wait to get Kenny Caraway in here. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. Just KC today. KC and friends. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. KC in the building in his Will Clark jersey. Joe Brazil in here in his Giants hat. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, I want to see Drew Down. Are you still out there telling everybody that there's no way that Kuminga is coming to Sacramento? I'm just wondering.
Oof.
I mean, he might be right. I'm just saying. Because I know you've been in here the last like week saying there ain't no way. And you know how much I love Jonathan Kuminga. Drew Down knows.
I love this bit. I know he's not doing a bit, but he's the second person that's been like, I've joined late. Is the Kuminga stuff real?
Oh,
that's what we've been talking about for 2 hours.
I thought you meant the great hair, like standing up. Like,
that's elite hair.
That is.
Yeah. Shout out to Blake. Appreciate you tapping in. But yes, the interest in Kuminga is real. The proximity to acquiring him is unknown.
It's an awkward situation.
Very
it is. Like there's a ton of smoke. Whether there's it will actually end up getting done is still in question. And like, look, even if it does get done, I still think that there's going to be a moment where there might have to be more that's given, and like things get uncomfortable.
I got a text last night from somebody on the Warriors side, like somebody who covers the Warriors. And he goes, hey, would the Kings really trade Keegan Murray for Jonathan Kuminga? And I was like, what, is that being reported?
Somebody said that last night.
I think that's
just not happening.
I think that's real in the way the Sabonis for Jaylen Brown thing was real. Like someone just kind of threw it into a trade machine.
Yeah.
Or said, hey, how about this idea? But because he was like, no, it's not reported.
No chance. They're not giving up.
I don't want to say no chance. I never say never. I would be floored.
Yep.
If that happened. Floored, I tell you. Hey, Lazy, this is why Jackson Hayes keeps getting contracts.
Jackson Hayes is 25.
Hang on. Sorry, guys.
He could have been.
Wow.
Wild, right? Mike's back on.
And we're back.
That was about basketball, but it wasn't about a rumor.
No.
It was some wild stuff.
Yesterday, should I save it for the? Well, I don't know if I always have enough time with you guys. I'll just say it now.
You can open with this.
Yesterday,
Yeah, you still got 2 minutes in the break. Let it rip.
Yesterday, I asked the question to James and Damian. I said, who's a better player, Kuminga or Keegan? I asked that question thinking I think they're on the same level. Like, I think one does stuff better than the other, but they're about the same player.
I have the annoying take of Keegan's probably a better player in the respect of just kind of finding his way into consistent minutes, but I think Kuminga is the more talented player.
And James said, by far, Keegan is the best player, the better player. By far, it's not even close. I last night was just watching Kuminga. I watched the game and I was like watching highlights. In the first 45 seconds of the highlight thing that I saw, I saw things that Keegan has never done and never will do.
Yeah, Kuminga is just capable of athletically, just capable of.
I haven't seen Keegan dribble more than 3 times. Kuminga does that to a fault on the regular.
That's it. That's where
turn around, fall away. Keegan, I ain't never seen Keegan.
No.
Like, he does things that Keegan cannot do or has never shown that he can do, and it's not even close.
That's my whole thing with, if you're getting him, you got to let him do that stuff. You can't say, hey, you're going to go stand in the corner and cut and play the dunker spot. Like, no, you got to give him the ball.
I agree. I still think they're on the same level. Like, because
I
just think they're the same tier player. But
I think I agree with you.
There are things that Kuminga can eventually do.
Kuminga's got a higher ceiling.
He's got a higher ceiling. He's got a higher probability.
I agree with that.
And Murray's got a higher floor.
Well, that, and I also say Murray's a better all-around player. Like, Murray knows how to play defense.
Yeah. I agree.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Maybe the Kings just lean into iso ball. They just fully just go, hey, Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, let's get Keegan Murray, or not Keegan Murray, but Jonathan Kuminga in here.
Maybe.
We're just going to go my turn, your turn, his turn, my turn, your turn, his turn.
I think it'd be interesting to, like...
It's the handoff. Kenny Caraway's here.
Yes, sir.
If we're talking about, like, what we're bringing in from the break, what we were talking about, the Keegan Murray and Jonathan Kuminga discussion.
Which player's better is the question.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is, though, one player refuses to accept a role, and that's been a problem. And one player has overly accepted a role, and then that's a problem. And so you're wondering if, like, you can get these two together and they can just, like, hey, how about you do a little bit more of this and I'll do a little bit less of this, and then we'll kind of like figure it out together where we both can, one of us come from this point and one can come from this point, and we'll meet in the middle where we both live up to our full expectations. And not just one of us living up to the expectations. We'll support each other and trying to get to the next level together.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah,
I'd love to see them both work on it on the same team.
Keegan Murray mixed with Jonathan Kuminga's prime Kawhi Leonard, straight up. That's what it is. But no, I think that's a great point. And I saw somebody say every team in the league would want Keegan over Kuminga. End of discussion. I don't think that's true. But two, I think there's it depends on like what you determine is best. Like Keegan has figured out a role and he's been playing minutes consistently his entire career. Jonathan Kuminga hasn't. But like Kenny said at the break, Jonathan Kuminga is capable of doing things on a basketball court that Keegan just isn't. And I don't think that's a mindset thing. I just think it's an athleticism thing. I think it's a skill set thing. And it's players are different. It's not a bad thing. But I do think there's something to that of the Warriors are like, hey, Jonathan, you need to pull up pull back a little bit. And the Kings are always like, Keegan, you got it. Can you be more aggressive? We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
It's 9 shots in the first quarter, finishes with 10. Like, you never get that out of Kuminga, but to a frustrating point.
I'm not sure if either are capable of like adjusting.
Exactly. I think
I don't think
that's where I landed.
The whole thing, like the thing that's always said, like if Keegan had more opportunity, he would. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I'm not going to write him off yet because he's still a young player, but I don't think it's in his veins to do it like the way people want him to, to shoot. And I don't know if it's in his veins for Kuminga to be able to pull back and just be this role player they want him to.
Yeah.
So
it's not yet.
Like you said, I think I love to see both of them try on the same team. I love to see what that looks like. But I just look at Kuminga. He's a couple years younger as well. And, I heard you guys talking earlier about Aaron Gordon and all this other stuff. And Aaron Gordon didn't become Aaron Gordon until almost 30 probably, right? And we want Kuminga to figure it out and do what he wants to do at 22 years old. There's got to be, you got to grow a little bit. You got to understand. You got to find your way around this league a little bit and what works best for you. And right now, he's a young guy that's trying to establish himself in this league. And he believes the way to establish himself is through the offensive end of the floor. And maybe he's right. Maybe that is, where he should be trying to do that. Maybe he'll learn in a couple of years, like Aaron Gordon did on a different team that, I can be effective other ways and still get some scoring in. But he's 22 years old. He's still learning the game, still learning where his place in this league.
Shockingly, Aaron Gordon, not 30.
Let me guess, 28.
Almost 30. 29 and change. He was 27 the year Denver won a title, and that felt like the year that that was his second full year in Denver. And that felt like the year that he really put it all together as this kind of superstar role player. So yeah, that's why I was pretty staunchly out on the Kuminga idea for Sacramento, but that was when I had a different idea of what their offseason was going to look like. I think we all agree here that he's the most talented player they could realistically get.
Yeah, most likely at this point.
Turns 23 right at the start of the season. It is his age 23 season as much as it can be his age 23 season.
Yeah.
October 6th. You get that player in your building, and if you're looking for this kind of on-the-fly rebuild, that's what you go do.
Well, it's the gamble that you have to take.
I agree. It's a massive swing.
Yeah.
But I'm taking it, man.
100%.
Well,
and I'm not even I'm not that crazy on Kuminga. Like I've said a number of different times on the show, like there's an aspect to his game where, at least right now, like you're playing against the Warriors, let Kuminga shoot. Let him get 25, 30. Like they don't carry the same weight as even a Buddy Hield 25 points. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, let him shoot. That's how I've viewed him playing against him. But once again, I'm not playing against him, watching my team play against him. But he's also a young guy. You know what I'm saying? And maybe he can learn over time.
I said this earlier. I can't sit here on this radio station day in and day out and ask the Kings to get length, athleticism. You got to get younger. Can you find a young, like star caliber, a player with that type of talent? Can you do so without giving up a bunch of picks? Can you do so with, it's like, hey, this is checking all of those boxes.
Yeah. And
if I'm going to sit here and go, well, not that guy, then you can really ask, then who?
Well, I look at him in a similar way that I look at Keegan. Everything about what I think has happened with their careers at this point is situational. And I think Kuminga in a different situation looks like a different player. Not fully. I mean, like the Warriors are a great organization. Like the fact that they aren't great at developing young talent, or they haven't been over the last like 7 or 8 years, is like a concern for sure. But again, I think you want to put Keegan Murray on Golden State Warriors. I think he's extremely valuable to them. He's the type of shooter, the type of floor spacer, and everything else that the defender that they could desperately use. I would never send him that way.
Sure.
But like you could see how their situation change would allow them to develop and become a better player.
I wouldn't be shocked. Again, I don't know this, not reporting. Fake. Everything I'm about to say is fake. I wouldn't be shocked if the Kings called the Warriors and said, hey, how about Saric and Carter and a couple of seconds? And the Kings went, we'll start at Keegan Murray. Call us back when you're ready to do that. That wouldn't shock me one bit.
So this goes to what I was talking about earlier, as far as like this situation and just kind of thinking about this, right? And you made the comment earlier that the Warriors have a lot of leverage. And I agree with that. Like they do. They hold the contract cards and all this
with Kuminga, yes.
Yeah, with Kuminga. But I keep thinking, why would the Kings offer that? Why would Scott Perry offer that? Why would he offer Saric, Devin Carter, and we can figure out the pick situation?
Does he start low?
Maybe he knows what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Warriors be like, call us back when you offer Keegan Murray. All right. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
Let's see what you can do, Warriors. Let's see if you can do better than that.
Sure. Yeah.
And I don't know if you can.
Well, also, I'm just going to point out the base year compensation thing is a train wreck for almost every team in the NBA to figure out.
Yep.
And so it does come down to, hey, look, you might be getting a first-round pick in Devin Carter, the 13th pick. You might get a second first-round pick, or you might get a like 2 seconds, but that still might be some value for the Warriors. And the Warriors are a team that goes out and uses that value in different ways and tries to make their team better. I think it's not going to be nearly as expensive as people think. And the fact that there is no market for restricted free agents, like Kuminga is in a weird spot too.
Yeah.
Would it shock you?
I don't think he's getting 25, 30 million.
Would it shock you if he just went, hey, to hell with this, I'll play on 7.9, I'll try and have the best year of my career, and I'll hit unrestricted free agents next year?
No, it wouldn't shock me.
At this point, it would shock me if he wasn't a Sacramento King by the end of the weekend.
I don't. You heard that.
Hey, cut that.
You heard that.
All right.
Yeah.
KC and friends. D-Lo and KC. No D-Lo today, just KC and friends. What you got coming up?
Kyle Madson gonna pull up on us.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Good booking.
Yeah,
Good
man.
booking.
Oh man, Coach JT pulling up. Sara Hodges is coming through, and
on.
Matt George is supposed to pull up on us. So yeah, we're having a good time.
D-Lo and KC, they're coming up right now. You can see it on the screen behind me. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. No James Ham next week. James, enjoy your 4th of July. Everybody, Joe, everybody listening, enjoy your 4th of July. Have a very, very safe weekend. Call an Uber, for goodness sakes, or a Lyft or whatever rideshare you use.
Don't hold fireworks in your
hands.
hands.
Don't hold fireworks in your hands.
Terry.
Drink water. Be nice to people. And we'll see you on Monday. Bye. James like, show's over? Yeah, I expect Kuminga to be on the Kings. Bye, everybody. See you in a week. Hey, Chatty House, really good show today. I appreciate you guys immensely. See you on Monday. For real, have a safe and happy 4th of July.
Hit the thumbs up.
And hit the thumbs up while you're here.
What's good? What's good, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Your boy's here. Your boy's here. Your boy's here. Hopefully we got some action. You know what I mean? Hopefully we got some action today. Not maction, but action. Mrs. Mac 10, what's good? Scooter, what's good? Amir Soren, what up? What up? What up? Pino, what up? Hey, it's my biggest hater. Mark, what up? Eric B, what's good? All right, here we go. Yo, so I thought I just had it. And I didn't.
Do you have the page in front of you, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be like top. That's got to be like one of the first ones.
Well, that's what. There it is. No, see, I was looking on the top row, but it's on the second row. Sorry.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Oh yeah. Come on, man. Summer vibes all the way up right now. Cancer season, stand up right now. It's July 3rd right now. Let's go. Come on, man. ESPN 1320. D-Lo and KC. Just KC here today. My man D-Lo is champagning and campaigning like he deserves to. But you already know what that means, man. KC and friends. And my man Jesse, we in the building. Let me just get the particulars out the way here on this July 3rd edition of D-Lo and KC. There is no D-Lo, so what? No, we'll do it anyway, man.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Shout out to my man D-Lo and Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
Yes, sir. And we are from
the worst slums of Sacramento.
And we got my main man.
What are you doing with him?
Jesse Tappy in the building.
I can't lie, I'm a little excited today.
What's up? What you excited about?
Damien's not here, so who the hell knows who's gonna pop up during the show? We have no one scheduled like crazy or anything like that. Like Sara Hodges is gonna be here. I think Coach JT, Matt George, Kyle Madson will be here. But like, who knows? Maybe we'll get like the Pope or something.
Well,
today.
I just wanted to wait until we were on air to announce this, but yeah, we've got the 2002 Sacramento Kings will be in the building tonight.
Chris Webber will be.
Yeah. No, I'm just playing.
That's a joke, by the way. It's a joke.
This is a joke because the last couple of times Damien hasn't been here, it's been President Luke Wood, Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker was a good one.
Dusty Baker was a great one. That was great, man. So as far as I know right now, not to diminish what we have, because we got a nice little lineup here. We got Kyle Madson pulling up back up on us. We got my man Coach JT pulling up on us at about 1:15. Sara Hodges, my girl, she's coming through 2:15. And I mean, the man that's making moves right now. He's making moves. He's got his ear to the streets. Matt George of ABC 10, he will be in the building at about 3:15, man. So got a lot going on, and I'm getting antsy, Jesse. I'm getting antsy. Okay. All right, let me break it all down. Let's break this down. So, rumors start coming out. Not even rumors, just kind of speculation. The rumor mill was churning, as James Ham said last night, about a possible Jonathan Kuminga to Sacramento 3-team deal with Dennis Schroeder going to Sacramento still, Malik Monk going to Detroit. A lot going on. And I don't know.
Can I be honest here?
Yeah. Talk to me, because I don't know if we see it the same way.
I'm not buying it right now. Not that the negotiations aren't happening and stuff like that, but Sarge, Carter, and because the deal's out there. It was reported deal's out there. Sarge, Carter in a couple of seconds. Like that's just so there's really just absolutely no market out there for Kuminga, huh? And they're just gonna dump him.
There might not be. And this is what I was thinking about, because on the surface,
also it trips me out a little bit that everything is out there so public as well.
I agree. Now, here's the thing that I was thinking about, right? I was like, Sarge, Carter, I think at first it was reported 2 second rounders. So that sounds crazy for Kuminga. But I ask the question to myself. I ask you the question, Jesse, as well. I ask everybody the question. I know we got guests and all this other stuff, but you can holler at us for sure on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. Why would that be the offer? If I'm Scott Perry, now Scott Perry knows what he's doing. He's been in negotiations. He knows how to get this done. This ain't Monty McNair. This is Scott Perry. He's been around the block a few times. Why would that be the offer?
Because he's a big old bully. He's just like, give me your player. No, I'm just playing. I don't know, because like you said, they're probably James Ham and Kyle Madson were talking about the insiders earlier. Like, there's not really cap space around the league for a team to sign Jonathan Kuminga and just bring him in right now. And we've seen the value of these players around the league. I mean, you can't trade anyone on the Kings, it seems, other than this little negotiation they got going on. But it seems like everyone's value is kind of low. So, yeah, like maybe Scott Perry sees an opportunity where you can buy low right here.
I think 100% that's the case. Now, it doesn't mean that the deal can't be negotiated. It can't be modified. As people like to say with me all the time, Scott Perry probably didn't come to the table with his best offer. You know, he's still got some other offers that he can give. But I think Scott Perry looks at the situation as Golden State, you've said in a number of different ways, you don't want him anymore. You said it when you didn't sign him to an extension. You said it when you went out and got Jimmy Butler. You said it when you didn't play him at all at the end of the season. You don't want him. To be honest with you, he doesn't want to be there anymore. He wants to move on. So let's not pretend like, oh, we'll just bring him back. You might bring him back, and we're figured out that way. You could be in a situation where it's like, hey, we're just going to bring him back and figure it out later. But I want you to do that. If I'm Scott Perry, this is what I'm telling the world. I want you to go ahead and do that. Go ahead and tell Jonathan Kuminga you're bringing him back and you guys are going to go through this song and dance another year. Go ahead, do that.
Why do you think the deal isn't done yet?
Because the Warriors are trying to hold out. The Warriors are trying
for what though? Like they
get
more from the Kings, or
to get more from anybody. I think to get more from anybody.
Yeah.
And I think Scott Perry this is where he's not Monty McNair. This is where being in the league and having relationships, knowing different teams, knowing different agents. I think Scott Perry already did the work for him and called around and said, go ahead, look for a better deal. Go ahead. Hey, come get back to us after the 4th of July. Do what you want. I know you don't want to be embarrassed and be ridiculed by your fan base for only taking Sarge and Devin Carter, then a couple of second rounders. I understand that. Go out there, go find a better deal. And if you find a better deal, if maybe Pat Riley comes around and says, hey, I'm willing to give up Jaime Jaquez and all that stuff, hey, by all means, do what you got to do, because we don't really have a lot of players that we can offer right now, and we're not going to offer Keegan Murray. So if you can find a better deal, I salute you. You take that better deal, and you do what's best for the Golden State Warriors, Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob. Do what you got to do. I understand. But I implore you, go find a better deal for Jonathan Kuminga.
That's kind of wild, the concept that the Kings are now strong-arming teams. Like, yeah, go ahead.
But this is what happens, though, when you are experienced in your position and you know how to work these things. Now, just because that's his thing, and I'm assuming that's his stance. I don't know. I'm just kind of like reading the tea leaves, because that deal was so underwhelming. It has to be there has to be something behind it, because it was so underwhelming. That would be like I'm not calling Kuminga this player, but that would be like Scott Perry calling Milwaukee and being like, hey, we got Sarge and Carter for you and 2 second rounders for Giannis. Like, let's make a deal. Like, it sounds crazy. It sounds so crazy. You have to know something, in my opinion.
Yeah, that makes sense, because it got to a point yesterday. It was like the deal was out there, and it's just like, oh no, like the Kings are getting leveraged again or something like that. They're getting used again at this point. But it's like, I also see your point as well, where it's like, maybe there just is no market for Kuminga. Scott Perry's called around and all that. Like, this is what it is if the Warriors want to move off of him, like they've been saying.
Right. And like I said, I could be wrong. This is all just me, just kind of thinking about why these things are happening and why they're going on the way they are. But it just feels like Scott Perry kind of knows what the market is for Jonathan Kuminga, and at least the trade market, and is willing to say, hey, this is what I've heard. This is the intel, not telling him this, but just like talking to his team, saying this is the intel I've heard about what might be out there for the Warriors if they're trying to trade him. If somebody, it could all change today. Somebody could see that and say, oh, wait a minute. If that's all it takes, we're willing to trade more or something. Like we're willing to beat that. That could happen. But I think as of yesterday, when all this stuff was happening, I think the intel said that's probably what it is. And you're also banking on Golden State. Once again, you don't want this young man on your team. You said it so many different ways. He doesn't want to be there. What you going to do? Bring him back? I don't think that's going to happen.
You think he ends up a King at some point? Because like I'll stick to right now. Right now, I'm not buying that it gets done right now.
Even with everything that I just said, I don't. Right now, I'm 40. I'll take it back. I'm 30, 70. He becomes a king. 30, he becomes a king. 70, he either stays in Golden State or goes elsewhere.
That's probably the same for me as well.
That's where I'm at today. But if my hunch is correct, and that's just me, like kind of, I don't know anything. But if my hunch is correct, if somebody texts me right now and be like, you hit the nail on the head, I'll be like, oh, that's 80% he's coming to the Kings.
If Scott Perry pulled this off, that'd be pretty close to an A off season so far, I think.
Man, if he was able to do this, because
you're able to add a piece too, it's like, okay, like now you see a future with this player and stuff like that too. Like we talked about it yesterday. I don't see a lot beyond 2 seasons with a lot of these players on this roster. But you had a Kuminga, you got Keegan there. Like, all right, now we're starting to work towards the future.
Absolutely. And I've been, Jesse, would you say I've been critical of Kuminga? I don't know if I've been critical. I just don't see where like his offense and the things that he does was super impactful if my team is playing against him. Like, I'm not going to just leave him open the whole time. But like I've said before in the past, if he gets 25, he gets 25. My concern is I got to make sure Steph don't score. I got to make sure now Jimmy don't score. I got to make sure Buddy Hield ain't hitting threes. Like, if Kuminga wants to go one-on-one and score, and I'll take that. So that was my stance with Kuminga, and that has been my stance when he's playing with the Warriors at the least. He's a player that I think still has some growing to do, has some things to learn. But if I'm the Sacramento Kings, he's a player I'm taking a chance on.
Yeah, he's got all the upside in the world. Like, you definitely take a chance on him. Like, there's no real risk, I feel. Especially with what you're offering reportedly.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And like I said, he's got things that
might have to move some things around after that, I think. But
in what was proposed, Monk will be gone. And even I'll talk to the Kings side of that if you were able to get Jonathan Kuminga and like what I was thinking, and tell me what you think about that, man. So Kyle Matson's gonna pull up on us when we return from the break. Like I said, D'Lo and KC is going up today on July 3rd. KC and Friends going up. Coach JT pulling up at about 1 o'clock. Sara Hodges at 2, and my main man Matt George at about 3:15. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna get you ready for your 4th of July weekend right here. D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Oh, come on. Hey, man, come on. Filthy a wild boy. Oh, man. Let's see, man. Let me fix this thing up real quick. Oh, hold on. I got to get more. Hey man, Scott Perry don't play. Scott Perry don't play. And this is why I, as frustrated as I am with some of the things, like I wanted Trae Young, all this other stuff, want him to be a little bit more aggressive and stuff like that. I'm gonna let him, as TC would say, I'm gonna let him cook. I'm gonna let Scott Perry cook, man, because he don't play. He don't play, and not every move is gonna be perfect. Not every move is gonna be like this great grand move, but I do have trust that he knows what he's doing.
I don't got any issues with how it's gone so far either.
Yeah, I don't. Kyle Madson, ladies and gentlemen.
Salute to The Office, by the way.
Yeah, salute to The Office, man. Yeah, I got love for The Office.
Well, I mean, just everyone getting to go home right now.
Oh no, this is great. Yeah, no,
Aaron Miller told me not to do this hit because Office is closed. So
did he tell me not to do the show?
Hey, shout out to Wesley, by the way. Wesley not only got the last donut, she got the last donut as she was leaving for the day.
I big ups to her.
That's a hell of a start to
That's
your
a
weekend.
W. That's a big
I
time
could
W.
have that one too.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get any with the stuff you like on top.
That feels like it makes it worse.
Yeah, I'm about to say,
Yeah,
hold
like,
on.
what do you mean?
Hold on.
What's on there?
Hold
Also, why do they have the
on.
heater on in the building today?
Yo, I
my
don't.
God.
Everybody gave up today. Everybody gave up. They just
Like I walked into one of the events, like, no, this is hotter than outside. This is
When
the
I-
actual heater.
When I get here at like 6 a.m, that's a lie. I don't get here at 6. When I get here at like 8 a.m,
Uh-huh.
it is flaming hot in here.
Really?
Yes.
Hey, 6 a.m. is crazy.
That is
Yeah, I
crazy.
wake up before then.
How? Like, what time you get up?
5:30.
What time you leave the house?
My alarm goes off at 5:30.
Yeah.
What did Deion
Oh,
Sanders
my-
say?
my
You
Feet
gotta
at
wake.
the floor. Feet at the floor by like 6.
My
Deion
wife
Sanders
hates
said you
it.
got to wake up before 6 or 7.
Shador, he said 6.
Oh, damn, I'm at 6:30.
Yeah, he said you're not a real man.
Damn.
I gotta stop waking up at 6. Damn it, I'm at 6:30.
Shador Sanders, he said, I think it was 6. I think he said if you don't wake up before 6, you're not a real man. You're not an adult.
You either have to wake up at 5:59 or you have to slap Shador Sanders. That's the only.
I'm not going to Cleveland, so I'll wake up at 5:59.
You know, I traditionally I am a Kyle Madson from the Insiders is rocking with me real quick, man. Shout out to my man Kyle.
What's up, y'all?
Traditionally I am I don't know, 5 alarm, keep hitting the snooze button type guy.
I hate that.
That's my bag. That's what I do.
Mhm.
If I think I got to get up at 7, I'll set the 6:30 alarm and just keep snoozing every 8 minutes till we get to like 7:05.
Set one alarm and get up like a grown up, man.
Nah, I can't just get up. Like I gotta work through
It's
it.
time to get up.
The moral of the story is that's how my wife is like you.
Yeah.
She is so mad. Like so to the point where like all right, I ain't even gonna do it. I might as well not even set an alarm. I'll let you wake me up. Because if I do that at any point in time, like, you let your alarm go off 3 times this morning. Oh man.
Legit,
She
me
be
and
letting
Crystal
me
had
have it in the morning.
me and Crystal had a conversation about. I was like, "Hey, the 6 snoozes is crazy. Like, it's got to be 2 or 3 after that. You got to get up. I'm sorry."
She don't even give me 2 or 3.
This started. I used to be a 1 alarm guy,
Mhm.
but in college, when you're a dummy and you go, I could do 8 a.m. class, but then you were out till 4 in the morning.
Right.
Now all of a sudden your 7:30 alarm, you don't hear it.
Yeah.
At least if you're a sleeper like me, I was sleeping through alarms. So I now do a 5:30 a.m. alarm on this little sound machine I have. It's just birds chirping. It's such a nice way to wake up. I turn that one off. I have another alarm set for 15 minutes later. 5:15 for that one. Next one's 5:30.
Okay.
That alarm goes off. That is all right, I got to wake up. I'm turning that alarm off. My alarms are done now.
Yeah.
If I fall back asleep, I'm going to miss work. And working in an environment like this, where if I don't show up, it's not like, oh, it's a no call, no show.
Right.
It's not like, hey, I got to take a day. It's like, if I don't show up, it throws off everything.
I legit had that nightmare a couple times.
Yeah. So I very rarely sleep through that second alarm. Plus I sleep with the window open or like the curtains open and the sun comes up right over my neighbors across the street house. So I get sun right in my face. So I wake up The other day, I actually slept through my 5:30. I woke up at 6:15 still.
So you just
I wasn't a real man that day.
Now, see me, I'll sleep through anything. I didn't sleep through earthquakes. I didn't sleep through. I'll sleep through anything. Like I'm not this like super. We're talking sleep here. I'm not this hard.
Well, I'll tell you what we're talking
heavy
about.
Sleeper. Heavy sleeper. Heavy sleeper.
I'm not this super heavy sleeper. Right?
What were you? Hey, don't. What are you doing? Hey, don't get in the way of my game. Out here fixing games and all that.
Kyle Beasley.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that's tough. Hey, that's tough. I don't want to make a joke about it. Hey, Malik. Good luck.
Man, that situation. Wow, more and more.
Yeah,
tough, man.
Even the dentist is shaking him down.
Man, the barber. How you owe $26,000 to the barber? I'd stop cutting your hair after 100. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you miss one payment, bro, don't come back.
Right. Yeah, that's a little bit on the barber, not as much on Malik. Like, come on now.
That's where there's just like as a kid, I went to Supercuts, bro. Like I did not go. I'd never been to a barber, right? And then by 22, my hair was out of here. I wore hats anyways. And then I eventually just started shaving my head. The idea of what was it, 26 grand to the barber?
Yeah, 26.
In my head, a haircut costs like $20.
Oh, well,
so I'm like, that's so many haircuts.
Hey, we have news for you.
That actually might just be 26 haircuts. That's all it might be at this point.
So
crazy.
When I went for my wedding, I wanted to get a professional head shave because right now I just have an electric shaver thing that I use. Freebird is the company. I'll give them a free plug here. But I just use that, and every couple of days I just throw some shaving cream on my head and I'm done.
Yeah.
I wanted to, for my wedding, get a professional, like full lineup, head shave, the whole deal. And I went to this place. I sat down. She did like oils on my beard and on my face and hot towel and the razor shave. They gave me a beer while I was sitting there. And I'm like, wow, I bet this is going to be like a $50 haircut with all this. That's crazy. She was like, that'll be $75.
Got off light.
Really?
It feels like $75 for a taper nowadays.
That's tough.
It's getting out of control.
Mine's 45 now.
Yeah.
It's getting out of control. Yeah, I had to
so I just shave my own damn head now.
Yeah, that's all.
That's free 99
every other day, and I don't even use. I use the razor. You know what I'm saying? Extreme 3, Extreme Mach 3. You know what I'm saying? It's sensitive. You know, so my scalp is sensitive, so I got to get the same razor every time.
Barber inflation is real too, because if you've been with the same barber for the last 4 years, like I've got to guarantee your barber's at least raised your cut $10 within there.
Oh, it's got
barber inflation's real.
When I was getting a haircut,
it'd be a good bit if a barber blamed the tariffs. Like tariffs crazy out here, bro.
Tariffs on chair rent.
Sheriffs.
There it is.
There you go.
Come on.
There you
Go ahead.
We don't got a ding, I don't think though.
No, but that was fantastic.
Hey,
play on.
All right.
Oh, what do you mean you play on?
What? No one threw a flag.
What are you talking about?
No one. Don't even know what I said. Don't even know what I said. The chat doesn't even catch it.
I'm throwing one.
Yeah, get them.
On what? On what?
I think we're picking up the flag.
Yeah, pick it up.
Yeah, we're picking up the flag.
After
review.
What happens when they take back holding? He didn't. He had like the shoulder pads. He had the shoulder.
Yeah. He was outside the shoulder pads.
There you go. Outside. The shoulder pad.
No, I'm sorry. You got to stay inside the shoulder pads.
There you go.
Yeah,
that makes sense. So yeah,
that's key.
It
wasn't a block in the back. Wasn't a block in the back. He was in front of the shoulder. We're all good.
I'll be hating when that happens to the Niners. We talking Kings, but I love talking 49ers with my man Kyle. I haven't talked 49ers in a minute. I do have a 49ers question that maybe we will or will not get to.
Hell yeah.
This Sacramento Kings thing. I don't know if you heard, you vaguely heard on the handoff. It's not a conspiracy theory. I'm not exactly sure this is happening. I'm not saying anything. It's just, I'm just thinking about this Kuminga situation. And I was like, on the surface, Sarge, Devin Carter, let's just say 2 second rounders, because we've heard various reports with those with the draft picks, but let's say 2 second rounders. Like just watching basketball, knowing basketball, like that sounds crazy. That sounds ridiculous. Like why, like for Jonathan Kuminga, that sounds ridiculous. No way. But then I was thinking, Why would that be an offer?
Mm-hmm.
Why would Scott Perry offer that to the Warriors for Kuminga? Now, obviously, you talk about stuff like, hey, you never make your first offer your best offer. Maybe he's willing to go to I'll just throw a player like an Isaac Jones or something like that. Maybe he's willing to go there, but he's not going to start there or something like that. Not even saying that.
Yeah, you can't start at Isaac Jones. That's crazy.
Not even
get to give away Isaac Jones.
But it's like, well, why would that even be an offer? My thought is Scott Perry being savvy, being connected, being experienced in this kind of stuff. Maybe telling Mike Dunleavy Jr. Mike Dunleavy Jr.
would never say this to Senior.
I know the market for Kuminga.
For sure.
I know who's contacted you and what they've offered you. And I think this might be about as good as you can do.
Totally.
I also know you guys don't want him anymore.
Yeah.
You've said that
They've made it very clear.
You made it clear with not giving him the extension.
Yep.
You made it clear with getting Jimmy Butler. You made it clear when you didn't play him. You made it clear, your coach made it clear when somebody asked you in the last game of the season, why didn't Kuminga play at all? And Kurt said, Santos didn't play either. So you made it clear on a number of different occasions you don't want him. So yes, you could bring him back. Oh, and then the third factor, he don't want to be there either.
Yeah,
like he can. Like you guys are done with each other.
Yeah, read between the lines.
Yeah. This is my offer. If you can go find a better one, maybe this one gets out there and Pat Riley says, you know what, I'm willing to beat that offer and pay Kuminga what he's looking for. I'm going to up my offer. I'm being Scott Perry now. If Pat Riley does that, I'll tip my hat.
Sure.
I'll tip my hat. But I don't think he's going to do that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any market.
He's going to do that.
I don't think there's any market for him. At least it doesn't seem like it because, right, a player of his talent, you would expect there anytime Kevin Durant's available. How many fake trades did we make up for John Morant, Trae Young, players that you perceive to be available? It's out there. This team's interested in this. This team's monitoring that. It was the Miami Heat on the Kuminga thing. Then reporting came out that hey, they're off that. And now it's the Kings. So it seems like right now, based on where things stand at 12:27 p.m. on July 3rd, the Kings' options are, the Warriors' options are, you bring Kuminga back, either at the qualifying offer of 7.9, and then he's a unrestricted free agent next year, or you sign him to some $16, $18 million a year deal, and you play out this year, and you try and get rid of him at the deadline. You try again next summer, whatever it is. That's one option. Or they go, there's like a tolerance, right? Their tolerance might just be what you said, where Scott Perry's going, I know you don't want him. I know that we could use him. I know nobody else is making offers. So we're just going to throw this little starting negotiation out there. And you call us when you figure it out. Here's our price. This is what we are willing to give up to acquire him. And the Warriors are now going to have to decide, either take that offer and go, hey, Miami, this is where their offer's at. Can you beat that? Does some other team that wants him, can you beat this offer? And then go from there. I don't view this as like, one, I don't agree with, and I saw this a lot last night. Oh man, Scott Perry, he's making the Warriors make a decision. No, he's not. But he's being opportunistic with a player that the exact player archetype we've been talking about. And so he went, hey, I've identified this player who we can probably get for way below what his, like, if they acquire Jonathan Kuminga for Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and 2 second-round picks. Shoot, I'll even call it a protected first. And a protected first-round pick. And they get Jonathan Kuminga in the door for $18 million a year. Let's call it 4 and math, $72 million. And they go, hey, that could wind up being the kind of deal, if Kuminga ascends and hits his ceiling, that we're sitting here in 2027 going, Scott Perry's a genius. Oh my God, they finally found a superstar. They found their perennial All-NBA guy. and they got him for pennies. That draft pick, that first-round pick conveyed to 2 second-round picks and guys that aren't even in the league anymore.
Right.
We got Jonathan Kuminga. It's a great opportunity for the Kings.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily put Jonathan Kuminga at the top of the list of players that I would have preferred for them this offseason. But, dude, if you can get him for this price, this is just smart. Like, regardless of what you think of Jonathan Kuminga, there's value, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is just a really, really good value play to me.
Yeah.
So I think the Warriors are in a terrible spot. They don't have to make any decisions here.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to do anything. They can go, you know what? We'd rather take our chances bringing him back than take that dumbass offer, and we'll figure it out. Or they could go, we really don't want him. That's what we got. All right, here you go. Salute, Kings.
All right. And it's and that offers sounds crazy. It feels like you could do better than that at any time, right? But if you sign him to whatever you sign him to, bring him back if you're the Warriors, and then go right back into not playing him again, what kind of offers do you think you're getting at the trade deadline?
So that's it. Is if you're bringing him back, I said this about the Kings. If you're bringing him in, you have to commit to him. It can't be, maybe we can turn him into Aaron Gordon. Like, no, man, you're turning him into your guy.
Let him be Jonathan Kuminga.
Right. And so I think if you're the Warriors, bringing him back would have to come with the admission of, all right, we got to move some things around to make sure that this guy is inflating his value. You might have to lose a few games early in the year in service of Jonathan Kuminga getting 30. I know that sounds kind of nuts, but I think it's a real discussion. If you're Golden State, would we rather try that, or do we go, you know what? Devin Carter is a really high quality Gary Payton, the second replacement. We think we'll take him. Dario Saric is $5 million. I think he's expiring too. Like that's just on the books. He doesn't factor in. We'll take the couple of picks and we'll move. We think we're better now than we would have been, which sounds nuts, but that might just be where they're at.
Right. And I was talking to you about because that's the exact player that I was thinking about. You could, if you're trying to sell somebody on Devin Carter or sell the Warriors on Devin Carter, be like, you're about to lose GP2. You guys obviously valued him a lot during this run. There's a younger, cheaper, I don't know if he's cheaper, but a younger version of GP2 that you could have back in your stable. You know what I mean? And that's where you look at Devin Carter per se, like, I don't want Devin Carter, but if you're looking at him, and you would know this as a Warriors fan and talking to different Warriors fans, if you're bringing him as, hey, he's going to play the GP2 role, that's extremely valuable to them. That's somebody like, yo, we needed that GP2 guy. So I don't know. Like I said, just thinking.
There's no outcome here from the Golden State side of this that is good. When he's the number 7 pick, you did not get him signed to an extension. You have not been able to carve out a role for him, and he has not been able to carve out a role. And now you're in a spot where there's no market for him in restricted free agency. And you either keep a player who doesn't want to be there that you don't want to be there, or you trade him for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. And then you trade him for pennies on the dollar, and he may become an all-star, like best case scenario. Like he may be unlocked somewhere, and now you're, 3 years later, you're looked at like, bro, you just gave up on that guy.
Here's my question, though, if you're Golden State. You're so ready to give up on this dude. Why would you fear that he becomes an all-star if you're so convinced that he stinks?
That's the other thing about it, right?
Not that he stinks, but that he won't ever be an effective player. What?
That's the other thing I would say if I was Scott Perry. What's your hesitation? You guys don't think he's that good?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You in no indirect terms, I think, is let it be known around the league. You don't think he's that good. What you worried about? Here, take Sarge.
We got
Devin Carter.
We got Kyle Madson, Warriors expert here. Are his issues with the Warriors more like his just not willing to, I guess, play within the flow, or just the Warriors, I guess, also not kind of catering to him, but just maximizing his skill set too?
Can I do a James?
Absolutely.
Do a James Ham?
Hit me with both?
Both.
Stupid question, my fault.
No, I think it's that's where this, again, I keep saying this. I've said this 10 times the last 2 days. We have these conversations in black and white. Almost everything exists in a gray area. And I think this is one of those things that exists in a gray area between the two. I think the Warriors had a very specific reason or a very specific thing in mind for Jonathan Kuminga, where they went, this is an immense talent. We can fit him in these ways, and he's going to be overqualified in this kind of Aaron Gordon-like super role player role until Steph Curry ages out, Draymond Green ages out, Klay Thompson ages out, and then he'll be ready to just transition into being our 1A, and the two timelines works. Well, then they won the title in his rookie year. And then Steph kept playing really freaking well. And the system that he can't play in remained intact because Steph Curry is still playing at a really, really high level. And the Warriors weren't going to go, hey, to hell with Steph, it's Jonathan Kuminga time. They kept going, hey, we need you in this role. We need you in this role. Can you grab rebounds, play defense, hit a corner three, play the dunker spot? Can you do those things? And he just didn't do it consistently enough. On the other hand, and that to me is on Kuminga, because player development does not come from the Warriors going, hey, Jonathan, we're going to do these drills together. Like, no, they say, hey, in the offseason, work on these 4 things, come back and we'll get you in camp and see how it went. And it never went the way they wanted it to. He worked really hard, just not at the things they necessarily wanted him to work at. On the other hand, that I think is on Kuminga. Then you flip to the other side of this. And Jesse asked, was it on the Warriors? I think if you have a player that is this talented, who is very clearly this talented, and you saw it in the 4 playoff games that he really got to be the number 1 option with Steph Curry out. You see the talent that hits some open threes, gets to the line constantly.
That's crazy.
Takes they didn't have anybody that could stay in front of him. And Minnesota's got a lot of really good defenders. And Kuminga just like, yep, face up, by you. Kuminga catch in the corner, bucket. Walled him off, double, spin, fade away, bucket. It's just like, oh my God, you see the talent. And that's where I see where people get frustrated with Steve Kerr and the Warriors in this is, how do you not find a role for this guy? How are you so adhered to your system? And I understand you're going to say 4 titles and 6 trips to the finals. Like, okay, but you're in a different era now. How do you not find any role? You can't find a way to fit this player in at all.
Right.
That's kind of nuts to me.
You know, the thing that was wild to me about the Kuminga, Steve Kerr, Warriors situation was the year, Beam Team 1 year. I think I have this right. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Beam Team 1 year. The Warriors were going through some stuff. They were trying to figure it out. I don't know if Curry might have got hurt or something like that. And Kerr kept playing. What was my man's name?
Ty Jerome?
Not
oh
Ty
no,
Jerome, the other one.
Anthony. Oh my God. Hang on, I'm gonna find this.
But he kept playing.
Oh, this is Chatty House might have it.
Because he would play the role that Steve Kerr wanted him to play.
Anthony Lamb,
curly hair,
yeah,
like a shorter
bro, just
yeah. Like he kept playing him in those moments. And I'm not saying I don't think he was giving Kuminga DMPs, but it felt like all those Lamb minutes should have been Kuminga minutes. And then we get to the playoffs, and I don't even know if Anthony Lamb could have played because of 2-way stuff or something like that.
Yeah. It was him and Ty Jerome.
Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't even play. They couldn't play in the playoffs, right? And then they're struggling with the Kings. They need, some wing help. Kuminga's not ready. He gets mad at him for not being ready, so he doesn't play him. And it's like you could have spent the entire year working with him to be ready for a possible playoff run, but you felt like you needed Lamb to beat the Hornets in January, so you didn't play Kuminga. And from the outside looking in, I could understand the frustration of people kind of watching that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like, man, did you guys do everything you could to get him up to speed?
I think they did, but in a very specific way. Like they did everything they could to get him up to speed in this lane only. You want to, you start drifting into this lane. All right, you're going to sit down.
Right.
Oh, you fell asleep on these 2 back cuts. Oh, you're going to go sit down.
Right.
Like, oh, you missed that rotation. You're done. You missed the swing to Steph. You seen that clip where Kuminga gets the ball and Steph's on the wing? Like that's the other sneaky thing. Again, I don't have info on this, but it wouldn't shock me just when you consider how the NBA works. It wouldn't shock me. People go Kerr. It wouldn't shock me if it was Steph, Draymond, going, hey,
we can't do
this dude is not getting it.
Yeah.
Give me Anthony Lamb.
Very true.
Give me,
because he's not as talented, but at least he knows what to do. I understand. People say that all the time.
The Anthony Lamb thing might have been egregious. I got it with Ty Jerome instead of Moses Moody. That was a big one, but like Ty Jerome, better ball handler, better decision maker. Like, okay, I don't agree with it, but I get that.
Yeah.
I never understood the Anthony Lamb stuff. That man did this move one time. He drives into the lane. He stops on his left foot and then tries to like pirouette, spin. Tried to do a spin move.
He had a bag. No, he didn't.
He tried to do a spin move after terminating his dribble and taking 2 steps.
He worked on that all summer. The guy was like shooting Nerf guns at him while he was doing the move. That's how they do the training.
Lab.
He had a tennis racket on his other hand.
One leg, no step, spin move. Never see it coming.
On the King side of things,
yeah,
there is a belief from me that if Jonathan Kuminga can be had and you think you have a good grasp on what the market is, you go get him.
Yes.
You go get him.
Yes.
And even if you're like, I'm going to be, a good negotiator and go Saric and Carter and 2 second rounders, and I think that's his value, I would say, Scott, if they're balking on that, maybe I'm folding under pressure. But if they're balking on that, make it 2 first. Just get the guy. Get him. He's available. Go get him.
That's where you got to figure out what your ceiling is. Like, how much do you like this player? Is this a player that you're going to get because you go, oh, if we can get him for without giving up a first, like, yeah, but if we got to dip into our first, then we're out. We're not that confident in him. But if you're confident that that's that guy, then yeah, man, I already love that they're exploring it. I already that's a huge change. I already love that they're making an offer that's not just the most substantial one right off the bat. I love that. I'm with you. If you've identified Jonathan Kuminga as a player who can elevate your team now and be part of whatever you're building, and you can do it for Devin Carter and salary filler and a couple of firsts, that I would do that.
Go close that deal.
Who's the better player? Who's the better player? You have 9 firsts. You're going to use 2 of them.
Yeah.
Who's the better player? You're going to miss those first round picks.
I agree. And like I said, I'm not even sure what Kuminga is going to be.
That's what I'm not.
He might not. It's a gamble. It's a risk, but I'm willing to take that risk.
We talk. This is basically. I know we got to. This is basically. You've been on the tanking's not the only way to win, and I agree with you. But no matter what side you land on that, tanking or not, you were going to have to hit on draft picks eventually.
Yes.
This is a dude who turns 23 this year.
Yes.
He is younger than Devin Carter. This is ostensibly, hey, you're going to have to hit in the draft. This is one of those swings.
Right.
And hey, you know what? You've seen him cook in the NBA. You've seen him score 30 in an NBA playoff game against a really good defensive team. Go do it. Take the swing. If you miss,
worst case scenario, this is a 15-point per game scorer. It feels like we've seen the worst of Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
15 points per game this past year.
I don't think there's a world where he stinks, like he's out of the league in 2 years. But man, the risk versus the reward of this, even if we move that deal to 2 first-round picks, bro, I say this as a massive Jonathan Kuminga skeptic. That is a talented ass player who is more talented than anybody on your roster.
Yes.
Go get him.
He's
22 years old.
Please.
We're solving King's problems.
We're trying. Listen to me, Scott. Kyle Madson, appreciate you, man.
Of course.
Enjoy your 4th of July. Enjoy
the shawarma bowl first.
Delicious. Kyle Madson of the Insiders tapping in with us. We got much more on the way. We're going to break down this possible Jonathan Kuminga thing from a Kings point of view. What happens to the rotation, the starters, all this other stuff. I got ideas. We'll talk about it. D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, #1 sports station.
I gotta kind of jet a little bit today. I'm going to throw this at you.
Okay.
It's assuming this deal goes through as reported last night. Let's just go there. And I saw somebody say that we write off Devin Carter too much. Like, no, Devin Carter is at a position the Kings have too many players at. And the Warriors are going to want something of some kind of value.
Right.
Devin Carter in his second year is that. Anyways. All right. So let's say this deal goes through. Dennis Schroeder at the 1. Zach LaVine at the 2. Keegan at the 3.
Yeah. Well, no. I'll tell.
Kuminga at the 3.
I'm gonna tell you what I do.
Kuminga at the 3.
I have to keep listening. Are you gonna listen?
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here and finish my shawarma bowl.
Well, look.
And then I'll listen on the way home. If I don't like it, I'm calling.
Call.
Because people go, "Oh, you're gonna be the person that tells DeMar DeRozan you got to go to the bench." Yes. Let me do it. I got it.
What I think might be a little controversial.
I would not do it. Just
what I think might be a little controversial. It might be a little pie in the sky. I'm gonna save it for the air. I do want to know what you
guys. Okay. All right, very good. I'm gonna go sit here with Jesse.
Yeah. And if you
I might be back.
Yeah, if you need to, come on back. Come on back. We got time. We got another 30 minutes for somebody comes in here. I do think Keegan is a 4. I do.
Is anyone else coming in today?
Yeah, a couple people. Yeah.
They can use these.
Okay.
Can you just drop them back over there?
I got you. Appreciate you, man. Oh. No, that's not true. That's not true at all, Scooter. Not at all. Oh wow, I'm a Keegan hater. I'm the funny thing about me being a Keegan hater is I'm the one person, I believe. I shouldn't say that. Maybe I'm sure there's other people, but I'm one of the people who looked at Keegan Murray's year last year and thought he did fine. Started off really, really slow, but he picked it up, and the overall numbers were fine. The problem that people have when they talk about Keegan Murray and I'm a Keegan Murray hater is because you guys think he should be doing more and can do more. I don't necessarily see Keegan like that. If Keegan gave me about what he gave me last year, give or take 1 or 2 points per game, that'd be cool. You could also, help him out by getting another defender so he doesn't have to guard 2s and all this other stuff. That'd be cool. I thought Keegan was, for the most part, fine last year. It's those that think he should do more that I don't agree with. Look at my girl Rachel. What up, girl? Wow. Keegan's not untradeable. He's not untradeable. I'm not saying that. Disagree there. Hey, man, look. They're going to figure some stuff out right now. Right now, it's nasty right now. It's nasty. D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Sacramento's #1 sports station. You know the vibes. It's just KC here with you today. D'Lo out there champagning and campaigning. I would say on a resort, Jesse, but that might just mean he's at home.
What's the difference?
You know what I mean?
What's the difference?
I think the resort flies to him. That's what happens. All like the people that work at resorts, like waiters and stuff like that, they just fly to his house.
He really has no reason to leave his house ever again. He doesn't need to come work with us. Like he has enough money to where like just generations upon generations are good.
He could build.
He really does it to hang out with us losers. Wow,
that's facts, and then we appreciate that. He could build the Ridge at his house.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Ridge.
Dude could take the Comrex to the resort and just do the show from there every day.
That's what he could do. Did you see the sign? The Ridge sign outside. Did you see that?
I saw when they took the little curtain off and presented it or whatever.
That's how they did it?
Yeah, it was during one of the meetings, I think.
I didn't even know they did it like that.
Well, I don't know if we were there for that, but Joe told me that's what they were going to do. So I just pictured it in my mind.
Yeah. All right, guys. All right.
Hey, we do it right over here.
We do. But I wondered, it's over there right now. I wonder if they're going to hang it right by the doors. So we like slap on the sign.
Oh, like Michigan and stuff like that. I think, yeah.
Come on, we got D'Lo and KC. Slap the Ridge real quick. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of love that idea.
Yeah, they need to make that happen. We're trying to figure out what's going to go on with this Jonathan Kuminga thing. I didn't talk to Kyle about this on the air, but for those who missed the insiders, shame on you, first of all. Do better in life. And second of all, how dare you? You like that there, Jesse?
Yeah, we'll allow that one. Yeah, that's good stuff.
But we're doing the handoff, and we're like, doing a sports talk thing and just talking about it and figuring out what's going on. And for those who missed it, James Ham just at the end says, yeah, I expect him to be, I wouldn't be surprised or expect him, I don't know, to be a Sacramento King by the weekend. So wait, what?
Yeah, he kind of threw that out there. I saw the clip that Sakirin tweeted it or whatever. I was working on stuff during the handoff and all that. Like, all right, maybe I do buy it a little bit more. That is going to happen.
Wait, what are you talking about? How did this just happen out of nowhere that James would say that? Matter of fact, he went the whole 2 hours without saying something. I mean, he broke it down, but he wasn't that definitive. And then like, oh yeah, by the end of the weekend.
I mean, what are the odds that whoever's, whether it be Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, insert whoever power that be, is maybe talking to Pat Riley now, hey, we got this deal with the Kings. Can you top that? And if not, like, yeah, this deal's going to happen then.
I think that's what's happening.
It seems like the Heat are working on a Wiggins thing too with the Lakers. I keep seeing that. I don't know how real that is.
Yeah, well, there's a lot going on because now they're talking about that. Like all these deals.
I think Pat Riley was asking for something crazy for Wiggins from the Lakers.
He was. It was like 2 first-rounders or something.
It was like Rui, Dalton Connect, the first, and then it was someone else. I don't think it was Reeves, but it was something else. It was like, all right, relax, old man.
Hey, that's my boy. Pat Riley.
It might be
my guy.
It might be Pat, Jerry Jones, Riley right now.
My time to put Grandpa in the basement.
It's not the old days no more, man.
That boy Pat, and I'm a big defender of Pat Riley, but he's wilding with some of the stuff.
Andrew Wiggins, pal.
But we're watching that. We're trying to see what's going on, and I said earlier when we first started talking, 30-70, 30 he comes to the Kings. 70, he stays with the Warriors or go elsewhere. After about an hour, I think I'm up in that to like 45-55. 45-55.
We did was talk to Kyle Madson.
No, but I started thinking about it more. And then I remember what James said too.
Well, that kind of like, James,
James scary way. So I'm not fully on board like it's going to happen, but that ups the percentage a little bit right there. But say he does come to the Sacramento Kings, Jonathan Kuminga. Now, and it doesn't include Keegan Murray. It doesn't include DeMar DeRozan, anything like that. Those guys are still here. Now, you got to figure out how you got to go about this thing if you're the Sacramento Kings. How do you want the rotation to be? What's the starters? And Kyle was asking me before, or actually during the break, what the starting lineup will look like. And I'm going to tell you what the starting lineup would look like if it was me, if I was Doug Christie. I got Dennis Schroeder at the point guard position.
All right, that sounds good.
I got Zach LaVine at the 2.
Okay.
I've got Domantas Sabonis at the 5.
All right, 3 and 4 left.
I've got
Kuminga obviously would be 1.
Keegan at the 4.
Oh, wow. Oh, I thought obviously maybe not.
And I got DeMar DeRozan at the 3. And I would tell Jonathan Kuminga, I said, Jonathan, listen to me. Jonathan, hey, listen to me. Jonathan, before you get upset, just listen to me for just a second.
Kyle Matson's hopping to them right now.
Kyle, wait. Hey, give me 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Kyle. 6 minutes. Give me a second. Let me talk about this.
You're doing it. You're making the same mistake, bro. You're making the same mistake.
So no,
we have to go back.
Hear me out. Yeah. I'm Scott Perry. I'm from New York. I'm going to sit down and I'm going to talk to Jonathan Kuminga. I'm going to say, Jonathan, listen to me. We got you here in Sacramento because we believe it. We think that you are that guy. We think that you can be one of the pillars moving forward.
Bro.
We just lost our 6th man in Malik Monk because he's going to Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan, your job is to come in here and get buckets. That's what you do. You're instant offense. You're the microwave. And you see that man number 10 over there? I'm going to put your locker next to his. I want you to listen to him. I want you to study from him. I want you to understand how to become an NBA vet, a professional from DeMar DeRozan. And guess what? DeMar DeRozan going to be gone next year.
Quick question.
Yes.
For Kyle, how similar is this to what they probably told Steph Curry when they drafted Kuminga? Oh, he doesn't even have his headphones on.
Oh yeah, he didn't hear you. He didn't hear you. But they talking to Steph Curry. I'm talking to Kuminga.
But it's like the same thing. You can't
I'm
bring in
talking to
Kuminga and
Kuminga.
do that, I feel.
You think Golden State didn't do this when they drafted him 7th?
All right, Corey, just answer my question. Perfect.
Yeah, but they never cashed in on it. They didn't cash. The problem wasn't the conversation.
See,
it was
that's
the
the
fact
thing,
that
is
they never
people delude
cashed in.
themselves into thinking it'll work for them, and it never does.
No. Not only
maybe it'll work for us.
Not only did they not cash in on what they told Jonathan, they went out and got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, in the middle of year 4 for Kuminga, when it was really clear he wasn't going to figure it out. I think if you trade for Jonathan Kuminga and you say, "Hey, John, JK, we're gonna have you come off the bench," he's out.
Okay, well, hold on.
You're risking. I don't understand why you're bringing in Jonathan Kuminga if you're trying to get younger and trying to move this thing forward, and still deferring to DeMar DeRozan, who, to your point, is gone next year, probably.
Because Jonathan Kuminga, number one, if Jonathan Kuminga says you're out, he out, and all this other stuff, I'm giving you $18 to $20 million that other team wouldn't give you. It ain't the same thing.
He wants to be that dude, though, and you're going to tell him, "Hey, you're coming off the bench.
You're going to be that dude. We're going to get there."
Okay, then why is it a big deal? Okay,
we're going to get there.
This is my
well, look, I'm actually being kind. I'm actually being nice. If you guys want to talk about it, no. If you guys want to talk about it, I'm actually being nice to current Sacramento Kings players. I'm actually being understanding, and I ain't talking to DeMar DeRozan. Okay, I'm actually being nice.
Who are you talking about?
Who you think I'm talking
about? Say the name.
Who you think I'm talking about?
Number 13.
Okay, I'm actually being nice and showing respect if we want to go there, because I think that guy better than him. But I'm gonna show respect.
Keegan Murray.
I'm gonna show respect to Keegan Murray. You still on the starting lineup, big dog. You still on the line. Matter of fact, we signed you to an extension this offseason as well. I'm showing you respect.
He's passing out.
I'm showing you respect. But if I'm talking to BJ Armstrong and Doug Christie, I'm like, if push comes to shove, that's who's coming out of the starting lineup.
Are we sure why though? Like, you want to build towards the future. You want Keegan and Kuminga in the lineup.
That's what I guess. And this is bringing in a separate thing, and this might not relate at all. But
I'm not Kenny A. Smith. Stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of crazy.
If it's that easy to just go, "Hey, yeah, you got paid $20 million, but you're gonna come off the bench," then why was it such a big deal last year when it was like, "Hey, what if you bring DeMar DeRozan off the bench? What if you bring Zach LaVine off the bench?" It was like, "Oh no, you can't do that. You can't. Oh, it's disrespectful. You can't do that."
Because they've accomplished more in this league than Jonathan Kuminga has.
Jonathan Kuminga has a championship.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. He does have a championship, but they've accomplished more.
See,
more.
Here's my take on this, and then I'll leave you guys to do your show.
You do what
there's so many people who turn on your show and not mine on purpose, and they're like, "Get this, dude."
Did you see what the numbers was looking like today? Cap.
No, but I think if Jonathan Kuminga was going to be receptive to that type of message, I think his tenure in Golden State would have gone a lot differently. I think part of the reason we got here is because he's not going, "Yeah, I'll come off the bench and do all the things that I need to." Like, no.
I think
he wants to different. I think you're selling short his desire to be the number one guy.
You're going to get there. I'm telling you. As Scott Perry, I'm telling you, you're going to get there. I think it's a little different than Golden State because they just would not play him.
They would. He just wouldn't do the things they needed him to do.
Well, at the end of the year, Steve Kerr wasn't playing him. Mm-hmm. He just wouldn't play him. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm telling you, you are an integral part of what we're doing. You're getting 25 to 30 minutes a night.
You're so integral that you're going to sit behind a 36-year-old and a guy who shoots 6 times a game.
Quick question too. Like, you're giving
up to you to determine who I'm talking about.
You're giving him a contract extension and all that. Like, are you telling him this before or after he signs? Or does he know the role like before or after this goes down?
Great question.
Because it's like if you're telling me this before I sign, like why would I want to?
Okay.
Like, from what Kyle says about Kuminga, like why would I even want to come here then?
So I'd ask you this: Would you not gonna sign? You not gonna sign? I'm not. This team is giving you $7 million. This team talking about $7 million, and they're not gonna play you. 7.9. They talking about 7.9, and they're not going to pay you. I'm talking 4 years, $20 million per, and I am going to sign you, and you're going to play 25 to 30 minutes a night. Which you're not going to sign it?
Jonathan Kuminga just bet on himself for a year, maybe.
Good
Maybe
luck.
It works out.
I don't think I would advise you not to do that.
I think it's a tougher conversation than you're painting it to be.
That's
because
fair.
I think it's a very, very tough. Like, yeah, hey, JK, we want you. Okay, you're gonna come off the bench.
That's fair.
I know with that.
So I know and this is why it's controversial, because I have heard how he desires to start. Like that's what he
made it very clear to Anthony Slay.
Yeah, that's what he wants to do. He wants to start. And I'm telling him, you're gonna get that opportunity. I could even be candid with him. Like, JK, we got a situation right here. But you're the future. We've committed to you financially. We've committed to you each year. We're not gonna do. We already have shown we're not gonna do what Golden State gonna do, because we gave you money. They didn't give you no money, so you ain't got to worry about that. We ain't gonna have a $20 million a year guy that we're not gonna play. Like, we've committed to you.
Committed. Okay, and this is maybe where the money matters. Because if you say we've committed to you, but that deal came in at 16 to 18 million a year, and then you're signing Keegan to 20 to 25, and now you're telling Kuminga, no, you're the guy. We got all these dudes making more money than you, and we just paid a guy more money than you, and also Keon Ellis is going to get an extension that's kind of sort of in the range of, but no, it's you. Like, it's risky. That's risky.
I understand.
I think that's kind of starting out on the wrong foot already.
I agree. I totally agree.
Like I think yeah, if you're bringing in Kuminga, he's kind of being brought in with the aspect, all right, like, I'm going to be a starter now. Yeah, I feel like that's started out on the wrong foot.
Who's better today, DeRozan or Kuminga? Who's a better basketball player?
I'm worried about less about like who's better, just more so about like moving towards the future. Like Keegan, Kuminga are my future.
That might be where the disconnect here is.
But
you're trying to win games in 25, 26. Yeah. I'm trying to win a championship in 28.
Yeah, I'm focused on getting
I'm focused on rings around here. I'm focused on banners, Kenny.
Okay.
Well, whatever. I'm focused on the future. I'll just say I'm focused on the future. I'll go that far. I'm focused on the future. That's it.
And that's if we're trying to win, my job is to get the best out of these starters and all this other stuff, and prepare for the future. It's a juggling act. The other thing that I always bring up that I carry more weight with. Jonathan Kuminga, fine. You want to start? Go ahead and start. Last 5 minutes of the game, you're not going to be on the floor. You okay with that? Because I got a guy that averages 12 in the fourth quarter.
Why you got to be so ruthless for, man?
Well, I'm telling y'all, we're worried about the start. I'm always worried about finish.
Okay, can we talk about a finish? That
yeah. Play on, Bay. You're on thin ice. You're on thin ice, pal.
It's a warning.
Yeah.
I'm going to just throw this out here and then I got to go.
Okay.
What if closing lineup? We're talking closing lineups now. We're not talking starting lineups. What if you go Jonathan Kuminga at 6'8", whatever he weighs in at, as a small ball 5? A player can give the ball to in the final 5 minutes.
Well, Coach. Yeah, we can talk about that. We can talk about that. No disrespect to anybody.
No disrespect whatsoever.
We can talk about that.
Who are you guys talking about?
No, nobody in particular. Just
what's his number?
Well, look, okay, Kyle, go through your closing lineup potentially.
Okay, at the 1. You want Malik or Dennis closing?
Malik's not here.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's gone.
Malik's
Okay,
not here.
all right. Dennis
That's
Schroeder.
why I'm so.
Yeah, okay, Dennis Schroeder's got to run the point.
You are
Dennis,
the
Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder got to run point. Okay, he's going to organize the offense down the stretch. Cool with that. At the 2, obviously Zach LaVine. Anybody who can get hot and hit 8 threes in 4 seconds, you're playing.
Yeah.
I think you go DeMar DeRozan at the 3.
Yeah.
Not that many players that last second you want the ball in their hands more than DeMar DeRozan. That's fine. 4, going Keegan Murray. Need a little defense. You need a little 3-point shooting. I think Keegan has to be in your closing lineup. I would also hear an argument for Keon being in the closing lineup over Zach LaVine, but that's not a realistic thing, so I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah.
And then at the 5, you probably want a little defense, a little versatility, a little scoring. Somebody get to the line. Somebody can create.
Like if you're playing the Lakers, you might be able to do this. You know,
They ain't got no. I'm just.
Ain't got no big
I'm just.
Man, so
look.
why do I need a big man out there?
We're potting.
Hey Kyle, this guy sitting on the bench though makes $46 million. I can't play the $46 million guy in crunch time.
If Rudy Gobert can sit on the bench in crunch time, then so can anybody. Just I'm not gonna name names. I'm just throwing.
I'm on
out there.
I'm on an island with this one, and I know you got to go. I'm on an island with this one. In all seriousness, I think the Kuminga Keegan conversation is a lot closer than people want to admit here in Sacramento.
It could be close, but I think they both got to start though.
I agree.
For me, yeah.
Sure, but if you're
gonna take a swing and commit, then take a swing and commit. Jonathan commit. No. It didn't work. Swing and a miss.
It was touch. It was touch and go. It's touch and go.
No, strike one. It's fine. Fouled out.
But yeah, I would have that conversation with him. And to be honest with you, I'd have that conversation, and then I'd evaluate his response to it, how receptive he might be to it, and then make my decision. If I had that conversation and he was like you guys think he might be, I might evaluate. I don't think that's going to work. Sure. But if he was a little bit more receptive, like maybe how I think he might be, yeah, he understood. Like let's go about it. I wouldn't come to him with this is exactly how it's going to be.
Yeah,
we'd have a conversation, and I would outline why I think
this is how we can win basketball games and get you paid.
Yeah, and get you set up for next year, because next year, like now we've really taken all the restraints off. We ain't gonna do you like Steve Kerr did.
The closing lineup thing was a joke, guys. I wasn't being serious.
Are you sure you weren't being serious?
Somebody was like, "That's an awful lineup." Like, yeah, no, I was serious about one thing.
That's just one thing.
Just one thing.
Yeah. The other four players out there I was serious. The one, I was serious.
Right.
All right, man. Kyle Madson, once again, doing overtime with your boy, man. I appreciate you. Overtime, great show too.
No, we don't do overtime here.
I plead the fifth.
Damn, bro. Damn, we got to have a lot of talks, man.
Catch me on the Insiders, by the way, next week.
Oh my God. We got to have a lot of talks, man. Come on, man. Everybody have your barbecue on your 4th of July.
I love Odyssey.
Come back and get ready for some conversations, man. We got to have some conversations. So yeah, you think that's a no-go? You think you can't even have that conversation?
Yeah, you got to start them. Definitely got to start them, I think. I mean, it seems they really like DeMar, and it seems like they want him here to set the culture and kind of push that forward. So I guess, but I'd even look to trade DeMar after that. Again, I feel like I don't know. Maybe there's no market for him, so you keep him here or whatever. But he's here for a year, and then we're all moving on, right? I'd try to still get something for him.
Yeah, I mean,
that way I could also just start Kuminga and Keegan as well, though.
But
if he wants to come off the bench, that's cool too.
I understand why everybody looks at this year as a lost year.
That's why you shouldn't have traded for Zach LaVine, by the way.
But I think everybody in that building is still trying to win games. You know what I mean?
I think you can still. It's not a bad lineup. I think you can still win games, but also it's like we got to be real with ourselves here in the sense where it's like, cool, we'll win 43 games with DeMar in the lineup, and it's like maybe you get in the plan, and maybe you get to the first round, but in reality, like, what did you push forward? Like in reality, like your future is Kuminga and Keegan. Like that's where you're really gonna see progress. I feel.
But I think that can. To me, they're not mutually exclusive. Like you not starting Jonathan Kuminga doesn't.
Are you building? Question.
Not ready.
Real quick question: are you building around Kuminga after this year?
As like
one of your pillars, I guess. Yeah, like one of your centerpieces. Because I feel like if he is, then I feel like you'd have to start him.
I'd have to see him in the building. I don't know enough about him as a basketball player to say like, this is a piece or this is the franchise.
Because I was like Kyle's thing, not saying like he was the one, I think, but just more so if you're bringing in Kuminga, you're bringing him in here because he had a role that didn't really fit for him at Golden State, and he needs kind of to just be free out here with the Kings.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I just don't know how I look at him. Once again, if he's a piece, like, because it's almost like Keegan, right? Because I think they're on the same tier. I really do believe that, and that's. For some people, that's looked at as a negative. Not for me. I think they're both basketball players. But I wouldn't say I'm building around Keegan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd say Keegan is a part of what I'm trying to do. But I'm still trying to find that guy that I'm building around.
Yeah, because the way I look at it, like if you had Kuminga, and it's like, all right, you got Keegan, Kuminga, and Sabonis. I guess those are 3 of your starting 5 for the next few years. It just seems like Sabonis isn't going anywhere right now or anything like that. I think after that, you're trying to figure out the 2 guard spots, trying to upgrade. Because I don't think Schroeder's your point guard of the future or anything like that. But
no, I think I look at Kuminga and the acquisition of Kuminga, and that's part of what I'm trying to do. That's just part of what I'm trying to do. I look at Kuminga right now. You get him, because once again, like I said, I look at him the same as Keegan Murray. Right now, I'm still looking for a number 1 at some point. I still need that top flight franchise guy.
yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I think Kuminga is also just part of what you're doing moving forward too, though.
Yeah, just like Keegan.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll see what happens. James Ham seems like he's pretty confident it's going to happen this weekend.
I do wonder what the
that feels like bad really business for the Warriors too, by the way, just putting on that side. I'd be pretty pissed off if I was a Warriors fan if that's the return we got.
Well, the bad business started a year ago, I guess. They've made, in that particular case, not as an organization, but in the Kuminga situation, they've made a bunch of bad business moves that got them to this point.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to salvage it now. You almost, and maybe this is what Scott Perry and these guys are talking about, you almost got to take whatever you can at this point, because you didn't ruin that situation to the point where it now is Devin Carter and Sarge. And
you'll love Dario Sarge.
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, Dario Sarge is great. Remember, great Philadelphia 76er.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to him, man. The process. Do we got somebody on the line? Is that?
No, we got to go to break in a couple minutes anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sounds good. We're going to talk more about this, man, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot we're trying to figure out. I'm hoping something happens today because I'm impatient. I wanted something to happen last night, but yeah, I hope something happens soon. The Kings introduced the rookies today as well. You know, shout out to my man Clifford. Shout out to my guy, Maxine. That's my dog right
That's
there.
the one everyone's hyped about too, by the way. That's the one.
He looked like an NBA guy. He looked like prototypical 2025 NBA big. That's what he looked like. So I'm anxious to see those guys in the summer. But they had their press conference today. So maybe we'll touch a little bit on that. When we come back from break, my guy, Coach JT, you see him in the background if you're watching on YouTube. Shout out to my man, Coach JT. He's going to pull up on me. We're going to get some more of that hoop talk going on, man. We're going to talk about the Kings, about the league in general, and have a good time, man. We also got Sara Hodges coming up later and Matt George as well, man. So we're just getting started here, man. It's D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. You guys, hold on for 1 second. I'll turn his mic on for when he come in here. I'm gonna be hurry back. Yo, I'm just gonna get some way. Mike's hot. Back.
Kyle, what's good? Chatty House, what's up?
Arjun, was it Danny trying to trade Jaylen Brown, or was it teams trying to trade for Jaylen Brown? I feel like I remember backwards, but I could be wrong. I'm a Celtics fan. I feel like people were always asking for Tatum and Brown.
Tyler, what's good? Holiday weekend for everybody.
Yep, today's
what up,
Friday
though?
For a lot of people.
Spencer. Man. Scoot 916 always in the building. Zabo, the one and only. It's popping, man. I appreciate y'all. Real talk. Had a pleasure seeing a lot of you guys at that Friday night event at Sky River also. It's hella dope. JV going to the Euro. Jonas going to the Euro League. He probably got paid more money. Lazy, there you are. What's up, baby? Kuminga, the next C-Web. Nah, man, I'm from Sac. Keeping it real. 916er.
What's good, man? What y'all talking about in here, man? What y'all talking about, man?
Mad love. Everybody showing mad love. Appreciate it. Real talk.
What's good, man? What's good with you today?
Chilling. And the fireworks boost in, man. You know,
I can dig it.
1301 Florence Road.
Yes, sir.
Support the program, man. But we out there, man. My sister out there, Coach B. Shout out to them, man. Holding it down while I'm out here, man. Just raising money for the program, man. Thank God for the good weather.
Yeah, it ain't too bad.
Nah, we got the hot days out the way already, so I'm good in there. We're just chilling.
Hopefully we got the hot days out the way. Hopefully they're not gonna sneak up on us at the end of the
Not supposed to be 84 tomorrow. Oh, well, now I'm talking this week while I'm in that box. It was hot last year. It was 100 degrees last year.
Back here on D-Lo and KC. Your man KC flying solo-ish, because D-Lo's out. But you already know it's KC and friends, man. I got my people pulling up on me. One of my guys, Coach JT,
sir.
94 Feet Podcast in the building. What up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Straight?
Good, man. I can't complain at all.
Day.
I can't complain at all. You came out on Sunday and you coached the squad a little bit. You coached the squad. I was telling man, I'm not built to play 40 minutes yet, right?
Bro.
Now. Come on now.
I said, are we officially the older guys now? What's up,
we was out there playing with like 21-year-olds.
What's up, Unc? Oh, that's us.
I'm past Unc stage. They said
that's us, huh?
That's what my son said. He said I've zoomed past Unc stage. I'm OG now. That's crazy.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's always funny when we get to con win, lose, or draw.
Always a good.
But I'm
time.
like, man, it's just like, yeah, we used to be them kids. Used to, not anymore.
That team. Salute to them.
Yeah.
Even though we only have 5. Like we did only have 5. If we would have had like our usual 8 or 9,
come on, man,
it would have been a different game.
A little different.
But they handle business the way some young 20-year-olds should against older guys.
Of course.
Because as we run through all these West Sac leagues,
been there, done that.
Here and there, we 40 plus, we playing late 20, early 30-year-olds and all this other stuff, and they get mad at us, and we be like, "Yo, I wish at your age some 40-year-olds would try to play. We dust these boys off the court."
I gotta give you your props. No, little slow start. Made one early. I thought you were gonna keep going.
Yeah.
And the second half came. I said, there's one. There's 2. I said, no, he's hunting them now. He checked. No, actually, no. First half, you had a couple. That third one, you had 3 in the first half. But that third one, you might have shot from the timeline. I said, that's a heat check. The second half, I was like, oh, he's back going a little bit. He's hunting the shot.
It was time to heat up a little bit. I remember on one of the plays, I picked off a pass on the defensive side of the court and took it coast to coast.
Yeah,
I picked it off. And I was trying to go like smooth. Man, it took forever to get down the court. I took 1 dribble, 1.5 dribble. I was like, I'm not there yet. I got to keep going. And then dude wanted to try and chase me down. I'm like, bro, don't do that. Bro.
Yeah.
Don't make me pick up my speed a little bit. Come on, man. Let me guide into this layup. But
one of them, you took the dribble 3-point. I said, that's a lay for him now in his age now. Man, that's it. He gets 3-point line. That's as close as he's gonna get. It's going up.
I don't want the scouting report out, but I ain't driving to the basket. I ain't trying to have no Halliburton go on, man. Everything is around that perimeter nowadays, man.
Easy. 1-2 step.
Yeah.
Catch, shoot 3.
That's about
2-3 zone for the OGs. We good.
But yeah, man, the talk around here, obviously in the last 24 hours, is Jonathan Kuminga sign and trade, possibly coming to the Sacramento Kings talk is picked up. And let me start with your thoughts, man. What do you think about Jonathan Kuminga as a player?
I mean, I like it. It's the style of the NBA player that is going on in NBA right now, right? You know, tall wing, athletic, shoot, attack the rim, and he doesn't settle a lot for threes, even in Golden State. He can shoot a midi. He's a 3-level scorer, I believe, right? But you want to improve on that. But however, he can attack the rim, he can defend. You got to have wing players that two-way guys that can make some outside shots and get to the rim and then finish though, right? Like even when Zach came over here, it's like, wow, we see a couple of lobs. Monk was there for has been there doing it, but now you see a bigger wing getting lob dunks on fast breaks. And yeah, he can bring it to the table, but also, are you talking earlier, just the opportunity, man. He's hungry right now. He's been waiting to prove himself. That's why he bet on himself. And then think about the playoffs when he got some burn. He was cooking.
He was
cooking.
He was.
And that's all he's asked probably for was opportunity. And like you said, for whatever reason, you don't play that kid when you want to advance. It's crazy to me. But however, as you know, the NBA, the business behind it is something else we don't know. Like that money could have been a really factor. But it hurt them in the long run.
And the thing that, I want to see him grow with whether he's with the Kings or not, is getting that opportunity isn't always, and I think that this is probably a lot of what the Warriors were trying to get across to him, and it just wouldn't happen, and then they just wouldn't play him, and that wasn't the answer either. But getting the opportunity doesn't necessarily mean like I'm about to get a bunch of buckets. You know what I mean? Getting the opportunity and doing something with it means I understand when to pick and choose my spots as an offensive player, and when, hey, maybe I just gotta, move the ball around a little bit and defend. And that's how, I kind of show and prove. And I think that comes with time. No, he's a young kid. He's 22 years old. His mindset is, hey, I want to establish myself as an all-star guy. And the only way you make the all-star team is by getting buckets. So that's kind of where his man.
But to get that, what do you need ultimately? Playing time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was his biggest factor. Even his performances was kind of up and down at times before, but as those opportunities came, the playing time came, everybody was like, okay, wow. Like, what are they doing with this young fella? Because I'm not sure he was a lottery pick, first round?
Yeah, he was,
first
seven.
round?
Yeah, I think he was
number
7 pick.
Along with that comes like, not usually, I believe most kids who get drafted that high get the opportunity to, and I guess that was the tough part about going to the Warriors. You're Steph and Clay are there, knowing I'm like, I can get them up. I can score. I can produce, but however, and that's why I think, I hear Jeff Teagan talk a lot about getting drafted to opportunities, just like Dylan Harper, for instance. Is he going to get the rock in his hands this whole time this year? No way. Now, does that hinder his performance as a pro? Does that hold him back? That's going to be a big thing, because I think Kuminga had to kind of play in a role. He had to kind of play in his box when really he's like, man, I can do all these things on the court. Right. And for me as a Kings fan and knowing how the NBA gameplay is, we need guys like that. And I'm like, sure, he just wants the opportunity to play. And again, shout out to him, man, because it was dope to see him come off that bench from not playing the playoffs and then all of a sudden just go out there and kill.
Right.
It was a pleasure to see.
And that's the big thing about it with the Kings aspect of it, is all the things that he wanted to do in Golden State, but wasn't necessarily allowed to, because you got Steph, you got Jimmy Butler, you got Draymond, all those guys. He should be allowed to do here in Sacramento. He should be a primary scorer. He should be a primary playmaker and finisher on the offensive end. And you ask yourself, if you're Sacramento, if he gets that opportunity, does that motivate him, or does that encourage him to be more of a well-rounded player? Be able to do everything, rebound a little bit better, defend more consistently, because he is getting the minutes and the looks that he thinks he deserves and that he desires. And I'm absolutely willing to take a chance on all of that if I'm the Kings.
And I think that goes back to now again. So I've seen like all the staffing updates, right? Like that's what your coaching staff is for, right? Okay, we're bringing this young fella in for this. However, like again, it's about how you communicate with those, right? So I can see Doug and of course Bobby for sure in the lab with the young man. Like, hey, let's get in here. Oh, you can add this to your game, because it's ultimately going to help yourself get paid again one more time probably, and the team. Like the team does better because of your influence or your input on the team. Everybody's going to support that. Your numbers going to get better, but also you have to write that check for him, whether it be here long term or not. After he proves himself more, but expand his game, bro. He's still again 22, 23. He ain't reached it yet.
Right.
He got to. That's what I'm saying. So right now it's getting the lab, learn, but also he needs the playing time to do so, and the flexibility without getting. I don't know what was going on with them up there, so whatever it was. But now it's like, what? I would love to have that gentleman over here, remove a couple other people. I heard y'all talking about starting lineup, stuff like that.
Yeah, what you think about that? Like I said, I am still leaning towards having DeMar DeRozan start, and if I got Kuminga, I'd probably look to bring him off the bench as my sixth man. I understand that was a lot of his frustration in Golden State.
Right.
The other part of his frustration was they wouldn't even play him at all. It wasn't even like, hey, you're the sixth man, you're coming off the bench.
Right.
We let you cook when you come off the bench. They wouldn't play him at all. So I think that is a big part of his frustration as well, which means he might be a little bit more receptive if he knew he was getting 25 to 30 minutes a night. But what you think about that?
He wants to. I mean, if I'm him, I want to start.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, and the King should also, because again, given the age and the projectile forward of what he can do, and let's be real, right? I know DeMar DeRozan is not he's still efficient scorer, but he is really the one. I know he's not Rusty Lowe, but he can get buckets still. He's the one that got to come off the bench. You got to get, man. You put Schroeder, Levine, Kuminga, 1, 2, 3, and again, Schroeder's gonna just try to hold it to 4. The question is, who's at that 4 spot? If is it Keegan? Depending on what we do. But I think, like I said, Monk will be gone. DeRozan, you can come off and still get me 16, 17 a game, DeRozan, and be more fresher than having to play both ends for the numbers wise. Kuminga got the legs to play the longer minutes, right? So I think he deserves the opportunity, because again, if he don't get it now, shoot, somebody will come and offer him something else. If the numbers still are pretty decent, they're gonna give him what he wants to. And it could be just a bad team though, right? Well, I guess we're not great either.
Yeah,
but if we keep making moves, right, I would say that's a big. I think Jesse on the way up said if we pull that through and get him, it's a BA type of offseason for us. It's a little decent, more decent expectations. I see now a little bit. Okay, we got bigger wings. Okay, I see a little more scoring. We talked about you texted about the draft pick guy. I said, oh, okay, we're going NBA right here. We're going big wings, decent point guard, whatever it is. But then we got bigger wings who can defend and play both sides and also score. I like that lineup, man, and tempo for us, man. Get up and down the floor. Yeah. You know what I mean? Move the ball, but also let's not have 50 paint touches by the elbow from DeRozan and Sabonis. Like that, there's no space out there.
If they were able to pull this off, this Kuminga deal, Scott Perry was able to pull this off, I would look at that almost as pulling a rabbit out of your hat for this offseason, because it didn't look like there was much this offseason that you can do or that you were about to do. And to get back into the first round and get a guy like Nick Clifford, to find a guy like Maxine out of Stanford in the second round.
Yeah.
To sign a Dennis Schroeder, who I like his game. I think he's a good ball player. That's fine. Like, he's not your franchise, but he's cool.
But people, and I get overpaid him, but let's be real. We have to pay over people to come play here. I wish we didn't have to. I wish we could have got him for like that 8, 9, kept a couple million, but you have to make it to where I can't turn this down. Yeah. And I mean, you know what I'm saying? So you take that what it is, but we know, is it the long-term fix? No, probably not. However, but if we want to stay relevant right now with this move, especially with potentially Kuminga coming, he need a point guard to be able to facilitate the rock with, and he's one on the market that was highly sought after. You had to pay him a little extra. I mean, that's just what it was.
Yeah, man. And then also, like, depending
Sacks
on
tax, that's what it's called. That's perfect.
But also depending on what you're able to do with that in a sign and trade and maneuver and all this other stuff. Like, you could be looking at, all right, I gave Schroeder 15, but it allowed me the assets or to be able to talk to the Warriors about getting Kuminga.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if I would have just gave him market value at $6-7 million or whatever, I might not have been in the space to be able to go get Kuminga or whatever. Yeah. So I think in those situations, you got to look at it all those type of ways if you're talking about his contract.
So I'm still looking at, bro, just figuring out. I thought it was actually already done, but they're saying they're still. So it's other things that can still go. I've been looking at it. So I didn't know that. Well, now I'm like, oh, okay, really put our name in the hat. Like, do what they said. Do what you have to do. Make those calls or see whatever. Because if you still have options, I'm like, why would you want to do that to make your team better?
Yeah.
If somebody's listening, if they're listening to opinions, even though Warriors may say we don't want to, however, they may have to. I'm like, you got to go out there and try to sell water to a well to get what we need.
Absolutely, man. and that's the thing where, if you're able to finagle this offseason into getting Schroeder, getting Kuminga. We talked about the 2 first-rounders. Job's not done. You still got a lot that you have to do to get this franchise up to where they want to be.
Right.
But that's a heck of a start. That's a heck of a start. That's a heck of a summer, the way that you were able to do that. I don't want Malik Monk to go. I love Malik Monk. I want him to stay here. But if you were able to
but business-wise, he's the one that's got to probably move.
Yeah, you got to free up that log jam at the shooting guard spot.
Sure.
And you were able to move Monk and Devin Carter. Yeah, that'd be a real good look of Scott Perry.
Bro, like I said, we got taller, more athletic on the wing. Let's be real. Like I said, to have Monk and Keegan out there, or Carter, the effort is there from Keegan. I mean, Carter defensively, however, but size, Monk too. it's about bigger wings and athletic wings. And like you got a chance to get one of the premier ones that's out right now with the potential, you have to make a play on that. You got to make a play on that. I
agree 100%. Your gut feeling, what you think, man? Is Kuminga going to be a Sacramento King?
Well, the way I'm going to say, yeah, because I believe the way right now, it's like as consistent they have been with this right now, or how early and how open, it's not like you said, last couple of years, few years, we're like, oh, this is just talk. This came out, it's clear. I've seen it a lot. I've heard a lot. I'm like, man, like this really tapped into a couple of sources. They was like, hey, it's being talked about, communicated, but of course, right, it's the end result of what probably the Warriors want in return.
Right. I think
that's the thing. They're like,
and the Warriors do hold cards in that respect because they gotta agree to it. They could, and Kyle Madson pointed this out before, there feels like there's no good solution for them. But they could simply look at the 2 bad solutions or 3 bad solutions and say, we'll pick the bad solution that just says we bring them back and we'll deal with it.
Hold on, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or we're not gonna give them the team down the street either. Like, right, we like y'all, we don't like y'all. Like,
yeah. I mean, they've done it before. It wasn't this group, but they did it with Mitch.
Oh, well,
so we got Mitch.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So let's do it again.
Let's run it back one time.
Let's make history repeat itself again, man. You can get another draft pick from us. Devin Carter, he plays the role of Billy Owens. All right, you can get another draft pick from us.
Yeah,
and we'll take back Kuminga, and he turns into Richmond.
I just like his game, man. Opportunity of the young fella, man. Hopefully, opportunity. But I can see again that playoff run. I can see he's really intentional about. Look, I can do this, but I just need opportunity, playing time wise, consistently. If y'all don't like my whatever, but again, as we know, bro, the game is played how he plays right now. Like Denver getting the Cam Johnson wing for Porter, that was a good move. But what is he? Athletic wing, can shoot the ball. He put the ball on the ground. Like that's what the NBA game is right now, man. So, and that's what we need, man. That's what we need. We need more of those wings that play that style, that can interchangeable. You can switch and guard at least 2, 3, 4. We need that.
And I've had the conversation a number of different times about in the last day or so about Kuminga or Keegan Murray, who's better, all this other stuff. Let's be perfectly clear. I think it would be fantastic to have them both on the roster.
Who's that?
Keegan and Kuminga. I think if you get both of those guys out there as your 3 and your 4, and they're interchangeable like that, and a guy that can create like Kuminga, with a guy that can shoot the way Keegan Murray can do, I think your forward spot is fantastic if you're able to have both of them out there. So
the lineup, like I heard about finishing lineups, but just the size wise, as far as like Schroeder the only. I mean, I don't know how tall he is though, but you put Kuminga, Levine, Keegan, and whoever at the 5 right there. Come on, y'all go finish the quarter, end the quarters, whatever, end the games, and you got a couple of bucket getters too, though, as far as that. But you got guys who can defend, and of course, I like Schroeder because he can facilitate, but also he's not afraid to take shots.
Yeah,
he's not afraid. But then if you're getting Zach off a pin down with a jumper, you might count that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You can get that curl or whatever like that, and again, but defensively at the end, right? You got to know we may get caught in the switch. They may try to hunt somebody. Well, now you hunting. It's a couple guys waiting on you.
Got my man Coach JT, 94 Feet Podcast, pulling up on us just because we having basketball talk, man. Just because we talking basketball. I'm not trying to pit nobody against anybody else, but we talking basketball. Who do you think is better, Kuminga or Keegan Murray? For the record, I think they're both on the same tier. I think they're both.
I would say I could agree with you because if you want to lean one way, right? So you would say Keegan the better 3-point shooter. Kuminga's the better at attacking the rim. But they both can play the defense. They're both athletic, but I would give, even because Keegan doesn't show his crazy bounce too consistently, but he's got a little more aggressive last year. But Kuminga might catch 1 or 2 bodies off the glass, tip dunks. He does stuff like that. And half court set, he coming down, but Keegan will come in the fast break and get one. So I would say very similar to me as far as just the one's a better outside shooter, one's better at getting to the rim more consistently. So I mean, it's like, hey, in this game, which for your team, you had to pick which one do you need more of, right?
As we're talking here, there was news-ish that kind of broke here. I'm not sure who this guy is. No, I'm not meaning disrespect, but I'm not familiar with him. But he wrote a story, has a tweet out talking about Jonas Valanciunas in the trade that the Kings sending him into Denver may be on hold right now because Valanciunas is contemplating
going home,
leaving the NBA and going to play in EuroLeague. So I wonder, and I'm, doing stuff on the fly here, but I wonder how that might affect everything. Obviously, if that trade doesn't go through, Sarge isn't a King anymore. He's a guy that was rumored to be involved in a Kuminga deal. So is
okay, so it could be connected. It could mess up a little bit of domino effect, or could it make it better? Because if he decides to go somewhere else, right? Again, you guys are better than me at that part, the money wise, or could you go to someone else who's open, available, another center like that to add to make Golden State? So yeah, we really want him now. Is there somebody else out there? Like, Ayton's gone now, but like, you're not paying. How much is Horford making? He's still getting paid a lot, right? We're just acquiring him to sign, but then send him to Golden State. Because Golden State, I heard him trying to get Al Horford.
Yeah. And Al Horford's still trying to figure out if he's going to still play.
That's the real OG. He been playing for a long time. Al been playing, man, chilling. But
so he's still trying to figure out if he's going to play.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting, yeah, because that affects everything else, man, which is kind of – and, yeah, we don't want that to come back and kick us in the butt at all.
Keith Smith says that as of right now, Valanciunas is still a Sacramento King.
So that means, yeah.
So now I wonder if that –
hit the rewind.
If that changes, is Valanciunas part of the deal? Is that even feasible for Valanciunas to be part of the deal as opposed to Sarge? And because Golden State does need a center,
right?
Maybe that sweetens the pot a little bit.
That's what I'm saying. You got to make. Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying that's so much stuff. I was like, what? But it could, like I say, could it help us? I'm hoping it helps us make it a little more appealing to them. Say, even though, but we need this.
Yeah.
And there's not nothing out here, that's for trying to make another decent run. We need this. So if it helps us out, hey, let's make it happen. Get to it.
Yeah,
get to it.
For sure. The Kings off season so far in general, though, like all this aside, because there's a long way to go with this if it even happens. But just as we are right now, they, in some form or fashion, are going to acquire Dennis Schroeder at the point guard. Drafted Nick Clifford out of Colorado State. You got my man Maxine out of Stanford. How are you feeling about the additions to this team so far?
Like I said,
sorry, Drew Eubanks. They added Drew Eubanks. Yes, I apologize.
Eubanks. Oh yeah, sorry, Drew. But I'll take the rookie moving up to get something like that as it was a B move, I guess. You just not sit back and do nothing because it was so crazy. Everybody said yet again, the Kings do nothing. The Kings do nothing. Then okay. But now you just never know with that. Because again, we didn't watch him on TV. I personally didn't see the young man play. Heard good reviews about him.
Saw him a couple times.
But he fits that mold too, which I saw too, though, right? Yeah. Bigger wing. But the shorter thing again, that was, like I said, that's a band-aid for me. Kind of like let's just because we need a point guard back. You know what I mean, like that. So for right now, I would say grade wise, I'm gonna keep it at like a C for right now. I'm just gonna leave it there. I didn't see it wasn't because again, basically we tied up so much in money or other stuff. But I was like, nothing had me going like the last couple of days have been crazy. Like we just haven't make no splashes.
Well, the thing is, I don't know if there's any splashes to make in the NBA right now. The NBA is so crazy as far as nobody doing anything. These general managers, these owners being so afraid to approach the apron, or if they're in the apron, second apron, get out of the apron. Boston just got rid of damn near the whole team, or a whole starting lineup, I should say, outside of Tatum and Brown, because they didn't want to be anywhere near the second apron.
Yeah.
So I wonder, I've speculated, that's the reason why there's not a lot to do out there. You got a guy like Schroeder, you can get him, or if you can finagle some stuff to get JK, go get him. There's not a lot of moves to be made right now.
Well, I wouldn't say stuff didn't happen because stuff been happening. When you paying dudes to stay home off injuries, is wild. Mike Brown, like all these things, people are doing stuff. Even that, I know we'll get into that because I got my little thoughts about that from some of the experience on that same level. But I'll get with that. But it's just like, yeah, we have again kind of handicapped ourselves, I guess, somewhat because we dug a hole and other stuff beforehand. But I'm just like, man, I think it's been some movement. But I just want to see. For me, ain't no, something like okay, yeah, it solidifies in that top 6. We're just like, okay, we're gonna be hovering around that same bottom again.
I don't know if that guy exists.
Yeah, but what I will say though, what I think though, again, but Kuminga, for playing style wise, I'll feel so better and comfortable about our going to the fall. Absolutely. I'll say, you know what, playing style, ability, size, productivity. Okay, I'm thinking with the Schroeder, I'm like, you know what, for me at least, that's something more humbling to look forward to. I'm like, you know what, I'm trying to go see Kuminga play tonight. See how we look on the floor with Zach. Okay, Let's see this thing because that product is better. I'll say that, right? That product is better.
It's definitely exciting. I also feel like at this point, if you're Scott Perry and the Kings, you're this close, you have this opportunity to acquire a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, a guy that has a huge upside, high ceiling. You take a swing on. This is the perfect type of prospect that if you're Sacramento, the Sacramento Kings, that you take a chance on, and you got to get this thing done.
You got to
get this done. And if the Warriors are, balking at their initial reported proposal of Saric and Carter and a couple of second rounders, if they say, hey, make it 2 first rounders and we can get this done, then you go get it done. Like, you're right here.
To be that close and not seal a deal, you got to you may have to, again, you might have to overpay. You might have to overpay.
Or fairly pay, because
right.
it feels like Saric, Carter, and 2 second rounders is an underpay for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga. But that may be what the market is dictating. But I think the Kings got to go. They got to.
I mean, at least if you're gonna go down, you go down swinging. At least that.
Scott Perry got to bring this one home.
You got to go down.
Bring it home, Scott. Man, that's the way I look at it.
Yeah.
But now we got this caveat here with Valanciunas, and maybe he's holding up the deal. Maybe you got to find somebody else. Maybe he's actually helping the deal if he's involved in it. I don't know.
Right.
I have no idea. But we'll try to stay up to date on that as much as possible. I got my man, Coach JT, rocking with me here. And look, just because Coach is here, he's part of the show. He's a guest, but he's not a guest. He's family.
Yes, sir.
He's a part of the show. The phone lines are still open.
Yeah.
I want to know what y'all think about this whole thing. I want to know what y'all think about going out and getting Jonathan Kuminga. What you guys think about the price that is reportedly asked to get Jonathan Kuminga in a sign and trade. Malik Monk being a part of that. Now his name is back out there. And if he's going to be a guy that is once again going to be on the move from Sacramento, I want to know what y'all think. Hit us up on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. I almost said 1025, Jesse, but I didn't.
Tap in.
I didn't. I said 1320. I caught myself. It's all good. But we want to hear from the people. I want to know what y'all think, man. So hit us up. It's July 3rd, the day before the 4th of July. I know y'all just chilling, man. Come hey, holla at us.
We're here.
We're gonna be right here. We're coming right back. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Okay, I mean, TCG, I'm glad you're not GM neither. I am so damn glad that TCG is not running the game. I'm damn happy you are. And when you talk about 2 firsts, you got to understand what the hell you're talking about. I'm not saying 27 and 28 or anything else like that. You actually have an extra first from San Antonio that is considered a first. So if you gave them 2028, your own 2028, and the San Antonio 2027, that's 2 firsts. I'd do that for Jonathan.
2 firsts, for a 22, 23-year-old.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you got it. Hey, it's the price of doing business right now.
100%.
The Warriors get Monk and Horford.
You're glad I'm not GM, and that's fine. Just know that I'm glad that your ass is not GM.
Running with Fox, what up, though? Somebody, he said, well, yeah, give me DeMar in a second. Yeah, take DeMar. Bye-bye.
Are you in the camp of not liking DeMar either?
No, I like DeMar, but again, the style of play don't fit what we were trying to do. I said
what
that
are you trying to do?
a year ago, but I said that last year when I was here. I said the style of play it's the space, and there's no space on the floor. He operates in the spaces where almost where like Shea operates, right? Shea and point guards, but they shoot it or they kick from that spot. He's there to score. Ain't no passing going on, and then it wasn't no space this season for me, right?
Yeah, I don't think that was the issue. I don't think offense was the problem. That's the other thing that people always talk about. Their offense wasn't the problem.
I would love to see the efficiency from this year and the year the Beam team as far as that went.
The Beam team was out of this world.
But just as far as the space,
at the time, then
before
Indiana took it and went crazy with it. But I mean, all that is fine. Like I don't think you're wrong, but everybody talks about the offense. The offense wasn't the problem last year. They scored the ball relatively fine.
Keeping it real, G. I hear you. The guards dominate. Move off Sabonis. You gotta get something in return. But like now that part, again, you need that efficient dunker spot. Man, Houston, not playing no games. You got to have a lot of players down there shot blocking. So guys will get paint touches, kick out for threes, or shoot layups, and dunk the ball. That's what the game is played. The point guards really shoot the middies and KD. Nobody else shoot mid ranges like that. All PGs. I just want JK going so we can move on. Like I said, I wouldn't mind him off the bench. If he went to the bench, probably okay, appreciate you. Because I know I got 15 coming off the bench, at least.
What you got in the starting lineup, though?
Keegan and Kuminga.
They going to give you 20?
Between both of them?
Yeah.
They might not have to, though.
Why wouldn't they?
Zach, Schroeder will give me 12, 13, 14. Then you got Zach. Then they both give me 16, 17 apiece. Like, spread the buckets out because the pace and space, they'll get some more shot attempts. More spacing. And then again, now I come off the bench, DeRozan. Okay, now I know again. And he can even finish quarters too, though. That's the thing. You have the option. But to start.
D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Your boy KC. Riding solo today. D-Lo is champagning and campaigning in his mansion. I don't know where D-Lo is, but he's enjoying himself. Well-deserved break. I got my man, Coach JT, rocking with me here today. We also got a lot of other people coming through on KC and Friends. We've got Sara Hodges pulling up. We got my main man, Matt George, also pulling up later on. But my man, Coach JT, rocking with us today. We're trying to figure out this King situation, what they need to do. How can they get Jonathan Kuminga? Is it even possible? Yep. Is it realistic? I think they need to make sure they close the deal on this. I think they need to figure this thing out and close the deal. But we talked about it earlier. Just because JT's here, and even when Sarah gets here, this is family. This is a family. Not that Matt George isn't family, but this is family. We still want to hear from you. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, 916-909-1320. We got some calls. Let's go. Well, we got TC first. Let me holler at my man TC. TC, what's good, baby?
Man, what's up with my two brothers, man? Hey, what's up with you, Coach?
Uh-oh, you broke up. You broke up.
Hey, Coach JT, what's up, man?
Oh, no, he haven't had headphone issues. Let's see. Hold on. I got you, though, TC. What's good with you, big dog?
Man, don't even trip, man. It's my two brothers. It's still Jesse in the back. Look, check it out. Hey, so I'm talking about Kuminga, but I want to talk about that press conference today, bro. We got two mature cats, right? First of all, I like how they was all equipped, right? Not only was Maxime and Nick, right? And Nick, they was matching with the gray suits, right? But not only was Scott Perry and Doug with they suits with no tie, with the two buttons undone. Listen, man, we about business, man. And I like these cats. We ain't dealing with no kids. We dealing with young men that's hungry. Yeah. Let Scott Perry cook. Scott Perry close the deal. He gonna close that deal out. Kuminga, that's the deal. I'm with you, Coach. Listen, JT, if we gotta overpay a little bit, maybe if we gotta throw a first for Kuminga, I'm doing that, bro. For that potential and that upside, Kenny, you know that, man. That starting five of a shooter. I'm just saying though, because I don't know what's going on with DeRozan and Levine. That's a whole nother story. If it was me, I don't care about the politics. They'd both be on the bench. But that's another story. Okay. Check it out. Now I'm serious, Coach. Listen,
I hear you.
I got Schroeder, Ellis, Kuminga, Keegan, and Domas, and then you got them dudes coming off the bench. That's nasty, bro. Close out the deal, man. I'm overpaying for Kuminga, bro.
Yeah, I definitely. Hey, first off, TC, appreciate you, bro. Your energy on the show all the time is fire. You bring it.
Shout out to my boy TC, man.
You bring it.
I agree, man. I'm like, I don't want to. I'm gonna try and get what I can, but at this point, we're so far down the road. I gotta close this deal out, and if it means turning one of those second rounders into a first round pick, yeah, I'm doing that. I'm gonna try and make it the most convenient first round pick for me, whether it's a San Antonio pick or if it has to be one of my own. But Jonathan Kuminga is a guy that the Sacramento Kings take a chance on. You take a chance on Jonathan Kuminga. Buddy. I don't know what he's going to be. I'm not even exactly sure who he is today. You know what I mean? But that's the type of talent, young talent, that you take an opportunity on.
I would say that's the one that we all as fans are like, okay, I see that. I see why. Hope it works for us. But yes, that's the one you got to go. And yeah, I think there's no second guessing it. There's no need to wonder if he got enough stuff proven. You've seen it. You got some history. You got film. You got that. You've seen it up close and personal. Yeah. So definitely, man. I'm like I said, bro. That'll definitely keep me intrigued, but not forget, but I was like, so a bench of Keon, DeMar, you need probably 2 other bodies off the bench. But again, that 5, and then have, find 2 or more people off the bench. I'm liking a little bit of depth though. Like, what you kind of got to feel what's coming in too consistently, hopefully, right? Because even with Keon now going a little bit older, shout out to them. Him and Isaac met them at the Pro-Am, bro. Talk to them gentlemen at the Pro-Am. I think with DeMar added to that bench lineup, bro, it's a little different for us.
Yeah,
it's a little, and it's a good look, I think.
So here's the funny thing. Shout out to my guy Steven in the chat. Really is my guy. I'm not being a jerk about it. But he says 2 picks for an unsure prospect is a lot. The thing that I find funny about that is 2 picks for an unsure prospect is a lot. We don't even know what those 2 picks are. Like, the 2 picks are unsure.
They could be 20, 35.
So how are we talk about a prospect that we've actually seen in the NBA and we know what he can do.
Right. He's not you're not guessing.
We don't even know what the hell we don't know the pick that 2028 is. We don't know the players that are going to be available.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't let that in Jonathan Kuminga's case. Different players, sure, maybe so. But in a case like Jonathan Kuminga, I wouldn't let a 2028 pick affect whether or not I went after Jonathan Kuminga. I wouldn't. I take an opportunity. It is a gamble. Like, you've got to. Nothing is a sure thing. And I think that's one of the things a lot of people do out here. They want like a sure thing. If they're going to trade, if they're going to make a move, if they're going to draft somebody, sign somebody, they want a sure thing. Nothing's a sure thing.
But this one, think about it. This is better than actually drafting somebody you haven't seen the NBA level. We've seen him perform on the NBA level in big games, in playoffs. So you have material, you have a visual. So I'm like, why? You don't have to second guess yourself on this one. If it's available, then you have proof. Okay, this is what it is. Like, he's gonna make us better. We need to go get him.
And that pick that you give up, it might end up being a top 3 pick. I'm not even disputing that. Like, you don't know.
Right.
Like, you don't know. Like,
the unknown.
It is a risk that you're taking. It is a gamble that you may be taking moving those picks. But that's the game.
But does that make your team better now?
You can't always build a roster or build a team by being scared. Sometimes you gotta be cautious and responsible, and sometimes you gotta take a risk on somebody. And I think just Jonathan Kuminga is worth that risk. Let's get back to these phone lines still, man. We got my man Manny. Manny, what up, big dog?
What's good?
What up? Coach JT, don't be pumping up TC, man. He already put like 3 organizations into debt, man. Don't
do that to TC, man. Come on now.
Hey, so I'm with you on the Kuminga front, KC. At this point, like, part of the reason why they're at where they're at right now is because they wouldn't take chances. They stuck by the team so long and got stuck in this rut, right? So they need to go out and get younger, number one. And 2, they just need to take that chance. And if it doesn't work, so be it. But not only are you taking a chance on somebody that's for now, right? You're taking a chance on someone that's for the future also. So it's two-folded there. So if that's what you got to give up, go do it. Let me say one more thing. As TC would say, let me cook for a minute.
Go ahead. You good. We got you.
I got 2 things, right? Yeah. One, y'all, Coach JT got his students, got his players, got fireworks. It's over on Florin Road, over by the Bel Air.
Appreciate you, man.
Make sure you stop over there if you need that. And he got a clinic coming up, right? A camp he got for the kids.
Yeah.
I'll be bringing out Gatorade and waters.
Appreciate you, my dog.
And Easter going to come hang out. You know what I'm saying? Teach these kids some things. So make sure you come and support my guy, man.
I appreciate you, bro.
Shout out Manny. He's
a great dude.
Big ups to my guy Manny, man. Big ups, and
real solid,
you, man. We just kind of talked about it and made the point. I'm not taking a chance for just any and everybody. That's not what I'm doing. But there are some guys that I'm like, nah, I'll take a risk on, and I think Kuminga fits that bill. I think he's a guy.
Yes, bro.
You know, I'm not exactly sure what he's gonna be. I got a good idea what his floor is, but I'm not saying for sure that I know he's gonna be an all-star level guy, but he could be, and I'm willing to take a risk on that.
I think the same thing. I agree. Like, I saw enough spurts in him to be like, okay, you know what? With opportunity and time, he could be pretty damn good consistently for us. Yeah. And that's what we need.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Let's get back to these phone lines.
It's cracking.
DJ, what's popping, man? How you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's good?
So I got like two things. So I'm 100% with the Kuminga thing, and I don't even think it's a risk. I think it's no question if they want the Spurs pick, and then another protected pick or whatever. I say we give it to him. Kuminga is a dog. We know what Kuminga could do. But I'm putting Keegan on the bench. Kuminga starting, Keegan going on the bench. And we still need rim protection besides Sabonis, though. So I think, like I said, if we make that move, I'm trading DeRozan for Wendell Carter out of Orlando, putting him next to Sabonis. He could move, he could shoot the three, and I think that's a lineup of Schroeder, Levine, Keegan. Not Keegan, Kuminga and Carter and Sabonis.
Yeah,
man, that's 6 feet.
I like. Hey, I don't even know if is he available or like we had to go kind of ask for him. But Wendell Carter at the 4 is lovely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Orlando's shopping him at all.
Yeah,
I mean that's a good prototype type player that you'll want out there. DJ was talking about he was ready to put Keegan on the bench. I said that earlier. People wasn't.
I didn't hear that one though. I didn't think about it, but
I wouldn't put Keegan on the bench though. I honestly, like I mentioned earlier, I would try to talk to Kuminga and figure out what his thought would be if he was the sixth man. Because I'm the only one in Sacramento.
If it was sixth man?
Kuminga. I'm the only one in Sacramento. That's fine. I still see value in DeMar DeRozan, and I think he's fine as a starter. I don't think he hinders you as a starter. So I would still be trying to start him. But if Kuminga was not feeling that, if it'd be friction, I'm open to.
But if you're saying though, bro, like
whatever, even exploring moving Keegan to the bench.
But so now Keegan, I didn't think about too. But if you're saying you see potential in Kuminga as that, we don't see 6 men get that potential all-star traction because they have to be a starter. They have to get those minutes, right? So I think you got to let the reins off, as they said. You got to let him go.
He's gonna play 25 to 30 minutes a night. In the end, when I talk about that, that's only for this year. I'm not gonna re-sign DeRozan to a 4-year deal, and he's gonna be stuck behind him forever.
So, this is a short-term thing for him then.
Yeah, 6 man. That's short.
So how long when does he get to start then?
He'll get to start. I mean, potentially this year, deciding what I do. Potentially in February if we move DeRozan at the deadline. But worst case scenario, probably next year.
So worst case next year, but I do like that even if he's here to get accustomed to the whatever lifestyle, playing style cycle in the first couple 6 months, and DeRozan's out of there by All-Star, and then he goes to that starting role. I can rock with that.
Yeah,
I can feel that for sure. Let him get in there, get a feel for it. All right, see how because the people once he get rocking, I know the fans gonna be behind him.
Oh, for sure. And look, ideally for the future, I want Keegan and Kuminga at those 3-4 forward spots. At the 3-4, it could be interchangeable. I think it'd be a perfect matchup if you get Kuminga to consistently, and I don't think this is necessarily a problem, but if you can get him to consistently defend.
Yeah,
him and Keegan defending at that 3-4 and potentially sometimes some of these 2s, because I think Kuminga does have the athleticism to move down and guard 2s.
Yep.
Man, come on, man. I think that'd be a perfect pairing. That'd be a great pairing.
Yeah, I definitely see. I saw my man asked about Kuminga in the chat about Kuminga, DeRozan, Sabonis. That's again for me. Like I said, DeRozan and Sabonis on the court at the same time is crowded. Kuminga no, because he can shoot the corner 3 and the wing 3, so he's gonna space. But yeah, man, like I said, everybody's saying it's not gonna happen. Some saying I don't want to wait on it. Hopefully, we hear sooner than later because I want to make sure.
James Ham was saying it might happen this weekend. So
I saw somebody in the chat said that too. Might happen tonight. They said 4th of July. I'll take them fireworks.
I don't know. I hope it happens. I hope it happens. I'm hoping it happens for sure, man. I'm hoping I hear from my people out here on the Elk Grove Kia talk line.
Okay.
Let's let my man Troy. Troy, what's up, man?
What's going on with you fellas? How's it going today?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I got 2 quick questions for Coach.
What's up?
First of all, Coach, how long do you think it's going to take how many years do you think it's going to take for Kuminga to develop and reach that full potential that we want him to see? And my second question, I'll take it off the air. Do you think we have the staff to develop him? I don't want it to be a Gerald Wallace situation.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah, so for him, since he's already, to me, he's been proven now. It's just it could be a breath of fresh air. It could be a year and a half maybe before he really just goes crazy, if that's with the opportunity again, playing time wise, right? Because you saw his ability is there. It's just the opportunity consistently. And I know as a coach, you need to give certain guys the opportunity and kind of take the reins off them. Second question. I'm sorry. What's the second question?
He
again?
was
Do they got the coaching staff to
Oh.
develop yet?
So I looked at the roster to the staff members again, and me keep it 100. I'm a Sacramento person. I know Bobby Jackson. I know Doug, and Doug is very intense. He's very intentional about what he's doing. I know Bobby. He wants to work, so I definitely think he has. Those are the two main two I know personally. But Sacramento has so many other guys that are not in the pro scene that NBA players work out with. Shout out Gus Armstead, different trainers in the area. Kuminga will find a gym to be in. If he wants to be there, he will get better. It's enough resources, and Doug does not shame to get you. Go to Dave Ankrum. You're gonna be at Dave's. You can walk in there. I love to walk into Dave Ankrum, see my nephews and godsons playing. Like, oh, Kuminga's in here. She getting shots up with coach because Doug still go get working. Right. You know what I mean? So I think he's definitely. It'd be good for him. Yeah. It'd be good for him, man. Breath of fresh air and coach that. And I think Doug's relationship is probably his biggest thing. He values that. He communicates with every player, any person in a gym he goes into. He shakes your hand, says hello. Bobby the same way, man. So I think he'll be. They'll bring the young guy in, but then they'll try to develop and make him to be the guy.
Yeah, man. Hey, these phone lines, they on fire, man. My man, Coach JT in the building. Hey, Will, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing today?
What's up,
man? How you doing?
I'm doing outstanding, especially with this news. Kind of exciting. I got a take on why it has to be DeMar to come off the bench if we swing this deal.
Okay, I'm listening.
Well, by far, DeMar is the best playmaker out of the group. You know, we can't have Zach LaVine coming off the bench, heading up the second unit. That'll be too much. DeMar, he's showing some playmaking skills, and he's a veteran. So I just think it has to be him. And we need more length and athleticism, and Kuminga does that. So yeah, so that's what I got.
No doubt. I mean, I appreciate you, Will, man. I still have no problem starting DeMar DeRozan, but I'm not. I think a lot of people are passionate about that, like him not starting, whatever. I'm not tripping that much. Like if Doug Christie looked at this situation, talked to DeMar DeRozan, and said, "Hey, you're gonna be the sixth man," I'd be like, "All right, cool. Like let's rock. Let's do work." Whereas if he said, "Hey, DeMar's still gonna start for me," I'd be like, "All right, cool. Let's do the work." Others, for whatever reason, I don't understand. I don't understand the passion about this, but they're like, if Doug Christie came out and said DeMar is going to start, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing in the world. We can't have it. Like, to me, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't think DeMar starting or coming off the bench. I could be wrong, but I don't think DeMar starting and coming off the bench is changing your fortunes that much. Because once again, he's finishing the games. And that's where I always lean to. I'm like, yo, all right, you can have him come off the bench all you want. Who's finishing the games? Is it him? Is it somebody else? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's where I'm looking at. People, and I know, look, I understand starting matters. Anybody would just start. So I understand it matters to a certain degree, but I always look at these things as the finishing lineup. You can start KZ Okpala started. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can start all you want. I want to know who's closing these games out. And I think DeMar DeRozan is a guy that you're going to have closing these games out. Do you agree with that or disagree?
I agree with you in the closing aspect. However, but the starting minutes for him should be reduced and cut down. So that's why if I'm going to do that, he can still close, but off the bench. Or like you said, if Kuminga is okay to play in this role, DeMar may start the game off, but he's going to be on a shorter string early, kind of not as long. Because, again, the game is still getting fast. He's getting older. He's getting a little bit slower. But now you bring the Kuminga in and going from there. But he can still close, but you want to preserve and get efficient minutes out of DeRozan. That's what I want to see now. I'll say that. I don't care what it looks like. As long as his minutes are efficient on both sides, then yes, you can, however you want to do it. If he starts, you come off the bench, you finish quarters, fine. But we need to be efficient with it. When you got a young guy sitting here waiting to try to take the reins or get opportunity for, but if we're winning and playing good basketball and it's, and DeMar doesn't feel like he's getting burnt out by trying to hold all the scoring low, we don't have to. I got a young guy who want to help us out. How you balance that to me is key.
I agree 100%. And to your point, like I agree with your point. I would just say I don't think DeMar's minutes last year were inefficient. I don't believe so. Maybe people have these per 36 numbers or something that show something different, but more times than not, he's not a perfect player. It wasn't a perfect situation. But more times than not, I didn't look at when DeMar was out there that they just looked bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They didn't look good. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Answer a quick question in the chat, man. Somebody asked, should I say this? Baby cakes.
Oh, okay. Okay, baby cakes.
Just the defensive player starting the games though. But for me, again, if it's gonna be Schroeder, you gotta start Kuminga. I feel you gotta start Kuminga and Keegan if we're going defensive lineups, like right here. That's about defensive wise. Like you gotta start them both together because that gives us the best chance to win basketball games. And just put a little resistance against the offensive players because again the West is loaded offensively, right? It's wings, guards every night. I don't like us putting those small guards out there as often as we did last year. We would have a lot of smaller guards playing defense last year, and that just wasn't working. You had Carter, you have Keegan, you had Monk, you had it was just like this is not what it is, right? There weren't, you know what I mean? So I definitely would, again, that's why this helps us. So I definitely excited to see how that goes, man. So
no doubt.
We'll see, man.
See these phone lines again. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. Adam, what's good, baby? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? First time, long time.
Hey, I appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you.
Hey, so I want to talk to you guys. I got a different view on the starting lineup.
Okay.
And my thought is, okay, so top down, the way I would do it is keep Domas, then, our two wings, Kuminga and Keegan, and keep Levine at the 2. My thought is, for the 1, why do we feel like we need to have Dennis Schroeder starting at the 1? He's not proven to be a starter in the league, and he's not making starter money. Why couldn't DeMar transition? He's a good playmaker. His assist numbers have gone up the last few years. His turnover's gone down. Why couldn't he make a sort of transition, kind of like you've seen Devin Booker make over the last few years, or James Harden, and be more of the point guard?
Yeah,
Adam, I appreciate you for the call, man. I don't see it that way, man. I think we saw a few times when DeRozan was initiating the offense last year, and it looked a little clunky. There's something, Coach, you know this. Like, it's hard to explain sometimes, but sometimes there's just a point guard that you need to initiate and direct and organize an offense to get people where you need to be. And sometimes it's not as simple as just bringing the ball up. It's a guy that has the foresight.
You're the coach on the floor.
Yeah, has the foresight to know when we want to get the ball
push
here.
Tempo.
This is how it push the tempo, all this other stuff. And there's some guys that are just more comfortable in that spot and more efficient in that spot than others. And I don't think DeMar DeRozan is a point guard.
Now, if you said James Harden was on our team at the point, different story. Because he plays point guard.
Yeah, he's
DeRozan's like, he's not moving that fast from in transition. He's not a facilitator as far as off the anything really. He's a one-on-one type guy in my aspect, right? He's not a pick and roll. I can make the pocket pass, throw a lob, demand a double team kick out for 3 type of guy. And that's what we got. The roster wise, how we're constructed is that type of game. You gotta get guys paint touches, draw the help, you kick out.
I understand what Adam is saying. I feel like we saw that a little bit last year, and I didn't like the way the offense flowed when Zach LaVine or DeMar DeRozan were trying to initiate the offense. I wasn't a big fan.
But to me, that comes in the half court set, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in the NBA can initiate a half court offense. Mm-hmm. We need transition, create mismatch type guard to get other guys easier shots. To get better looks that way. Half court, they're going to run to the ISO and maybe just give it to him at the top. He just dribbles over and it starts the whole action. But no, we need that point guard where, okay, transition, give it to me. I'm making through. I'm trying to get the paint touch, kick out 3. But also, you got to defend.
And
who's going to guard?
Well, look. And to be fair, Dennis Schroeder, Adam had said Dennis Schroeder wasn't a proven starting point guard in this league. I think he's a little bit more proven than people give him credit for. Dennis Schroeder started a lot in this league. My thought of Schroeder is, in a perfect world, if you have a roster a certain way in what you're trying to do, he would be your backup point guard. That's how I would classify him. But he has started in this league and been pretty good while doing it. Last year, starting for Brooklyn, he played really well. He started for the Lakers.
So that was my question.
He started for Atlanta way back when. He started in this league.
So that stint with the Lakers, he was their starter for consecutive most of the year, most of the season.
Just the 21 season.
So, but that was the year he didn't take the money, right? Because he would have been solidified, stay back, take the money. He bet on himself. They would have kept him as point guard.
Yeah, they would have.
Right. So he's a start again for us, right? We talked about it. He's the starting point guard. We don't need to score 24, 25 a night, but please give us some consistent minutes, good effort, and assists. get the team flowing on the team. So he could start for sure. But I'm like, if he didn't take that deal, he'd have been Lakers starting point guard 22 seasons. So that was just him, taking it on risk.
You're looking at his seasons like since that Laker. He started a majority of his team's games. Like not everyone or anything like that, but it was a majority of them.
I think last year, what was it, like 59 of the 75 games he played, he started or something like
49 out of 75.
And I think
started all 23 games with Brooklyn, started 18 out of 24 with the Warriors, and then 8 out of 28 with Detroit at the end.
Yeah.
Has he ever been a full-time starting? Was Atlanta the one?
Atlanta and the Lakers, I think, too.
So I think why not? How old is he right now?
And he would have been full-time with Brooklyn.
Is he 30?
Traded. I think he's 31.
So I think you got to run. You got to take advantage of this. Maybe a couple of years he got left before he goes back to the bench.
Yeah.
And if he's gonna improve something a little bit, maybe he may try to play for one more if he can. But or if not, this may be his last decent one. He got to go ahead and I think he'll be fine, man.
He'll be 32 in September too.
32.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get back to the phone lines. Jack Davis. Jack, what's up, baby?
KC, what's happening, man?
I'm good, baby. How you doing?
What's up, Coach? Hey,
What's
listen,
good?
though. Kuminga is sacked for work. I think good. We put a battery in his back and let him cook and do his thing. Now, here's one thing. Steve Kerr reminded me of a coach he played for, Bill Jackson. He did not develop talent at all. Chicago, he didn't develop nobody, and LA he didn't do it. So I think that's why, they didn't go there and get him out of Golden State.
Yeah. I hear you. I like what you're saying there. I mean, Kerr, that's where he learned from. He learned from Pop. He learned from Phil Jackson. And I don't know what his hang up was with Kuminga. I know the reports about the defense and all this other stuff. But I don't know what the hang up was where he's just like, I'm done with this guy. I can't get nothing. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I really don't understand that. And Kuminga, I think he's going to be a really good player. If you ask me right now, I think he's going to be a really good player, put up good numbers, do a lot of good things. But it could be more than that, and I'd like to take a chance, man. I'd absolutely like to take a chance.
That's easy. Like, no-brainer.
Yeah. Before we get out of here,
yeah,
we got to holler at my man Mitch. You got to get that Mitch experience.
Okay.
Mitch in Jersey. What's up, baby?
How's it going, Casey? How you guys doing?
What's up, sir?
Happy 4th.
Yeah,
Happy to you all, guys.
You
Jesse,
too, man.
everybody out there. All the people that serve.
Yes.
Policemen, too.
Yes.
From a straight-up monk for Kuminga, I would do it. But it just seems like the Kings are getting small, playing everybody out of position, undersized. It seems like in every position. We let go of Jake. We traded Jonas for Sarge. We're not getting better. And I don't think losing the most games gets you to the top pick. And I like that kid, guy from BYU, but I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Oh, AJ DeBanster.
We could have signed Deandre Ayton, right? DeAndre, he'd been perfect, I think. Motivated.
I don't know about that, Mitch. I mean, you could have, but I don't want DeAndre Ayton. I'm good. Appreciate you, Mitch. Have a great 4th of July, Mitch. And my man, Coach JT. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you for pulling up, man.
Man, I love.
We got to get this going. We always say, but we got to get it when D-Lo's here. You know what I'm saying? We got to make it.
Yeah.
That. So we'll make that happen,
Yeah,
man. And once again, before we get out of here, where can they find
Man, again, shout out to Brendan R2 asking, man, 94 feet with CoachJT.com, man. Everything, podcast, merch, all stuff, updates, man, again. And just appreciate everybody for real talk. Like I said, typing in at Sky River, seeing everybody saying what's up in the chat, been buzzing, man. It's come on the show, man. It's definitely tapped in. I appreciate everybody for real. It's mad love. And you too, man. You and D-Lo, for real. Jesse, all y'all appreciate it every time. As soon as I get the text message, you pull up, I'm here, bro. It's a great time. I'm loving it. Trying to get better at my craft, man, but I'm learning from some of the best. So you feel me? It's like like-minded people stay around like-minded people.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So shout out to everybody. Appreciate you, man.
My
Hey,
dog.
y'all be safe for out there, man. Take care of your loved ones.
Yeah.
The Giants in town this weekend?
Giants in town
It's gonna be
weekend.
crazy
Oh, yeah,
down
we
there.
out.
You
We
out there?
Yeah, I'm going to slide out.
All right.
I'm slide out there. We're going to take a break. Come back. Sara Hodges is in the building.
Yeah.
Casey and Friends is going to continue. D-Lo and KC.
Appreciate
is gonna
y'all.
continue right here on ESPN 13.
You see it. Peace. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, bro.
Hit these mics real quick, guys. Here we go. Sara Hodges in the building, y'all. What up? What up?
Woohoo! My hair is crazy. I have a deep condition in it right now.
Me too.
Yeah. These little curls. Let the curls lay how they may.
Girls for the girls. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Just like I've just been working. I'm working for tomorrow, Giants and A's game for ABC.
Okay.
So I'm super excited about that. I'm
Let's
trying to
go.
get a sit down with Webby.
Okay. Yeah,
I
shout
asked
out, shout
him.
out Logan.
I know. Like anybody knows him, you want to hit him up for me and be like, "Hey, Sarah's trying to get a one-on-one with you. What's good?"
Shout out Logan.
I messaged him on Twitter.
Hold on. I don't want to give too much away yet.
What are we starting with?
We are going to say everybody want to talk about Kuminga and the Kings, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're definitely gonna tap in with that.
And like Maxime Reyno, like I can talk about him just because I watched him play a bunch. Yeah, I mean, I love him.
You look like the truth. Let's see, man. Oh my gosh, why are you guys so thirsty? This
What do you
is
say?
crazy. They're just thirsty. Where's Stephen Brown?
I'm forever gonna be associated with Domas.
See, there goes Stephen Brown.
It's all good though. Like,
I'm
you
gonna
know
put
what?
Stephen
If
Brown in
that's
a 5-minute timeout, man.
if that's what it is.
Now
That's
that
what
is
it
your claim to fame on the show. Is
Okay, well,
you got Domas to get his mind right.
Exactly.
By
I mean,
giving him tough love.
he was, I mean, still he's not like this super aggressive like rebounder.
He's not tough enough for you yet. Oh, hold on. D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. KC and Friends is in full effect. One of my favorite people. Sara Hodges, ABC 7 in the Bay Area. Yeah. But
Making me
she's
blush.
formerly a CBS 13. What up, Sarah? How you doing, girl?
Forever CBS 13, but you know.
Forever Sacramento.
Yeah, forever
Don't let that Bay Area stuff don't let them take you from us.
We're talking about a Bay Area guy today. A lot.
For now.
For now.
For now.
Until he becomes
Hopefully.
a
So what she's
fellow
talking about.
Sacktown.
We don't
Yeah.
say Sacktown around here. We don't say Sacktown around
Oh,
here.
sorry
We don't do
about that.
We don't do that around here.
Sorry about that.
Watch yourself. But no, we're talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Yes.
Obviously, you saw him a lot in the Bay Area. So first and foremost, I just want to get your scouting report, so to speak, of Jonathan Kuminga. Like the type of player. Like, do you like his game? Do you think that he was undervalued in Golden State, or he was tripping? Like, what's your thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga?
I really like Jonathan Kuminga. First of all, just like as a person, like off the court, just like all of the struggles. I mean, not getting playing time in the playoffs. Like I felt like he was really classy about it. He was the first one in the gym, last one to leave, putting up shots. You didn't hear, too much from him. And he's young. So like it's a little bit different with like players these days to not sort of, talk their mess, speak their mind in situations like that. But I think also with Jonathan, maybe what wasn't really working for the Warriors, which I feel like could be a lot better for the Kings, is like he has this mindset of just like going and scoring. But when you're on a team with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and guys like that, like the ball goes through them. And I think he kind of had a hard time with that. Like he felt like he can get to the bucket and score. He was super aggressive. And I think that's sort of what turned Steve Kerr off from him, because I don't think that he was, sort of considering the best shooter in the game and what he was doing. It was like he would understand it, but his mindset was just obviously to make plays the way that he saw what was natural for him, but was natural for him just wasn't working with obviously what they were trying to do. But obviously super athletic, struggles a little bit on defense. Like I would say that's, probably his biggest flaw, but like I think you guys talked about it today, just super young, has a lot to offer. I feel like we have obviously yet to see his ceiling. Like you said, we see the floor, but like there's just so much more to him. And I think obviously the defense can improve, right? Like that's.
And I think, with him specifically, it's a little bit of a mindset thing and maybe just understanding how to play team defense on the NBA level, because physically he's got all the tools. He's got the quickness, he's got the length. He's able to defend anybody 1 through 4, it feels like, on the court physically.
Right.
understanding the game and understanding what you have to do. Maybe that's something that comes with time. Maybe it's something that never develops for Jonathan Kuminga. But I think he's got the ability to do something like that on a consistent basis and become one of these high-level perimeter defenders. When you talk about his time in Golden State, I always thought it was just weird that Steve Kerr would just banish him to the bench. And I didn't understand why, even if he wasn't the exact player that you were looking for, or he wasn't doing exactly what you wanted to do, I feel like there was still opportunities where you could get him in the game, maybe even hide some of his defensive deficiencies or understanding or all this other stuff and bring him along. I thought they did a poor job of developing him. And now we're at the point where they don't want him no more. He definitely doesn't want to be there. And they're both looking for new beginnings.
But do they want him to be here?
Well, that's the rumors.
And the name of Mike Brown, they said, heck no.
The rumors have it that they don't want him.
They're like, you want to do that to our boy?
I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily the holdup.
You think the Warriors wouldn't really care about that?
I don't think, like, if they got the correct compensation or what they feel is the correct compensation for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, he could come to Sacramento. I don't think they're really.
You don't think that they're thinking like, oh, the rivalry, and we don't want the Kings to get a guy like that. Like, you just don't think,
because I don't know.
Pedigree is just a little.
I don't know if they look at it as a rivalry like that. I know we hate them over here.
That's kind of how. That's same with the Lakers. Same with the Lakers. We don't really look at it as a rivalry either.
Okay, well, all right. Well, who the hell was asking you about the Lakers?
I was just
Sarah?
being truthful.
All right.
I mean, I'm just saying. I get it. I get what you're saying, because when I came here to Sacramento, it was like such a big deal that I was a Lakers fan, and and I was like, oh dang, this is a thing. Like, you guys really hate us. Like, dang.
Yeah, no.
I just didn't.
It's for life.
As a Lakers fan, it's kind of like
it's
a bit quiet where we are.
No,
when it comes to that whole rivalry.
It's for life. We ain't got no.
Okay, thanks, y'all.
Hey, bro. Hey, for real, man. Hey, I'm getting rid of that thing. I'm getting this thing off the board, bro. I ain't even playing with y'all no more. But yeah, it's still a thing. Yeah, we don't like the Lakers.
I know y'all don't like the Lakers, but I'm not saying we don't necessarily not like y'all. Like, you guys may not like us. That's true. I learned that when I moved here, how bad you guys actually hated us. But we don't really hate y'all like that.
Is it more like disrespectful, or like she's like saying, like, I don't even think about you guys? Is that more disrespectful than just having a general rival? That's kind of tough.
That might be a little.
Maybe
it might come off a little disrespectful, but that's not it.
I'm trying to think about it, because I think about it like this: if you don't think about me, that's not going to keep me from hating you. I don't like you.
How much
so
of
you
rivalry?
can think about me or not, I still don't like you.
That's true.
How much of rivalries too is like between the fans now? Because I feel like maybe Warrior. I don't know if Warrior fans see the Kings fans like as rivals too, but I feel like that's kind of been more of a thing the last few years, at least on social media.
I don't think the players. I mean, I don't think they're really tripping. There was some real heat for a little bit. I mean, Draymond and Sabonis.
Anything that should motivate y'all.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think. Draymond and Sabonis, I don't think they hate each other. I don't think they're fans of each other though. Like there's no like real issue there, unless something like.
I don't think they hate each other either.
No, I don't think nobody hates Steph either. Hell, more than half of these players for the Kings are gone now at this point, so they weren't even around. Zach LaVine, what has he got an issue with the Warriors for? He ain't been around when they was going 7 games. I do think, and this is where I think it does play a little bit into, hey man, if we don't have to trade him there, I don't want to trade him there.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think ownership has a little something going on. I do think Joe Lacob is not a fan of Vivek Ranadive.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Even the way that I feel, this is just, I'd never heard this from anybody. This is just me thinking, but like Mike Brown, they obviously love Mike Brown, right? He meant a lot to them. The way that things kind of went down here with him, just all of it maybe leaves it still a bad taste. Like, not only do we not like you guys already, but on top of that, you treat our people bad. We don't like the way that you're treating our people. So
yeah, I think ownership.
Why would we give you something you really want?
Because this guy doesn't want to be here. You guys aren't. Just stop
and
make the
and
damn trade.
Yeah,
bring him to Sacramento. I think this would be a great. I don't want to call it a risk or a gamble, because I think he's like a good basketball player. But
he's a really good basketball player.
Yeah, I think this is something that the Kings need to like lock down. Like I really do. I think they need Scott Perry, whatever they need to do to kind of figure this out within reason. Like you ain't got to trade all your draft picks, but like if they're asking you to sweeten the deal a little bit to finish the deal, man. I definitely want Jonathan Kuminga here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I think he would play really well with Keegan too. I do.
What do you think? Because it's been a hot topic. I'm not really tripping about it. I bring it up because like we talk about it. I'm not really tripping, but it's been a hot topic about starting, who should be starting. People think DeMar definitely needs to go to the bench. Is that how you would play it if Kuminga came here?
I think so, yeah. I think I would go. It's hard too because who was it called that said Ellis being like a starter too? And it's like it's true, but yeah, I would go Keegan, Levine, Domas,
your boy,
Schroeder, and then
Kuminga.
JK. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not married to, but like I continue to say as well, it's about who finishes these games, and I think DeRozan is finishing the game.
That's the most important, right? That's what Mike Brown always tried to beat in our head when we were, talking about Malik coming off the bench, and he's like, yeah, but where is he at the end of the game? He's in the game, and that's what matters the most. Like whoever's in the game for the final minutes, that's who really he sees as, being the difference maker on this team. So I don't know. I feel like players should be like, I get, obviously I play basketball. I know what it's like to be a starter, right? Like it's all the hype. It's like everything you get introduced, like all there is to it, But if a coach is valuing you coming off the bench and then you're playing in the final minutes, like you should wear that with pride, in my opinion. You're getting paid, you're playing the game. Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, I understand the prestige.
Who wouldn't care? Maxime Reyno.
That's your boy. We got to talk about him
because
that's my boy too. That's my boy. I'm a big believer. So I know you got some insight on him. We got to talk about him. But I understand the prestige of starting for basketball players.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
I get it.
It's because it's all what it's about. Are you a starter? Or that's everybody's super impressed if you're a starter. If you're not, then it kind of you're not looked at as the best five.
Yeah.
I mean that could affect your money too, though. No.
Or it could, but that's where I was about to go.
Yeah.
If you're JK and you've already gotten the money, like if you already gotten what you're gonna get, like, because my whole thought was maybe for the first year while DeMar's here, I'm bringing JK off the bench and being our sixth man. Malik Monk is gonna be gone. He's gonna be our instant offense off the bench until DeMar is probably gone next year. And to Jesse's point, like, does it affect your money? It does, but if we just paid you your money, if we just gave you $18 to $20 million a year, like your money's good. And by the time you're looking for that next contract, you'll definitely be a starter for 2 or 3 years at that point. So
right. And we all know how the season goes. Like, obviously, God forbid, injuries, whatever. Like, you don't know how your role is going to change. And so it's like, you just, in my opinion, and maybe this is just like me being a little bit old school, like you just kind of have to be ready when your name is called and prove yourself still. Everybody has to prove themselves. Kobe Bryant proved himself every single day. You think he's like, I'm Kobe, that's that. No, he was the first one in the gym, last one to leave, hardest worker in the building. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't be bigger than the team, than the game, than whatever. I know that it's kind of shifting a little bit because of the money aspect of things. And I get that too, because, people have to look out for their money. They have to look out for their kids, their family, all of these different things, and be treated fair, right? Like you want the most amount that you feel like you're worth.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it's a little bit lost just kind of being a team player these days. Doesn't matter. Maybe because
I mean, I feel you. But I do understand the money aspect.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
a business. It's
a business, 100%. And you see other guys getting paid, and you see other guys getting paid who maybe you don't feel are as good as you, and then that's going to affect like your mental in ways too.
My thing has always been, like if anybody wants to get the max dollars that they can, I'm not gonna begrudge you for that. But if you're being offered say $115 million and you could, but your max is like $130 million. But if you get $130 million, it's gonna put the team over the cap. They won't be able to put a good team around you and all this other stuff. I'm always been like, at the very least, I would consider taking the 115. because we're not talking $40,000 a year to $140 million a year. We're talking $15 million when you already secured 115.
And at that point, it's like, it's not like what are you really going to get out of that versus like if you can make your team better, you can actually like compete. Like there's no better feeling than competing. It's just even good for the mental. Like your team's good. Like you're going to make 15 more million, in how many ever years, whatever the contract is for your team to suck.
That's I would consider that. I know Damian looks at it the complete different way. I think Jesse does too, where he's like,
I need every
penny you can.
Yeah. And I get that too.
And you can do that too.
Yeah.
But
it's not like I don't get it.
The thing that I always say is you can go get every penny that you want. Just know what you're getting yourself into. If you getting every penny, means that you're on a bad team or they're hamstrung on what they can do.
And you better answer to the media too, because
I don't want to hear you complaining.
Because a lot of times they don't even want to come into the press conference room and partake in the post game. And we got questions.
I know you got questions always.
Yeah.
You always telling these people, hey, what were you doing on that last possession? They're always breaking it down for him. Sara Hodges, ABC 7 in the Bay Area, formerly at CBS 13, always in Sacramento's hearts though. Always. So JK, hopefully they get him here. What would that do for this Kings off season so far? I think it's been pretty good. You get Schroeder. I like that.
I like that. We've been talking about that forever. True point guard. I think he instantly makes the team better. I was happy about that.
Would you, if they get Kuminga, it's an A+, I believe, this offseason. But say they weren't able to get Kuminga and you come away with just Schroeder, Nick Clifford, and our guy Maxine. Is that a good offseason for Scott Perry, all things considered?
That's tough. Like I wouldn't say, I know Kings fans probably would say like, no, I think you want to come into every season thinking that you can compete for a championship. Right. And I think that with that squad, you probably won't be able to. I'm not saying that Kuminga, I'm not saying Kuminga like automatically makes you, a title contender.
Right.
Like, you have to see how that goes. But, it's just hard to say because you guys were talking about earlier, like you could talk about draft picks, all these different guys, but like we don't know how anybody's really going to perform together. It's kind of just like one of those things where you have to wait and see. It's hard to say now.
I agree with you. Right?
And look, because we're looking at it like, okay, well, we didn't really get like a star player, but we kind of have in the past or last season. And it didn't really work out that well. I'm a huge fan of Malik Monk, obviously. So, like, I don't hate that he would be staying.
Do you think he's going to stay? I don't. I'm a big Malik Monk fan, but I think the writing's on the wall.
But what makes you say that?
The reports that they're putting him in every trade proposal.
Yeah.
Like, and
I just wonder
that it may not have just gone well with him and Scott Perry when they met at the beginning.
Really?
At the beginning of Scott Perry's tenure. It just feels like they're ready to move on from Malik Monk. And I'm upset about that because that's my dog.
I actually hate that.
Yeah, that's my dog, Malik Monk, man. I ain't trying to see him go anywhere, but
it's just Malik provides like such an energy and passion and like love for the game. That's just, it's kind of like almost like child like in a way, you know what I'm saying? It's nostalgic, low key, just, I don't know.
Yeah.
He's kind of everywhere. You're kind of nervous when he has the ball, but then you kind of know he's going to make something happen.
Caballo Loco, the crazy
literally.
horse.
Yeah.
So that's my dog.
And I feel like he's a fan favorite. Like the city loves him.
We just suggested over the week, like during this week, that his trade value is low and that the Kings might move on from him. And people got mad at us. They got mad at me and D-Lo for what? We just talking about what we were reporting. I said numerous times, I don't want him to leave, but they got mad at us for even reporting that. So he's absolutely a fan favorite. He's one of my favorites.
He's a proven like impact player, right? And that's at this point, it's like it's more than we know.
Yeah.
With some of the other guys, right? For at least this team,
Yeah. So I think Monk would be on his way out, but I do like Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
I said that a number of different times. I like his game. Is he like the long-term solution or a franchise point guard? No, I'm not looking at him like that, but I think he's a good ball player. I think
Couple
he
years.
adds to this team.
Yeah, instantly.
I agree.
Yeah.
Do you think this team, let's just talk about it right now without JK.
Okay.
Do you think this team right now with Schroeder and the two rookies is better than what they were when they got beat to all hell at the end of the season?
Yeah, for sure. I think adding Schroeder just instantly already makes the team better just because of what they were missing, you know? And I think adding Schroeder makes Malik better. You know, it makes everybody better.
See, they got too many of those guys, though. If Malik is here, Schroeder's here, obviously.
Yeah.
I've been saying Devin Carter, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk.
Yeah.
At least one of them got to go.
Yeah, it's heavy.
And I don't think it'll be Keon because he's on a cheap deal, at least right now. I would no shade to this guy, no shade to him at all because
Keon gives spark too.
No, I love Keon. I don't want him to go nowhere. No shade to the guy that I'm about to say because I've said it before. He's shown me some things, but I think Devin Carter would be my first choice. I'd be trying to move on from Devin Carter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Just the injury coming off, you know, not struggling a little bit, you know, defensively, he was super exciting towards the end of last season. I feel like it's hard because it's like almost like we haven't seen that full potential and that, you know, you hate that. You hate to get rid of a guy where you really just don't know. But
Anthony in the chat says Malik and Carter gone and Westbrook in. What you think about the prospects of bringing in Russell Westbrook? I don't like your facial expression. I don't like the facial expression. Why are you making that face? Don't tilt your head that way when we're talking about the Brody.
First of all,
Damien's not here, so if you're gonna disrespect him, do it now.
I'm not. I just feel like a little bit just played, a little bit like
he was fine with Denver last year. He was a little trick or treat.
yeah, but
like
it's not. It's not Denver. This team isn't Denver.
Yeah, but the Brody's still complaining.
I know. I love Russ. I do. I just also I don't know. Like I have zero care for Carter at all. Like I could do without him. Just kind of like how you said, not to be like rude. Like I think that there's so much more to see that we haven't been able to see. That, you know, kind of sucks. But I just like Malik. I just like what he brings.
I agree.
I don't
agree, but I think he's gone.
Okay, but
I don't think that I know.
You're asking me, and I'm just like, no.
So
Keep Malik.
no. I know. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
I would like to keep Malik.
Yeah, I would like to
That's
keep
what
Malik.
I would like.
Yeah.
But if he's gone, okay, we'll play this scenario. Malik's got to go.
Because then obviously there would be, well, no.
Devin's got to go, but you bring in Brody. You bring in Westbrook. How do you feel about Westbrook?
Say this again. Who's got to go?
Malik and Devin.
We just said that now.
I know, but are you okay with Westbrook now, knowing that they have to go?
Knowing that I mean, I'm okay with it. It's not like I'm like, no, I'm just.
Well, I don't know that head tilt that you had. I was like.
I just feel like we have seen everything out of Russ, you know, and like, I don't know that. It's just, but it feels so weird to say that because it's Russell Westbrook, right? Like it just, it's so hard to, it's like, are you out of your mind? Like Russell Westbrook, like I get that, but I just,
everybody
I don't know
has their day though. Father Time is undefeated.
Exactly. Like I just, you know, and I don't know. I think it's more downhill at this point than it is, you know.
Like you said, say whatever you got to say. Dame's not here. You can say whatever you got to say about Russell Westbrook. Whatever.
He was about to call in. He'd be like, listen, I listen to you on the radio, Sarah. Sorry.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
I have nothing bad to say about Russ at all. It's just, you're asking me.
I know.
It's a hard one.
I do agree with you too that, and I think we're in the minority, but I think they're better than they were the night they got eliminated. Just as is, like right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think they're a better team.
Yeah.
I think Dennis Schroeder at the point guard position helps out a lot with guys like DeMar DeRozan, helps out a lot with guys like Dennis Schroeder.
Takes off that pressure.
Excuse me, Dennis Schroeder, Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine.
I think they help. I'm not saying how much better. I'm not saying they're automatically a top 5 team or guaranteed playoff. They might go from 9 to 8. You know, that might be how much Schroeder helps. But I do think they're better. Technically, literally, I think they're a better team than they were the night they got eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think he instantly, I mean, just it was very clear and obvious that they needed a point guard, a true point guard, and so automatically he makes them better. Like there's not even it's not even a question.
Agreed. All right, we got Sara Hodges here, and much like when Coach JT was here, look, phone lines are open. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. We've got superstar Sara Hodges in the building. You want to holler at her, get her, not literally holler, but if you want to talk to her, get her takes, have some questions for her, like figure out what she thinks about this Kings team.
This Russ fashion sense, like I can talk about that too.
You can talk about that as well.
Yeah, I would love to do that.
Jonathan Kuminga could be coming to Sacramento. She saw him up close and personal down there in the Bay Area. Get her thoughts on everything. Or just ask her what she's doing for the 4th of July. What does she think about
you guys should
fireworks? Well, ask her whatever.
Yeah.
Is it fair? Is it okay to have an Ask Sarah segment here?
I'm okay with it.
There we go. All right,
I'm okay with it.
Come on. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. We're gonna be back. More Sara Hodges, more KC. It's D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Jesse, I'm getting good at golf. I know from my last 2 videos, I look terrible. My swing looks so okay.
Bad.
Can we talk about my golf in a segment?
Sure.
I went to side.
Now.
Okay.
Don't say nothing now. Didn't you say you had
to tell you guys?
An announcement?
I think I want to do something cool. I want the chatty house to tell me and people to tell me what they think, like if they would be interested, if they would watch. But
save it right.
I'm saving it.
Save it right there. Do you watch Love Island?
Nope. I don't watch any reality TV. None. Besides like sports stuff. I literally do not watch any. Like I only know. No. I only know about it because of social media and like Huda is a crash out. Like, you know, we can compare Huda to like some of my friends. Like we'll just talk mess like that. But like I don't watch
I've never
it.
seen the show. It's not my bag. But I only ask that because like these watch parties for Love Island
going crazy, right? Like
insane.
It's I just, to me, like my life and my friend's life is such a reality TV show and so crazy that like I don't have the time to watch somebody else's concerns like cry over their business. Like I'm too busy with my friend crying over her business.
You guys should have cameras following you guys.
That would be scary. I don't think we would. That's the problem. If I had a camera following me, I would automatically be different than I normally am.
We can't have that.
I know. That's why I could never be. I could never be like on a reality TV because I would be like, what would my mom think about this? Or like my brothers are gonna kill me. Like
who of the friend group would be the same whether the cameras are there or not? You know who I'm gonna say?
Probably Lexi.
Really? Well, I'm not surprised. But you know,
Lexi is very open with her life. She's very like what you see, what you get. She's Lex for sure. Jessica is more. She'll open up to like the people around her, but she's not gonna open up to the world. Lex will open up to the world and be like, "This is what you get. You can like it or leave it." Like
so, Lex would be a star.
Lex would be a star. Jessica can freaking talk. Can I curse right
Yeah,
now?
we're not on the radio.
Okay, she can talk shit.
Whoa, don't say that. Don't say that.
You just said. Jesse, come get your boy. You give me a heart attack. All of a sudden you get fined. I ain't got no money to pay for that.
No, you can say shit right now.
Yeah, Jessica talks hella shit and she's quick with it and like funny as like off this, like I'll just tell you so that she's just hilarious.
Now,
so
you
she
guys
would
be funny.
It would be funny. Hilarious. It would be hilarious. But it definitely, you would be able to tell the difference between when the cameras are rolling with me versus not.
Well, that doesn't make for good TV.
It doesn't, but that's the problem with everything that's going on in this world. You get canceled for anything. So it's like you can't really even say much. You can't like, and here's the thing, you have to be so educated on everything every time you speak or else it's an issue. And I'm just not. The Rolodex doesn't go.
The unfiltered Sara Hodges, I think, would be really good on TV. You would have been really good on Jersey Shore.
Jeez Louise.
That show's insane. I got caught up in that show one summer because I was bored, just high school or whatever. It's like never watched it again after that.
Hey man, the original, like the first 3 seasons of that show is some of the best TV.
You know what season I don't even know what season I was watching. Just for one summer, it's like, oh, Jersey Shore, what is this about? like I knew other people watched. I just got stuck for like a month.
When they went to Italy, that was about the end. When they went to Italy and the situation was about to fight Ronnie and tried to scare him by slamming his head into a wall, but it was a concrete wall and he had to be taken to the hospital. That was.
I didn't watch like a bunch of it, but yeah, it was crazy.
Oh, here we go. Okay. D-Lo and KC, aka today, KC and friends, and one of my best friends, Sara Hodges, in the building with us today. So yes, indeed, that's my girl. And we said before, Ask Sara is available. It's here on the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. My bad, you just said it like 10 seconds ago.
What's up, Dave?
We got Dave.
Yeah, shout out Dave.
Shout out to my man Dave. Dave, what's up, baby?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking the call. I'm kind of a big Devin Carter fan. Sometimes I feel like, not you guys, but just like the fans and some of the radio heads out there, just like, man, they just kind of act like he's nothing. And I guess to me, my question is like, could we be sleeping on this guy? I saw a lot of good defensive, that guy's just a dog on defense. He's got those long arms. I know his offensive game was a little rough, but that torn labrum, I'd hate to give up on this dude and he turns out to be maybe a better player than Kuminga. I feel like I have more questions about Kuminga than I do Carter. Now maybe it's just me with my blinders on. What do you guys feel about that?
Dave, I appreciate the call, man. Thank you very much. And I'll disagree with you on that. I don't have more questions about Kuminga than I do Devin Carter.
I just think you say like sample size is just like how you answer that the best way to, you know what I mean? Yeah. Sample size. You have a way bigger sample size of Kuminga than you do of Carter, and him coming off the injury. It's just hard. It's tough.
And so I disagree with Dave on that, but I do understand his original point. I do understand feeling like myself, Damian, others in the media are giving up on Devin Carter a little quick. The guy, if I'm going to defend Devin Carter a little bit, I'm going to do this right now. He got drafted. He already had a shoulder injury. He needed surgery on the shoulder.
Monty was really high on him too.
Monty was really high. You could have just ended it right there. So you could have ended that sentence right there. So he had the shoulder surgery. He doesn't get summer league. He doesn't get training camp. He isn't able to do anything for X amount of months. He comes back. He's available to play. They throw him out on the NBA floor without any of that. And he struggles. He struggles.
Yeah, exactly. Or is anybody surprised by that? Or does and I think Dave's right. Like it's hard. As a Kings fan, it would be hard for me to make that decision too.
He was put behind the 8 ball. He struggled predictably for things that weren't even his fault.
In a very shaky season with so many different moving parts.
Yeah.
It's hard.
They send him back down to the G League. He gets more reps. He gets in better shape. He gets a better understanding. In his second stint with the Kings, I thought he did better. I'm not going to act like he was an all rookie guy or I'm not going to overblow the situation. But I thought, I continue to say this, I saw something in Devin Carter that second stint that I didn't see the first time.
Yeah.
And I understand Dave's overarching point of not giving this guy time to develop or, being too quick to move on from him. In a different situation than the Kings are in right now, I'd just hold on to Devin Carter. Like I would. I'd give him an opportunity to see what he could be. But I think the situation that they're in where they got too many guards, they're looking to be successful. They're looking to get some different assets. I'm willing to move on from Devin. I'm actually using him as one of my prime assets to get better and kind of change the trajectory of this team. And that's just kind of the situation that the Kings are in. Not necessarily a knock on Devin Carter because he was in a tough situation last year.
Yeah. He could be the guy that comes back and you're like, dang, I wish we would have never let him go. Nobody's saying that he doesn't have that potential to be that type of player, but
I don't see it.
We haven't seen it.
I don't like just from what I've seen of him.
Yeah, you don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's the type of player he is. But once again, Dave is right. Just kind of giving up on him a little
Yeah.
early. I can understand that argument.
But sometimes you have to do that in this
Sometimes you got to.
business.
Sometimes you got to. Not
Yeah.
everything is going to
Take
be
a gamble.
exactly how you want it to be. And like you said, to take that gamble on a guy like JK, I'm willing to do that
Yeah.
at the expense of Devin Carter.
Yeah.
You too can talk to myself and Sara Hodges on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, 916-909-1320. Sara has already given the approval. If you haven't heard, ask Sara.
I'm scared.
You need
I'm just
relationship
kidding.
advice. You need
Yeah.
basketball advice. You need golf advice.
Yeah.
Ask Sara.
Hey, we're still screening the calls though, by the way.
Yeah, we are screening the calls. Don't be ridiculous. We'll hit the dump button in a second.
We'll dump you out if you're.
But during the break, you said you had an idea that you wanted the city of Sacramento and the Chatty House to say, hey, what you guys think this is a good idea or not? Because all of Sacramento's listening to that.
If you see me in my golf girl era out there, don't be surprised.
You're definitely in your Michelle Wee bag right now.
Yeah.
What you know about Michelle
You know,
Wee?
I don't know that anybody really
Michelle Wee?
cares about, what I'm doing with my free time. I really don't.
Well,
but
I would beg to differ.
How it happened was so I've always been a casual golfer, like most people, just casual golfer. I grew up with all brothers, so I had no choice but to like kind of do whatever my brothers did if I wanted to like have any sort of like social life because I was the only girl. So I always golfed. And so I could, I can hit the ball, but my swing's terrible, all of this, whatever. I'm with my dad and my brother's golfing like a few weeks back, Father's Day-ish. And my dad and my brother are like, you should really like try. Like you're naturally so good at this. And I've never had a lesson. I've never nothing. It's just been from, hanging out and I'm athletic.
Right.
Whatever. It is what it is.
AKA Sara Kuminga. She's just athletic.
I
That's
just
just what it
athletic.
is.
Yeah, exactly. I just put my head down, I go. And so I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to like get good at golf and like my swing's terrible, but it's gotten so much better. I posted 2 videos like since this, but I went to Cy Williams. He's a UC Davis golf coach.
Okay.
I got lessons from him on Monday. I don't know, whatever day earlier this week. And I went to the range yesterday and I was like kind of practicing at home, like just like implemented like the things that he put into my swing. And I am crushing the ball, like at least like 30 yards further with I brought like 3 different irons. I brought like a hybrid, a 7 and like a pitching wedge or something. But like I was out there practicing. Anyway, so what I want to do, long story short, is not only do I want to bring people along my journey of my terrible golf game and how much it improves, but I thought how cool would it be if I like challenge just like different people with motion around Sacramento, like 2 or 3 holes. This is why I asked you if you golf, because like I could like challenge you. Like not like maybe like 18 would be a lot, right? 18, a lot for people to like pay attention to.
Yeah, I'm not an 18-hole course.
But maybe we best of 3.
We do 9.
Or 9.
We do 9.
So I challenge Kenny Caraway of ESPN 1320 to 9 holes.
Okay, all right, Sara, you don't listen to the show enough, Jesse. Just this is we're chatting house. Just gotta watch this guy. Yeah, we're talking golf.
Best of 3 holes.
Okay, now look.
You could probably interview people like while you do this.
That's what I was just about to say.
Say what?
You could interview people while you're doing it. So we do a 9-hole course, and we're
chopping it up
or whatever the case may be. And at the time, hey, so when you were 7 years old, what would happen when you having the interview? Yeah. This is a whole show.
It's just a whole show. Yeah, and I already bought the mics. I already bought like everything to mic up. Just because I'm gonna get out. I might challenge my dad today.
Okay.
And just like kind of see how it goes and like test it out. You see what I'm saying?
I'm gonna hijack something real quick because what you guys don't know, me and Sara, we've been talking for about a year about like, we need to put something together.
Yeah.
Maybe this could be our show because
let's do it.
I'm about to start golfing myself.
It is so important to be a good golfer. Like in so many aspects of life, like it's a social thing. Like, it's just important to be able to golf.
That's Sara's idea.
Come on.
Sara
come with
challenges. That's what it should be.
Sara challenges.
Yeah.
I like that.
I like that.
So let me know what you guys think. Chatty House, weigh in. Like
seriously, I love it.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
And like my golf swing, I can't even wait to show you guys how much it improved from the last time because like I kept putting so much weight on my right foot and like I would like almost turn my hip too much. But really you have to keep your right like steady And for some reason, it just wasn't clicking until just because I haven't had a lesson or anything. But when I did have my lesson, I started realizing then just practicing at home, the movements.
Are you going to get one of those golf simulators?
Dude, I've already thought about it. Yes. I've thought about, I was like, because inside my like second living room is just a big pool table.
Damn, that's rich.
It's
Did you
not
hear
rich.
that, Jesse?
It's
No, low key.
Yeah,
Sarah,
come on,
that's
man.
crazy.
I have
Yeah,
a
come on.
My second living
guys
room.
all have
I
a-
bet my kitchen is my apartment kitchen is connected to my living room.
See what I'm saying, man? I'm just about
I
around
have
a
a
bunch of rich
very
people.
middle class house. But anyways, you know how it is, formal living room, regular living room, whatever. I don't have no kids. I don't have nothing going on. So it's a pool table because, just get on the pool
Damn,
table.
it gets even richer.
It's a pool
That's
table.
not
Just
cheap.
which I'm not great at shooting pool, but my dad really is. So he like loves it that we have that in there. But I thought maybe I could put a golf simulator in here, get rid of this pool table that I don't use.
How are you gonna?
But it's the ceiling.
I was about to say, how
The
are we gonna
ceiling.
do the golf club in the house?
We're not. So it can't happen.
You
It
should get
was a quick
You should get a
went in and out.
If you got a second living
Oculus.
room, I'm sure you could throw it in the backyard or something.
Could do
no?
that.
Yeah, I do have this like she shed that I like kind of use for storage. I was thinking about maybe like kind of building that up and maybe doing it.
I mean, that's still got to be a pretty big she shed.
Or I can just get a lifetime membership and they have a golf simulator at the one in Arden.
Bro. Yo, we talking second living rooms. We talking golf simulators. We're talking pool tables. And now we're talking memberships to Lifetime. That's not 24-hour fitness, Sarah.
I know.
No,
This
Lifetime is the
rich.
popping one, right?
Yeah, the Lifetime is the one Steph Curry was at.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
They're
Ken
opening
Bazemore,
one
right?
at Arden. The one at Arden, it may have just been open. Like, I don't know, but they have a golf simulator in there. I need to go. I need to be a part of this. I need to work out,
that's
get
an
in the
interesting
pool, and
location for a
practice my
Lifetime.
swing.
Interesting location. For
I was
Lifetime.
just there the other day. Said I'm Men's Warehouse.
Jeez, I mean, well,
That's an interesting location.
there was a
that
lot
ain't
of-
Roseville.
It ain't
Definitely
Roseville.
not.
It ain't Roseville, but it has a golf simulator.
So
And
yeah, we'll
Roseville's
just get
far
the,
from me.
How late does the Lifetime stay open?
I have no idea. The only reason why I know about this is because Lexi got a membership and she's been like bugging me, like, you need to come, you need to get. There's a golf simulator. That's how she's like trying to get me to like be a member is like by telling me about this golf simulator. And so
I think
$200 a month. I mean, yeah, that's
$200
That's
a
what
month.
that's what Cool said, but like I don't know.
Ken, you want to go halfers on a Lifetime fitness membership?
Yeah.
200. I mean, it's a lot, but it's not if you're there a lot and you're golfing a lot. I don't know if it's extra to use a golf. I don't know. I would think that's
my it's not CalFit no more. It's In Shape. My In Shape fitness membership is like $85 a month. Right? That's pushing.
How much is it?
Like $85.
85. Yeah, that's a
That's
lot.
like pushing it.
Yeah.
You want me to add a whole nother $100 onto the gym membership? It's crazy. That's rich.
It is
That's
a lot.
rich.
It is a lot.
Yeah,
It
but
is a
does
lot.
yours have a golf simulator though?
No, it doesn't. What I do need though is I need the the leg cast massager things. I need that. I'm getting old.
Lifetime, if you want to bring us on and give us a
Hey,
membership.
Check this out. Sarah Challenges brought to you by Lifetime Membership.
See what I'm saying? Lifetime. What's good?
on.
Sponsor
Make
your
that
girl.
happen.
Sponsor your girl. I'll show everybody how good the simulator is, why they need to be there. Just come on.
I do like Sarah Challenges. I like the concept. That's a great idea.
Right?
You absolutely should do that.
This is just me, just in my noggin.
Yeah, you should absolutely.
Since I'm working part-time, I have a lot of free time right now.
You do have a lot of free time. You just be champagning and campaigning.
I wish.
Hopefully, you well. I don't actually. This isn't considered your free time because you told me earlier, as we don't talk about the Kings for just a quick second. Matt
Yeah.
George, he's gonna pull up on us.
Woohoo,
in
Matt, my
about
guy.
20-30 minutes or so. You're gonna be working in Sacramento this weekend.
I am. I'm so excited. I
You
don't
gonna
have
be here
to
the whole
drive to the
weekend
bay.
or just?
I'm only working Friday. My mom and my aunt, my two cousins are coming to town, so hopefully I'm gonna get them tickets to the game. I need to get on that right now.
Okay. You need to holler at me because I need to be there one of them days.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're all gonna be there, and so I'm
Well,
working.
no, don't holler at me because I don't have tickets.
You
I
need
you to
tickets
holler
too.
at
Yeah,
me,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I was getting that. I was understanding what you're saying, but yeah, I need to at least get. I want to try to get them tickets so they can kind of see me work and like be, you know what I mean. It's 4th of July. I'm sure there's gonna be like a fireworks show,
yep.
all of that. So, but yeah, I'm working.
That's
I'm
gonna be dope.
excited. I don't have
What's
to drive
the-
to the bay, and I get to work.
What's the angle for you coming up here? Obviously, you're doing it for ABC 7. Is it just
Well, it's
because
the
the
Giants.
Giants and the A's are playing in Sacramento? Because this isn't the first time they play.
I think it just makes sense because I'm here.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
I'm here, and they are obviously sending a photog to be here with me. But and yeah, it's just that rivalry, like everybody. Here's the thing, like I've never understood, and not to like call out my station, but now like literally the Bay has completely just gone away from the A's. Like they don't even show highlights. Like my station doesn't even care.
Mhm.
It's just so strange to me.
Well, that's what they do to the Raiders, right?
Well, yeah, they've done it to the Raiders, but to me,
They're
it's
not there
still
no
that's
more.
strange.
They're not there no more.
Yeah,
I
but
know
there's
fan
still
base.
Raiders fans, there's still A's fans, and it's like if you're thinking about your viewers, then you would consider that they would at least want. I can understand that like a minute highlight, like you would give the Giants, right?
Yeah.
I can also understand the mindset of like, okay, well, you're not a Bay Area team anymore. At least give a year or two.
True.
People what they want for at least
out
a year or
here-
two.
Well, you remember this, I think, for like a year, maybe 2 years, they still covered the Raiders in Sacramento like the Raiders were here.
Do we not anymore at CBS? I don't know anymore.
Well,
but
I know for sure, and this may not even be a CBS 13 issue, maybe an NFL issue. They don't look at the Raiders games as like this is their territory.
Yeah,
they don't do that anymore for CBS. But they did do that for like a year.
Oh,
even
for
when
years.
They were in Vegas.
Yeah. For like the first two. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And it was, and people who are watching CBS are likely Raiders fans because they're watching the game is usually on CBS. But I know that sometimes now they'll show like other teams.
It's
like,
just random.
They'll show like the Chargers. Like nobody wants to see the dang Chargers play. Like what
the Sacramento AFC team is what is how they try to.
It's like that's who it is. I'm like, nobody cares about the dang Chargers. Like
Chargers pretty good. Shout out Jim Harbaugh. No disrespect.
well, I'm
Come
not.
on now.
It's not disrespect.
No, it
it's
was
just,
a little.
let's give the
your
people what they
tone-
want.
your
Let's give
tone-
the people what they want. They want to see the Raiders. They're all Raiders fans here. Like, let's be real. Like, they may have moved to Vegas, but they're still fans here.
Yeah.
You know how many phone calls that we would get in the newsroom if they weren't playing a Raiders game? Like, if they chose another game to air?
Right. No,
it would be a problem.
A gang of Raider fans here in Sacramento.
Shout out
Matter
to all
of fact,
shout out
Jesse-
to all my fellow Raiders fans. Raiders.
we can settle down. We don't have to do all that. Although
wait.
Jesse, home of the Raiders still.
I'm gonna keep it real. I have no clue. I don't know, bro.
It's been 13-20. Possibly you're home of the Raiders.
I believe maybe.
Speaking
You're
of
home of the Raiders, maybe.
maybe that's put that on a shirt.
Charlie, if you're listening, you give us the thumbs up by the window.
Speaking of, we got Sara Hodges here. Filthy McNasty asked the question. Sarah, how you feeling about our Raiders?
I'm feeling good. Love Pete. Love Gino. You want to know why?
Why?
He don't write back.
That was
duh.
That was the classic Sarah. When
It was so good.
when he was cooking. He was cooking that year. Sarah
He was
like-
cooking that year.
He's like,
He's
what,
gonna
what
cook
was
for our team, too.
what was the phrase? They wrote him off, but he didn't write.
But he didn't write back. He said they wrote me off. He's like, but I didn't write back.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
Gino,
Walking soundbite. I
saw
love that.
him. I saw him on Twitter, like a week ago, yelling at somebody as
Yeah.
a coach for a 7-on-7.
Oh, that was
Talking
great. Yeah, I saw that too.
Talking about this is why I get paid the big bucks. You're not even playing. What are we talking about, Gino?
It's that energy, though. It's that
Charlie.
energy.
I ain't mad. I'm not mad at Gino.
Come on now.
Wait. Yes, Charlie
We
says
did? Yeah,
yes.
Charlie gets the thumbs up. We
Home
have
of
the Raiders. Shout
Yes.
out.
ESPN 1320. Home,
Home
of the Raiders. That's right, man. Cannot wait. You need to be our Raiders correspondent. this year.
Please bring me in. I would love that.
Yeah.
Don't forget about me.
You know I never forget about you. But you guys got Genty. I love the pick. I love Pete.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy about Gino, but okay, it's cool.
Better than anything we've had recently, at least.
That's facts.
Yeah,
Recently.
I can't dispute that. Why didn't you guys draft Shador?
Nobody did. Ask everybody else that same question. I don't know.
Tripping. They tripping.
Yeah.
I don't know. It still is weird that he ended up with the Browns and whatever round, and that was kind of the team everyone.
conspiracy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was a little shocked by that.
Yeah.
How mean was that, by the way? That fake.
That was
that was
terrible.
so mean.
That was terrible.
Like nobody deserves that. I don't care.
That was Ulbricht's son. At least one of them. Were all of them Ulbricht's son?
No, I think one of them was his son and like his roommate or something like that. Was in the video.
Bruh. Ulbricht lucky he still got a job. I would have got
But
him.
like you could see like your kid like kind of getting into your stuff, like maybe like, oh, like sneaking into it.
Well,
He's
guess
not
what?
even a kid though. He's a
Yeah, he's not a kid. He's not a kid.
And guess what, son? You just cost me my job.
Yeah, that's
being a little smart ass. This is a life lesson.
It's just
don't ever do that.
That's such like a privileged like thing to do that it just rubs me so the wrong way. Like I'm sure he's not a bad kid. Like I'm not saying that, but it's just like your privilege is speaking. It's very clear. It's loud. It's suffocating at this point.
That was just
please stop.
That was just mean spirited.
It was.
That was very mean.
It was mean spirited. It was terrible. Even for a kid who has all the motion and.
Well, I don't know if he got motion. I don't know, kid.
You don't know.
He could be a square. Oh, I thought you meant that.
No, I'm saying even though it was to a kid with all the motion, who was literally like, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he like was beating down like somebody who was already down. Like,
right.
I mean, kind of he was down because his name was getting called, but like you see what I'm saying.
I
Like
feel you.
he has everything he's ever dreamed of.
I wanted to talk more about I'm still calling it the Babe Ruth series going down this weekend.
Yeah.
Have you been to? I know you went opening night. Have you been to any other A's games?
I haven't. I know.
How was
terrible.
the opening night experience?
Opening night experience was crazy. It was lit. I'm pretty sure that was like the most lit series so far. I'm a Cubs
Probably
fan.
So. Well,
so
the Yankee series was crazy, and this series is about to be.
Yeah, I'm excited for this series. So I'll judge. Like next time you have me on, let's talk about like which series was, I guess, more packed. Would that be? Because I mean, the Cubs smashed that first game, so it was kind of like
that Cubs game was crazy. The rest of the series was so. But the first game was crazy. The Yankee series was packed the whole time.
Yeah, I believe that. I mean,
I was
the
there.
turnout's gonna look like this weekend.
I know.
What do we think it's gonna look like?
Tickets.
Yeah, you think it's gonna be just all Giants fans? You think you get some of the A's fans maybe from Oakland trying to make a statement here? Because everyone I feel like is kind of not anticipating that, but just more so like it's gonna be a lot of people out there.
Yeah,
I think it's going
gonna
to
be
be
crazy.
70-30 Giants fans.
Oh, for sure.
I think there's going to be a gang of Giants fans because unlike like the Yankees, Red Sox, even the Cubs, there are fans of those teams that live in Sacramento or surrounding.
Oh, so many.
Yeah,
so many.
There's fans of those teams that live.
I mean,
around.
it's dang near a home game.
But this is a Giants city.
I mean, it is because it's the home of the River Cats. So it is kind of home game.
Traditionally.
Yeah.
This is a Giant city. So that's why I think they are going to
show up.
Flood Sutter Health Park with Giants. I'm going to be there.
You're going to be there.
Yeah, if Sarah hooks me up with some tickets, I'll be there.
I'm going to try. I need to get like Chevin at this point. So
oh my God.
We'll have like four people. I have like
you got the motion to do it. That's what it is. You
I know I ain't got motion like Shador now, but
but no, I think it's gonna be to your question, Jesse. I think there's gonna be a lot of Giants fans. 70-30.
Webby's taking the hill Saturday or Sunday.
Oh, for
I
real?
think it's gonna be Saturday.
That's where I'm trying to go on Saturday.
Yeah, I think
I'm trying to go on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot.
Webby, if you're listening, trying to get that dugout interview.
On, talk to our girl Sara Hodges.
Yeah.
Big Kings fan. He may be tapped in right now because he's trying to figure out what the Kings are going to do if they're going to get Jonathan Kuminga. So
you guys have a game tonight, right? You're looking to split the series tonight, right? Against the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I didn't get.
What happened to y'all?
Yeah, you guys traded for Rafi.
You guys literally got no offense.
Bro, what? You want to say more about him? What? Would you want to say more about him?
About Rafi?
All I said was you guys traded for Rafi. Shut up.
I didn't like the tone.
If I was a Giants fan, I would be feeling like you right now too.
I think he got oh Jesse, come on, man. I think he had an RBI single yesterday.
The Seeing Eye single, kid. Shout out Little Big League, right? I love that movie.
I think he had an RBI single yesterday.
I know that.
You know, so look, I've moved on from the division. They had an opportunity and they've absolutely lost their chance to win in the division.
It's so terrible too, because the last time I worked was like a couple weeks ago. I'm like at the desk and I'm like, it was the Dodgers series where they're playing the Dodgers and they're in first place with them. And then I come back to work like a week and a half later and they're 6.5 games back. I'm like, this is just crazy how like.
And 6.5 back was the good old days.
Yeah.
Now we're 9 back.
But this just shows you what a difference like 3 weeks can make. So you have to think positive and say, okay, if 3 weeks I'm 9 games back, then I can make that up in 3 weeks.
You know,
as soon as we find our at bats.
All things
We're
considered,
good.
too, like, or imagine if I told you, like, in the beginning of the year, like, you guys would be fighting for the wild card with Rafael Devers on your team now. Like,
I take it.
that's not like
I take it.
there's a future here too. I feel.
I take it, but the frustrating thing about this particular situation is you had that slide when you went against the Marlins, the White Sox, the Diamondbacks, and now you've got the A's on the back end of this whole
That's
thing.
the problem. You can't lose to the Marlins.
Come on. This was when you were supposed to be getting fat.
Swept by the Marlins, right?
Swept by the Marlins
jeez
at home.
Louise.
Lose 2 or 3 to Chicago. This is when you were supposed to start getting healthy.
Should have swept Chicago.
Should have.
White Sox had less people at their games in Sutter Health
team.
Park.
Yeah, second worst team in the majors.
Well, look, here's the good news. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. You know what I'm
Are
saying?
they still the second worst team?
Well, they may be. I don't know, but I'm trying to see something real quick. Hold on. I'm on the app right now. I'm trying to figure it out. Giants, A's. Okay, not on Friday. Let's see. Giants, A's on Saturday. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What?
Giants, A's Saturday.
That's where you're going?
That boy Severino on the mound. Let's go. Hey, you got such a problem with being in Sacramento. Hey, Severino, give it up the way you've done all year at Sutter Health Park, and let Devers. Devers gonna have a 3 home run game against that.
Yeah,
boy.
I mean that's.
He gonna have a 3 home run game against that.
He's gonna
boy.
be fun to watch here.
Because Severino got such a problem. He can't pitch here in Sacramento. Good. Be on the mound. Matter of fact, why don't you do a Shohei? Why don't you do a Shohei? Just pitch 1 inning on Saturday. That's all we need. We'll probably get 5 off the first inning. Pitch another inning on Sunday. We'll get another 5. How about that, Severino?
That's not like Shohei, by the way.
He's did he pitch 2 innings the other day?
I'm not sure.
But he's
Or
saying nobody's hitting off Shohei like that.
That's also Severino. You signed for however many $1 million. Like, what did you expect? Like, did you think you were playing at the Coliseum still?
Yeah, this guy. It's cool. It's cool. Like, hey, look, it's all good. He signed. He got his money or whatever the case may be. But
might get traded. If he gets traded, shout out. He won.
Don't get traded before Saturday, okay? Because we need
you. We need you out there.
That's a slump buster right there. Severino on the mound in Sacramento. That's what we need right there for sure. But Sarah, this show needed you.
I love you guys. It's literally so much fun.
It's always a good time when you come through. I say this, but we got to get you in here when D-Lo in here, man. Come on now. We got to make that happen. And Sarah challenges. I love it.
Wait, maybe the chatty house should help. The chatty house should help me decide who I'm going to challenge first.
Okay.
I need somebody that's like not
Where
like
can they
super
find
good,
you?
right?
Where can they find you so they can let
Sarah
you know?
Talk Sports.
Okay. On Instagram and
On
Twitter?
Instagram and Twitter at Sarah Talk Sports. Let me know who you guys think I should challenge. Somebody who's like, not really, really good because I'm like a plus 35
Well, I'm your guy.
handicap.
I'm not good at
I know.
all.
Maybe I should do you first.
All right,
Wait and see.
Look, I'm gonna rise to the occasion. I will win as I'm competitive. I'll get that one.
You're not. I don't think you're gonna beat me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I only because I'm gonna practice more than you.
Look, the streets want it. The streets saw
I'm gonna practice.
Casey versus Sarah. All right, let's go.
I want to challenge Steph, but he would just. It wouldn't even be. It would be embarrassing, and he probably wouldn't do it yet.
Don't
But
worry
once
about-
this thing,
Don't worry about that. I'm a better guest than Steph.
Yeah,
Casey
you
versus
are.
Sarah. I'm ready to get it.
Yeah.
Sarah, appreciate you coming up on us.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. We got more D-Lo and KC coming up. Matt George coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. And we'll talk more about this Jonathan Kuminga, Kings, Warriors dance that they got going on. We're going to close out this pre-4th of July episode of D-Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320. Your home of the Raiders.
Love it. Home of the Raiders.
What's up, Scooter? What's up, Chatty House? Russ, I did see that. Jacob Wilson's the truth.
Yeah, shout out to Jacob Wilson. That was dope. That was really dope.
That's all we can do, Zebra. Every day, better. Shout out, Zebra. I always talk to Zebra at all the live shows.
Shout out Zebra. Zebra always pulling up
One of my
on
favorites.
us, man. Always. Hold on, my bad. Hold on. There we go. Zebra always pulling up on us, man. Appreciate her always. Let's see what y'all talking about, man. John Paul's, I haven't been out there yet, man. I know they're about to take a break. So I'll probably get the second session. They got it's popping out there, man. My boy Gus got it popping. It's the pro-am I'm talking about right here. They hooping. Yes. Somebody mentioned this. I'm tapped in. I don't really know what's going on. I believe this is the championship, but when you talk about USA versus Mexico, I'm watching. I'm locked in.
Oh yeah,
I'm locked in.
yeah. This is like USA's second, third team. USA is kind of in shambles right now.
But isn't the Gold Cup usually like your best?
Yeah, they didn't
team?
send their strongest team. They didn't send their strongest team to it, but that's kind of part of the issue they're dealing with is that
they don't have a
their
strong
top guys are just not really bought in.
Is this Mexico's top team?
Yeah.
They were like World Cup, like they're trying to go to the World Cup.
Yeah, it's one of their better teams.
How the hell did USA get to the final without their top team?
Because CONCACAF sucks.
Oh, okay. D-Lo and KC on this Thursday afternoon, Sacramento, California, here on ESPN 1320. Shout out to my man D-Lo. Big ups to him, man. He's chilling. Got the day off today, man. Getting ready for his 3-day weekend. Big shout out to Coach JT. Big shout out to Kyle Madson. Big shout out to Sara Hodges, man, pulling up on AKA KC and friends today, man. It was a lot of fun, a lot of things going on. We got my man Matt George. He's got business to attend to, but he'll be here in about 12 minutes or so. That's what he's telling me. He's got the link. He knows when to pull up whenever he has to. But yeah, the theme of today is the Sacramento Kings going after Jonathan Kuminga, and can they get that done? There's been some stuff going on. Like I said, I've been, hosting a radio show, so I haven't really had the time to really dive into it. But there's some things going on with Valanciunas and his potential status of staying with Denver or going to EuroLeague. And if he goes to EuroLeague, that nullifies the potential deal that the Kings had for him getting Dario Saric, which I don't know what that means for
Jake Fisher, excuse me. Jake Fisher said that it shouldn't affect any result of the Kings and Nuggets deal.
Okay.
Like it shouldn't affect, I guess, the money or whatever. At least that's what he tweeted.
Got you. So if it doesn't affect the money, that shouldn't affect anything the Kings want to do potentially moving forward. I take that as.
Yeah, that's how I assumed what his tweet meant.
Okay.
It shouldn't affect the result of any deal, I believe.
Yeah. Jesse, I think we talked about this earlier, but I want to ask you, I mean, you've gotten this far with this Kuminga thing. Is this something that you have to bring home if you're Scott Perry? But, reasonably. You don't have to do anything drastic.
Reasonably, like if this isn't like just the Kings being leveraged or anything like that, and this is what it is, then yeah. Because I don't know what else you're looking for. And I feel like this kind of moves you in the right direction that everyone would kind of be happy with too.
I agree. I mean, I look at, what you could potentially be getting with Jonathan Kuminga, where he's at in his career, what he could be, later down the road. And this is one of those things that I talk about, right? Like there's different ways to build that roster up outside of just trying to tank and be a top 3 pick. Like, you go after these type of moments, go after these type of guys, and be aggressive in those situations.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to be nice here. I feel like this is telling us a lot about Scott Perry too, because all we heard,
explain.
All we heard going into this offseason was that it's gonna be tough. Like he's not. Even I believed. I said it too. Like I believed it. Like he's not really gonna have too much to work with or whatever. It's kind of gonna be buried like you had Dennis Schroeder. But next year is when you really start the rebuild. And now we're hearing like, oh no, he could bring Kuminga in. Like it stinks you're gonna lose Monk, but if you bring in Kuminga, Schroeder, and maybe you're able to bring in like a Russell Westbrook to be the backup, like it's a really solid first offseason.
Hey, if he's able to do
if he's able to do all that,
if he's able to do this one right here, because this kind of came out of nowhere. I know people have talked about it, but we were like, that's a long shot.
I'm just saying, because like the last regime was like, oh yeah, it's gonna be tough. Like Vlade left the last regime. Not even gonna name names. Not gonna name names. Vlade left the last regime.
Say names.
Vlade left the last regime, like Bear or whatever. It's like you got Glenn Robinson, but like I think it does kind of say something. Like Scott Perry's able to make a lot out of a little bit if he's able to get Kuminga here.
Hey, Scott Perry. This is why, once again, even though I didn't agree with passing on a guy like Trae Young, like I didn't agree with Scott Perry. I understood it, but I would have took the chance on that one. This is why I didn't freak out about it, because Scott Perry, he understands how to maneuver in these waters. He's proven. He's seen a couple of different lifetimes of being a front office guy in the NBA and how the NBA goes, how agents go, and all this other stuff. He's certified, verified. So if he looks at a situation and says, I'm going to pass on that, I have confidence that he says, I'm going to pass on that because I know I can make other moves elsewhere. Not with the previous group. It was like we pass on it, and that might have been your only chance. Scott is like, nah, I'm going to pass on that because I know how these things go. I know things are going to open up around here, and I want to position myself for that. And you look at the Kuminga situation, it is 100% opportunistic. And one of the things that I talked about earlier in this show, and I was talking about it with you, Jesse, is like, why is that reported offer what it is? Why is it Sarge, Devin Carter, and a couple of picks? Seems real light. It seems like, yo, this is crazy.
I was a little confused in the group chat yesterday.
It was like, why would you offer this? This is a no. This is a no. On the surface, this is a no. But like I talked about earlier, it is possible that Scott Perry has the intel he needs. Talk to the people that he needs to. Understands the lay of the land of the NBA and says, you know what? Warriors, I know it seems a little light, but look around. This is it. This is as good as it gets. Pat Riley, shout out to my guy who, it might be like an old Yeller situation, but shout out to my guy, Pat Riley. He's not giving you what you're looking for. By no means. He's not giving you what you're looking for.
Well, I feel like everything that's been reported too is like the Bulls and the Heat are the other two teams that have been kind of interested in Kuminga, but it's been the Kings that have been in the forefront, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not even sure how interested the Heat are or how much of a priority Jonathan Kuminga is for Pat Riley or even for the Bulls right now.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And if Scott Perry is looking at the lay of the land and the landscape of the NBA right now, including having information on the relationship or lack thereof between the Warriors and Kuminga, he could be looking at that like, I don't have to offer you the moon and the stars. You're not getting much anywhere for this situation, and you don't want to bring them back. I will give you our former first-round pick, give you Sarge, that's an expiring deal. I'll give you a couple of picks, and that's our offer. You say no to that, if you're the Golden State Warriors, cool. Go ahead and find a better situation. If you can, I'll tip my hat, played my cards wrong, wasn't able to get them. But I don't think you can find a better situation than that. I think that's what Scott Perry is saying to the Warriors. And we'll find out if they call his bluff or not.
If he does pull off this deal, I wonder if he's got something else in his back pocket too, because there is kind of like the maybe you do move Kuminga to the bench.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love that, but also like I don't know, maybe there's something out there for DeMar.
Yeah, maybe if you get Kuminga, maybe you're willing to take a little less for DeMar than you were initially. You know what I mean? Maybe it is just some assets that you take for DeMar. Maybe now that you got a guy like Kuminga, maybe it is a bench guy. Like before, I'm just throwing out a team and a name. Maybe before Miami was like, hey, all we got is Duncan Robinson for you for DeMar. You're like, yeah, cool bench guy, but I'm not taking that for DeMar. Like, I'm cool. I'll just keep him. But now that you have a guy that's a starting caliber player in Jonathan Kuminga, maybe you do look at a guy like Duncan Robinson and say, yeah, I'll take a solid bench guy for DeMar DeRozan in a second rounder because we got our starter now.
Yeah, those are the obvious ones. At what point do we look at? At what point do we kind of raise our eyebrows at like, oh wow, the Kings and Keegan Murray still have a contract extension done? Restricted free agent after this season, by the way.
After,
like, if we get to the start of the season, are we concerned at all? Or not even concerned, however you feel about it, our eyebrows raised.
So this is what I'll say about that. Those guys last year did it like a week before training camp, like Jalen Green and all those other guys. They signed their extension at that point. So I'm going to use that as the barometer.
I got you, yeah. Because Jabari Smith just signed his too, right?
He did. He signed his now early. Like I don't know if there's benefits of that or what, but I do remember those guys last year. There was a couple guys. I think it was Jalen Suggs, Jalen Green. I thought it might have been somebody else, but there was 2 or 3 guys that signed their extension in October sometime or late September. So based off of that, I'll give it till then. That's what I'll do then.
Yeah, I got you.
But Jabari, you're right. Jabari did sign his.
That's something I think you definitely do if you're the Kings too.
Keegan, yeah.
Yeah, I've thought about letting him go to restricted free agency and let the market dictate what you want to pay him and all that. But like Jabari Smith kind of helped you out there, I feel.
Yeah. And around what Jabari got, that's about what I would be offering Keegan. 20 to 22 million, maybe.
I'd assume too, you're probably waiting on that just because you're dealing with Kuminga and you'd have to pay him as well. So you're trying to figure out who pays who and what, where and stuff.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh no.
Yeah, man, I'm asking a question.
This is my favorite. Come on, what?
I'll ask you a question. If you could only pay one, who would you pay? Kuminga or Keegan?
It depends. Off the top of my first name off the top of my head is Keegan.
Okay.
I think it's Keegan. Keegan's got an all-around better game, but I think Kuminga has more upside, if that makes sense. Like Kuminga could reach a level I don't know if Keegan can get to.
Ooh, I don't know what.
And that kind of makes it tougher, I feel.
Ooh.
Like I feel like I know Keegan can get me 15 a game or whatever. Hopefully get back to around 38, 40% from 3 and all that. Like he's a great defender and all that stuff. But it's like if Kuminga's right about himself, like that's a player right there. So I don't know. I guess Keegan, but it's
Dr. David.
We talked into it the other way.
It says Keegan. West Sac Kings fan says Keegan. Russ Dog says Keegan. I assume a lot of Kings fans will say Keegan.
Yeah. Kuminga, you're just betting on pure potential.
Man.
You're betting on pure potential. Like Keegan is the more surefire thing, I feel, as far as like just NBA production you can trust and all that. Like Kuminga is not no scrub or anything like that right now, but it's just you're betting more on the potential of him becoming a star, just an all-star level type player, I feel. If it was one or the other.
Here's the things. Even with all the drama, and I want to make sure I'm gonna double check this. Even with all the drama that surrounded what happened in Golden State, and playing time, and all this other stuff, I think Kuminga's numbers are, if not in some places they're better, in some places they're worse.
Yeah, like a lot of channels like Keegan, but Sacktown Hoops and Hype says he thinks Kuminga can get you 25 a game. That's kind of what you're betting on if you go with Kuminga.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't think it's crazy too. Like I think potentially he has that in his bag, but I don't know if he's ever going to reach that.
If Jonathan Kuminga last year, with everything that went on, was able to get you 15.3, 15.3, with everything that went on, getting yo-yoed in the rotation, not playing all this other stuff, and he was still good for 15.3. We saw what he did in the playoffs when he was able to get more consistent minutes. Man, I hate my own question.
No, yeah, this is pretty messed up because Kuminga also has that aggressiveness that Keegan just lacks.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be real with you. In that scenario, if I could only sign one, but both of them are like, yo, we want to be here, but I could only sign one, I think it'd be Kuminga, and it'd be a pure upside play. And even when I say pure upside play, Kuminga's numbers right now are comparable, if not better, in some aspects to Keegan.
I think I agree with you, but I'm just gonna stick with Keegan.
That's fair.
Yeah, I don't even know.
That's fair. I pray they are never faced with that decision.
Yeah, that's kind of tough. Hopefully, just pay them both. Pay them both.
Just pay them both, man. And I already know somebody that would maybe mad at me. I don't know if you heard that question, Matt George, but be mad at me because I asked just Matt George, ABC 10, and host of Locked On Kings. The guy's
Wait,
killing.
let me guess. You're talking about paying Kuminga over Keegan Murray?
I gave the hypothetical. I said, if you could only pay one of them, which one would you pay? And
Keegan Murray.
I was stuck. I was stuck. It wasn't a quick one, but I probably said Kuminga. And I don't even like.
Why not both?
Oh, the hell yeah! I don't like my own question. I want both of them on this team. I want both of them. I want to see Keegan and Kuminga eventually. We'll get to that maybe a little later, but eventually in the starting lineup together, working together, being 3-4 interchangeable, all this other stuff. I think that'd be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So that's my thought. But Matt, don't nobody want to hear me ramble. Everybody been following you the last week because you've been killing it. Well, they've been following you before that, but you've been killing it this past week with everything that's going on. As much as you can, what the hell was going on last night?
Things pick up quickly when there's a lot of smoke. What there's a fire. You're just trying to figure out how big the fire is or what kind of fire it is truly. All right. Yeah, it's been a 24 hours. There's been stuff that I have directly put out there, other stuff that has been put out there that is associated with me or to me. So I'll try and clarify things as best as I can. Here's what I know. The Sacramento Kings have interest in Jonathan Kuminga. Duh. I think we all know that. We've all established that. That's been out there for days. That's there's nothing new on that. When the recirculation of a Dennis Schroeder sign and trade with Detroit happened, I of course checked in. And when I checked in, someone who I very much trust, who's connected here in Sacramento, informed me that yes, there are still potentially Malik Monk conversations happening with Detroit, but that Sacramento's attention has turned heavily in the direction of Jonathan Kuminga. Pursuing that a little bit more, asking follow-up questions, I got again from people that I trust explicitly that the Kings conversation with the Golden State Warriors likely does not involve Malik Monk, seemingly because the Warriors are not interested in Malik Monk, and a lack of interest in Monk has been a pretty consistent theme throughout the league over the last couple of weeks. This one, I don't know if it's because of his contract. I don't know if it's because there's already Moses Moody and Buddy Hield on the roster, but it makes sense to me that the Warriors aren't necessarily interested in Malik. So then, of course, the natural follow-up questions are, okay, so one, how do the Kings open up the money in order to go out and acquire Jonathan Kuminga in a sign and trade? And two, what do the Warriors want? What are the Warriors interested in? And look, I understand every organization's fan base overvalues their talent. We're certainly guilty of that here in Sacramento. I put this out on social media, but just to reiterate, anybody in their right mind who's mentioning Keegan Murray in any of these conversations, just disregard completely. The Sacramento Kings are not going to give up a core piece for the right to pay Jonathan Kuminga. Some people have a hard time wrapping their brain around what's going on here. The Kings are not trading a piece for Kuminga. They're trading essentially for the Warriors to help them facilitate a payday for Kuminga that the Kings would foot the bill. So the Kings are not going to give you significant value for the right to pay a contract. It's not going to happen. So that's where I got word of the names that the Kings are throwing out there, are making available. That's Devin Carter, that's Dario Saric, and potential draft compensation. That part was muddied. I've heard 2 second rounders. I've also heard potentially a first rounder. The furthest that my reporting goes is that I was told, and again, this was information that was circulating throughout different cities from different people of different walks of life. I have heard many things from different people in Sacramento in the past and not run from it because I only had that side. We can go back to the Zach LaVine thing. You can even go back to draft night. You can go back to the Keegan Murray draft. The reason why I went with what I had is because multiple sources, again, around the league are hearing the same things and have the same information. Typically, when that happens, there's validity to it. So where my reporting ends, the most recent thing was what I said last night, that talks were advanced. Now, that doesn't mean talks were finished. That doesn't mean a deal was done. Doesn't mean it was first and goal on the one. And Kings fans should understand that reference. It just means that talks were advanced. It went beyond just a framework conversation. They were actively in deep conversations, or conversations had happened to a significant level. That is where my reporting ends. NBC puts out an article. Tristy Rodriguez, wonderful woman if you get the chance to follow her and cover her work. She does not just great work with the Kings and Warriors, phenomenal work with the Valkyries. She puts out the article reporting that it is a three-team trade. The the Detroit Pistons are involved as part of the Malik Monk sign and trade. Makes sense financially because the Kings would need to do that to open up some money. She reports that now that's when you start to see these other preliminary reports, Slater and Amick and even Carmichael Dave, like putting stuff out there that no, this isn't true, or it's not that far along, or blah, 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 blah. So my reporting does not include the 3-team deal. I had heard rumors of that, but never been told definitively from the people that I trust most that it is a 3-team deal. So I cannot confirm or deny any of those specifics. I know talks have happened. I know they got pretty far along. I know the Sacramento Kings are very interested in Kuminga, but I also know Scott Perry ain't going to be pushed around. And Scott Perry is not going to allow the Warriors to take more than they should in a sign and trade. And on the flip side, if you're the Golden State Warriors, you're not desperate yet. You're in a tough spot, but you're not desperate yet. If the Warriors want to play the long game, if the Warriors want to go, okay, we'll just bring him back on a deal. We'll pay him short term and then try and figure out if we can get a better offer or a better deal down the road. They can do that. The Kings are putting pressure on the Warriors, and I know some people, I guess, misunderstood what I meant or didn't quite didn't see eye to eye with the pressure. I'm not saying the Kings are putting pressure on the Warriors to where you have to make this deal, or there's nothing better that you're going to get. The Kings are essentially giving the Warriors an out and giving them their best option right now that does not involve them having to pay Kuminga's contract themselves and bring him back. The Kings are the ones giving them the option. Doesn't mean that the Warriors are going to say yes, and the Warriors might not like that package. I saw that package. When I was told that package, Kenny, I laughed. That was my first reaction. But Scott Perry is making, hey, here's draft compensation. Here's a lottery pick from last season. If you like it or you don't like it, okay. We're not giving you more than that, and we will be just fine too if we don't get Kuminga. If the Kings don't get Jonathan Kuminga, if you guys move on, we'll move forward too, because it's not like we're a Jonathan Kuminga away from winning an NBA championship. So Perry's putting his foot down. The Warriors, of course, are going to put their foot down. Who knows how involved Detroit is in all of this or not. The only timeline or rush on this entire conversation is July 6th. Is by that point, the Kings have to have a sign and trade for Dennis Schroeder done. It sounds like they're going to have something with Detroit. Whether it's Malik Monk or just the sign and trade that gives some financial flexibility to Detroit, that's to be seen. If the deal is if it's going to be a 3-team deal that involves Malik Monk, it has to get done by the 6th. But if the deal is not done by the 6th, that doesn't mean that the Kings and Kuminga are done and dead and over with. So we're in this point of waiting. We'll find out. There's a ton of smoke, which means there's a fire.
Excellent job, man. Excellent. I want to run something past you. And like I said, this is just me talking to Matt George. You ain't got a report or confirm nothing like that. But I was telling Jesse and everybody else today, I was thinking about what had been reported as what the Kings were offering. Sarge, Devin Carter, couple of picks, second round, whatever you want to say. But much like you, I hear that and I'm like, what? That sounds crazy. Like, that sounds ridiculous. And then I thought about it some more. And I was like, why would that be the offer? Like, why would you offer that? Then I started to think, well, Scott Perry he's not new to this. He knows how to negotiate. He knows this is where we get into the differences between him and Monty McNair. He's been around this game for I don't know how long. He's built relationships. He knows how to work the league and talk to other people in the league. And I'm just thinking about it. Maybe he knows that's the best you can get, Golden State. That is the best you can get. Now, maybe hearing this, maybe Miami or somebody else might change what they've told everybody that they're willing to give you and up it a little bit. Like, we could beat that or whatever the case may be. But number one, and I'm talking to Scott Perry now, I've checked around the league. You can't get any better than that if you're trying to trade him. Also, Joe Lacob, Mike Dunleavy Jr., I know you don't want him. You've said it a number of different ways with not giving him a contract extension, with getting Jimmy Butler, with benching him repeatedly. You and your coach don't want him there, and he don't want to be there. So this is my offer. Maybe we can work on it. Maybe somebody else offers more, but I know what his market is, and that's why that's the offer. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, there's a saying in negotiations where the most power that you can have is the ability to walk away. And I think that is a position that the Kings kind of, and the Warriors too, but I think especially the Kings are in. Scott Perry knows, hey, just like the Kings are struggling to figure out what Malik Monk's market is, and we've covered that extensively, you and D'Lo have covered that extensively here, I think the Golden State Warriors are going through the exact same thing with Kuminga. And I also think Kuminga and his camp individually are going through that same thing as well, because they're still looking to get paid. And the money that they're looking for, I don't think is out there. But some money is going to be out there because Kuminga is a good enough a player for a team like the Kings and other teams in the league to take a flyer on. He doesn't fit Golden State. He doesn't want to be there in Golden State. Clearly, he wants a fresh start. I don't think the Golden State Warriors want to have to foot the bill when everybody's worried about aprons and the Warriors are still trying to get one more title window open for Steph Curry before he rides off into the sunset. Scott Perry knows all of this. So Kings fans might not be used to this because we're used to having it held against us. Scott Perry's using the leverage that he has. Again, the Kings are not a Jonathan Kuminga away from winning anything. I would argue that if the Kings were to go out and acquire this trade, or it happened, let's say Jonathan Kuminga is a King by the start of next season. I don't know how much better I'm feeling about the Kings' immediate ability to succeed next year. I think they'll be a better basketball team, but not significantly. So the Kings aren't operating with that in mind necessarily. Now, they've added a young piece to Keegan Murray, and now we're starting to see the semblance of a plan. So I think that is what excites the Kings and excites Kings fans more at this point. So the Kings and Perry can walk away at any point knowing, okay, we'll just look at what other options are out there. The Warriors might say that they're willing to do the same, but Perry is much more willing to call their bluff because as of right now, the Warriors are on the hook for Kuminga's deal. So the Kings can walk away and wipe their hands like nothing ever happened. The Warriors still got to figure out what to do with Kuminga. That's the tough spot that they're in. So yes, I agree with you. I think Perry knows that he doesn't have to put a lucrative offer on the table. I personally, and I think I heard you talking about this earlier, Casey, I would be okay with the Kings sweetening the deal a little bit, not to a level that would be absurd. But again, you're trading for the right to pay Kuminga, not just for Kuminga's contract outright. So like if you want to make it a first round pick or you want to make it something like you want to have Devin Carter and something besides Saric that makes sense, like, okay. And maybe that's where negotiations are at this point or where the stall has happened. And I wouldn't blame the Warriors at all for taking their time and looking around the rest of the league and going, come on, there's got to be something better. But the Kings don't have to be the ones to put that on the table. Perry can basically say, here's the deal, or here's the idea. Here's what we're willing to offer. Give me a call when you're ready to play ball.
Right.
I think that's what Perry's doing, and it makes sense.
And you bring up a great point that I don't think I've even brought up today. Is not only are you giving up compensation, and this may be the holdup on the market for Kuminga, but not only am I giving up players from my team if I'm trying to trade them anywhere else in the league, but I also got to pay them. So like Miami may look at it like, I'm gonna give you Jaime Jaquez and this person, and I got to pay him $20 million a year. I don't know if I want to do all that, and there may be only one team that may be looking at it, talking about the Sacramento Kings, who are like, yeah, for the right compensation trade package, we'll pay him his money,
So, I mean, I see this comment in the chatty house, and they're right. Like, Jonathan Kuminga has way more value than Devin Carter. Yes, he does. But again, the value for Golden State is not having to pay Jonathan Kuminga while taking something back so they don't lose him for nothing. Right? So therein lies the value. You're not talking about, this isn't NBA 2K where it's 3 stars and 3 stars and you're trying to find equal value in a handshake, perfect, even trade. That doesn't exist in this scenario. The Warriors are looking to move on and not have to pay, but not lose a lottery pick, a high lottery pick for nothing. And the Sacramento Kings are looking to acquire that player and pay that contract, but don't have to give up an arm and a leg in order to do that. So if that's where the standstill is, then again, the pressure is on Golden State because they're on the hook for it. If they want to play the long game, which is a very valid play, and it would make perfect sense to me if they say, we think we can get better later, then they got to negotiate the deal, get Kuminga to say okay, and figure it out until they find that better deal. But there's no guarantee that their better deal will be out there. Kuminga's market does not sound great. And I would argue if they were to, let's say they agree to terms with Kuminga for $22 million a year, I would argue that potentially lowers Kuminga's value down the road, because now I know I'm trading for a $22 million contract and I have to give you the salary and the value to match that. So the Warriors' best chance at getting value and avoiding the payday is right now. Let's see if they take it.
Yeah, I think so too. And then also if they bring him back, which is an option, it's an option for them to do it. But you take him back and you're gonna not play him again, like you did last year, at $22 million, or even if they did it at $7 million and say, hey, we'll try and trade him at the deadline. Well, you're not playing him. What you think you're gonna do better than Sarge, Carter, and two picks at that point if you're not paying him? And he's 3 months away from free agency. It was something that I didn't see coming. I did not see this type of play, but this is why Scott Perry, even though I was frustrated with him and have been frustrated with him with like the Trae Young thing and all this other stuff, I still let him cook, because this is the opportunistic small market GM type of stuff that we needed here in Sacramento. And so far, just having the sense to try this is something that we haven't had here in Sacramento, and I don't know how long.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing that I can say definitively is that Scott Perry is not going to be pushed around. Mm-hmm. Scott Perry is willing to explore options. He's willing to get creative. And some people might get frustrated because at times this is going to run perpendicular to how you feel as a fan. But Scott, I think, has his type, or has his player, has his vision for this team. And if you do not fit that vision, and it seems like in the case of Malik Monk, he does not fit that vision, Scott is going to do what he feels is necessary to turn that into something that does fit. Again, that might run perpendicular to your feelings or my feelings, because I like Malik Monk a lot. Kings fans love Malik Monk. But we've been asking for a general manager with a spine to go out and make things happen for a while. One comes in here and is trying to make things happen and has a spine, but is potentially willing to move on from your fan favorite. You got to let him do something. So I'm not advocating for the Kings to trade Malik Monk. I'm certainly not advocating for the Kings to give Malik Monk away for scraps. But I admire how Perry is attacking possibilities and looking at options that fit his plan, even if they're not popular. And I think Kings fans, even if you disagree with the moves that he's making, I think there should be an understanding that, okay, he's not going to be pushed around and he's connected around the league. So the Sacramento Kings aren't just going to trade with the same 3 teams anymore like they do all the time, which is like Atlanta, San Antonio, and somebody else. Like Scott Perry is going to make moves.
Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. Now we'll talk about this like internally. We're in Sacramento. We're not at the negotiating table anymore. I'm Scott Perry. You're BJ Armstrong, or we can flip that however you want to.
You can be Scott.
Okay, cool. All right, man. BJ, we kind of close to this thing. And I know we talk about like kind of walking away, but are we too close? And is this too much of a reality where we kind of want to close this deal? Like we'll sweeten it up a little bit, but we've got the fish on the hook a little bit. We want to get this done. They don't need to know how anxious we are to get it done, but I'm talking to you. We want to get this done. JK is kind of like would be great for what we're trying to do. Do you think they're having those discussions?
Oh, I think there's a very good chance that those discussions are being had, but I think that what I would think that needs to be established is how much further are we willing to go? And this could be twofold. How much more are we willing to give Kuminga? And how much more are we willing to give the Warriors? And where's our breaking point? And we're going to stand firm on that breaking point. The Warriors, Kuminga, all parties are going to know, even Detroit, all parties are going to know we are not budging past this point. There's more potentially for you to go out and get if this is real, but we're not budging past this point. And I don't think that point is much further than what they're offering. This is me speculating. This is not me reporting. So I think Kuminga is one of the best options out there for real, tangible change. You talk about kickstarting a new era of Kings basketball. I know Neat Clifford and Maxime Reynaud were drafted, 2 rookies, and we're very excited about both of them. I talked to both of them today. I was blown away by both of them. They're awesome dudes. I'm very excited to see them play. They're part of this too. But going out and acquiring Jonathan Kuminga is a real start, right? That is a real start. It doesn't mean it's going to work out, but that's a real start.
Right.
If they think that is, sorry, I'm BJ, you're Scott. Scott, if we think that this is the best chance that we can get right now, and we don't know when this chance is going to open again, looking at the past of the Kings have struggled to make moves because they weren't willing to take chances. So I think we should take this chance. I think there are probably conversations like that happening in that building. But again, there's a line that I don't think Scott and his front office are willing to cross, and they're happy to walk away.
Yeah.
And that's good. If you don't have that line, that's when you get taken advantage of.
Right. I agree with you. Matt, you've been phenomenal this whole offseason, doing a fantastic job for ABC 10 and for Locked On Kings. And I know it's been a super busy day. So I appreciate you carving out the time, man, and pulling up on me, man. It was great talking to you and great insight again, man. Great job.
I appreciate you, Casey. I'll sneak this in really quick. Kings fans, get excited about Maxime and Neek. I like these two. Maxime is brilliant, man. We're talking computer science and mathematics major. Like, dude is brilliant. He's also like seeing a 7'2" dude in person. Holy crap. And Neek is, I'm so excited, man. I can't wait till Summer League.
Yeah, I can't wait either. That's going to be some good times, man. Matt, enjoy your 4th of July. Everybody out there in Sacramento and surrounding areas, enjoy your 4th of July. Please be safe. Please be safe. Don't pull a Terry. Get out of the way. We want everybody to come back healthy with all their limbs and all that good stuff. So enjoy your 4th of July. Eat good. Shout out to the Giants. They're in town. Vamos Gigantes. Do work. And we're going to be back here Monday morning at 10 a.m. And when we come back Monday morning at 10 a.m., I don't know, we might have a different Kings team, bro. We might have a different Kings team. I'm in. Matt George and all these guys, they didn't got me roped in, man. I'm in. I'm ready for this to happen. Scott, let's get it done. But if it gets done, you already know where to go. You need to be right here, 10 a.m., ESPN 1320. The Insiders to kick it off. D-Lo and KC will be in here. James Ham, everybody, Matt George throughout the week. We're going to have a good time. But once again, I want everybody to have a fantastic 4th of July. Shout out to Kyle Madson. Shout out Coach JT. Shout out Sara Hodges. Shout out Matt George, man. Y'all be good. We'll see you guys Monday at 10 a.m. Vamos Gigantes. That's it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Chatty House, you guys were fantastic today, man. Thank you, everybody. It was a group effort. You guys did your part. Appreciate you. And yeah, I'm going to go over here and make sure this 102.5 stuff is good. You guys have a great 4th of July. Y'all be good, man. Much love. Take care.
Chatty House. We ballin', boy. We going up at the Chatty House. We talk about it all, bring the family out. Sub to the channel, hit the likes.